So you can see here we're having two different UI screens, which is logged in with the two different user. One is logged in as Lisa and another one is logged in as John Smith. All right, so I can able to chat with these two different users in the same room, like let's say YouTube testing or something. So let's say if I'm going to send a message like, hey there, all I have to do is to hit the send option, so that will immediately send the response like what exact time I sent that message. And you can see here it's looking in a different perspective because we are the sender, and here it's looking in a different perspective because we are the receiver over there. All right, so this UI, it's completely adjustable. Even when you're opening your keyboard, this UI will completely adjust according to it. All right, so this is the live data synchronizations, which is done by using the Firestore. All right, so we're going to build this complete project completely from the ground. So let me show you what exactly that we do have on the profile screen. You can see we have this nice option over here where you can able to see the media chat and all the options. Basically these are just the placeholders for the time being right now. Maybe in the future we can able to integrate these options also in this project. All right, so if I want to create a new room, a chat room, all I have to do is to go here and create a new chat room. Let's say hello YouTube or something just like that. So click the send option, so that will create a new chat room and that will be popped up on the first list. All right, so let's jump into the authentication screen. If I want to log it out, if I click log out option, and even once I logged out, if I'm opening this app, so let me reload it. So that will directly takes you to the login screen. But in this case, if I reload this particular app, so that will takes me to the home screen because that particular user is still authenticated, so he can able to access the chat rooms whatever we created, and he can able to chat with the different persons. All right, so every time whenever you are opening it, if you authenticated for very first time, so it will not show you the login screen for every time again and again and again. So if I click here, so that will enable me to create a new registration. So all I have to do is to click here to choose the profile screens. I can able to choose the different avatar for the user, whoever is going to register in our app. So let's say David Williams or something. Why not? Then let's say David at Gmail. So we are using the email pattern analyzations over here. If that the email whatever you're typing over there which is not matches that pattern, then it will raise that error. That means it's showing the different border color and you can't able to sign up with that register or that user. So all I have to type the valid email. Then if I type the password over here like sample at 123, if I want to see the password whether I write it in a perfect like as I want it, then if I click this again, it will disable that option to see the password. So once I hit the sign up option, that will save this user directly in our Firestore collection, and it will authenticate that user as the signed in user because that's the user who registered, so it will automatically authenticate that user. So again, if I refresh the screen, it will directly takes us to the home screen where I can able to see all the available chat rooms. Okay, then I can immediately jump into there and I can say hi there or something. Click this, so that will send that message to that particular screen right there. Look at that, that's the new screen which I'll be created over there. Okay, so this is what exactly we're going to build by using the Expo CLI and the Firestore collections, and I hope you guys are so excited about this project. So without wasting your time, let's jump into the video. You can able to download this starter template which I already configured the Tailwind CSS along with it. So all you have to do is to click the link in the description below and open this repository. Then there you can able to download this starter template. All right, so all you have to do is to go to this code and click this download zip option, so that will download the zip file and navigate it to your desired location and extract that file. In this case, I already downloaded it and I extracted that folder and changed the folder name, which having the necessary files and everything inside of it. All right, so let's go here and let me open this in the Visual Studio Code. right? So here we are right now. All right, so let me bring this to the left side and make sure I can see it completely. All right, so let me open here. You can see we have the assets files and we have the app.js file, and we have this tailwind config.js. So basically this is the starter template of having a nice UI over here, just like a counter example. All right, so don't worry about this. We are just going to delete everything and we are going to rebuild it completely. So let me open this and let's fire this app, and let's say yarn. Hit the command yarn. So Dash will download all the necessary packages which is needed for this project. So it's downloading. So here we go, it's done. So all we have to say yarn start. So hit the command yarn start. So that will start the Metro bundler. So if you want to run this application, you need to install the Android and iOS simulator in your respective machines. In case if you don't have that much configured PC or laptop, all you have to do is to install this application from your Play Store or App Store. Just search for Expo Go in your Play Store or App Store, download it and install it in your mobile phone and scan this QR code. You can able to check the your project lively in your mobile phone itself. All right, so or if you want to run this project in your web, just type this keyword, so that will gives you the necessary packages needs to be downloaded to run your project in the web app, in your website, I mean in the browser. Okay, in this case I'm going to open the iOS. So that's starting my simulator and it's opening it up. It's for the initial build, of course it will take some time, so please wait until it's successfully downloaded all the necessary files and everything, and the build file, everything is completed properly, so please wait. So it's getting downloaded. It's need to download 100%. First time the initial build will always take some time, so we have to wait patiently. All right, so it's downloaded and you can able to see here it's having this nice counter where I can able to see all this usages and everything. That's looking good. All right, in this case I don't need any of this. All I have to do, say Control A, delete it, and type RNFE, React Native Functional Export. Then I have to say class name, which is going to be Flux1 item center and justify center. So this will brings our app in the exact center location, which means our app.jsx, that means our tailwind CSS, which is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? You can see the configurations and the package.log tailwind config, everything is pre-configured and it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool, right? So then what we need to do, all we have to do is to fix our navigation router. So that's what we are going to do next. So all we have to do is to search for React navigation, over there you can find this React navigation. So click this read docs. So before jumping into this documentations and the configurations and everything, take your time and go through this documentation completely, how the React navigation it's working with the Expo app and what are the necessary steps that we need to do configure. Please go through this documentation completely. In this case I'm going to use the yarn and I'm going to copy this, and let me jump into the video over here, create a new terminal, and I'm just going to paste it, yarn add React navigation at native. Then scroll down, click this yarn and do copy this same, both of these are same only, no issues. So let's copy this and paste it. Then let's get back to our next screen. So here we need to add this navigation stack because we are using the stack of layers. So we need to add the navigation stack, native stack. So then what we need to do, we need to use the native stack navigator. So to do that, all you have to do is to copy these two lines and paste it right after your React import. Then copy this and we need to create the stack layer. All right, so here now what I need to do is I need to import that navigation container first. So we need to get the navigation container. So let's delete all these stuff. Let's get that navigation container, stack container, or whatever it is. Copy this and let's paste it over here. So it's asking us to bring the home screen component, which we haven't created it yet. So in the root folder, I'm going to create two different folders called screens and one more folder called components. All right. In the screen folder, let's create a new file called home screen.jsx. I'm going to say RNFE React Native Functional Export. Save this changes and close this. And I'm going to create one more file over here called index.js because I'm going to export it in a separate file. All the screens will be exported through this index.js. Default as I'm going to export it as a home from /home screen. So let's copy this. Let's make sure that we are exported in the same name. And let me paste it over here and here as well. Save these changes. So if everything is working fine, and it should bring our home screen. Here we go. So now we're having our home screen over there. So I don't need this screen options and everything. So what I'm going to do is for the stack navigator, I'm just going to disable that screen options. Not screen listener, screen options. So by default, I'm just going to say header shown. It should not show the header, so false. So now you will not see that header shown option. All right, so it's loaded successfully. So initially what we are going to do is we need to bring that where it is. 1 second. Let me bring the screen in the other hand. Where it is. There we go. This is the one. Let me open it. All right, let me keep this over here. So you can see we have this registration screen and you can able to see the UI completely, just exactly the same way we're gonna build that login screen also. So let's go ahead and bring that one. So what I'm going to do is instead of home screen, I'm just going to delete this, or let's create a new screen over here. Login screen.jsx and RNFE. And here let's bring the registration or sign up screen. We can say sign up screen or something. Sign up screen.jsx, and that should be RNFE. Save the changes, save the changes, and let's export these two things. Let me copy it and paste it a few more times. Let's change this as login screen, and let's change this as sign up screen, and let's copy this and replace this name. Copy this and replace this name. Save the changes. All right, so let's close this login screen and sign up screen, and let's jump to the home screen. Sorry, app.js, and change these to login screen and change this to sign up screen, because initially once the user opening our application for the very first time, that should bring the login screen as a first screen. That's the reason I kept the login screen as the top of it. All right, so later we can replace the screen once the user is authenticated successfully, so don't worry about it. All right, so now let's go ahead and build the login screen and everything. So before that, you need to download the assets folder. So let's go ahead and download the assets folder. So click the link in the description below. You can able to find this images folder in that description. In that images folder, we have this logo and the icon and some BG icons and everything. So please go ahead and download this, and I'm just going to copy this, and inside the assets folder I'm going to create a new folder called images, and let me bring that images over here. All those images, drop it inside that images folder, just like that. So then what we need to do is inside this assets folder, I'm going to create a new folder called index.js, So you can able to find this index.js in that folder itself. So all you have to do is to copy that completely and paste it over here. So make sure that you are using the exact same folder name as images. All right. So save the changes. Now all the assets which we needed, which we have right now inside the assets folder. So let's jump into the login screen. So first, what we have to do is we have to design this UI, which is having this nice looking UI over there. So let's go ahead and design that for our login screen. All right. So let's bring this view first perfectly. So all I have to do is to, let's say, class name equals to flex1. Basically, you need to understand the flex property when it comes to React Native, and in React.js by default, for me, that means for a website, when you're using a flex by default, it's row. But when it comes to mobile app, by default, it is column. All right. So keep that in mind. And whenever you're working with the flexbox, so in this case, I need to bring it exactly in the center, and it should be always in the top of the layer. So save these changes. Now you can see the login screen in the top of the notch display. All right. So let me close this. So I'm going to bring the image tag. So let me import the image from the React Native. Make sure that you're using the React Native. So and please make sure that it's added successfully over there. Image, close the tag, and the source. And source is going to be the BG image, which is coming from our, okay, it's not showing. So let me import it manually. Import from / or / assets folder, and let's bring the BG image from there, and let's add that BG image over here. All right. So this resize mode, by default, the resize mode is going to be covered. It should cover the entire screen. Then class name, it's going to be height 96. I'm just going to fix the height. But the problem over here is I don't know what might be the screen size it is. So it should take the screen size always completely. So whatever the screen width is. To get the screen width, all you have to do is to use this dimensions properties. Use this dimensions properties. So here I'm just going to say const screen width equals to, using the math package, math.round package, I'm going to get the dimensions. From the dimensions, I'm going to use the get method to get the window width. So then I need to use that window width over here. So all I have to say, use the style property, open it, and open the object one more time, and give the width. Width is going to be the screen width. Save the changes. Now you can able to see that image over there. All right. So then what I need to do is, all I have to do is to create a view. So over here, this is the main view. Let's give a comment so that we can keep track it later. So let's bring the view over here. Wait a moment. All right, so let's type the view, open the view tag. So for this view tag, you can able to see here, see we're having this view which is having a slight rounded edge over there compared to other edges. So I need to add the rounded edge only on the top left corner. All right, so class name. So this is going to be width full, and height is also going to be width full, and the BG color is going to be white color, and so rounded top, so rounded top left corner, so rounded top left, it's going to be I'm going to use it as a 90 pixels as a rounded edge. All right, so save these changes. Now you can see that we do have this rounded edge over here, but I can't see this, so I'm just going to bring it a little bit bigger. So minus margin top as a 44. So now you can see able to see that over there. See, look at that. So then what we need to do is basically inside in this, it's everything, it should be flex item center, and justify it should be in the starting position. It should be in the starting, justify start. Let me enable the word wrap so that you can able to see it clearly. All right. So then what I need to do is, so padding py it's going to be 6, and px it's going to be 6. Save the changes, and the space between the each and every element in between this screens is going to be space wide. That is also going to be 6. Save the changes. All right then. So first inside this, first I need to bring this logo over here. So let's bring the logo. So let's bring the image and let's give the source as, let's say, logo from the assets. Then I'm just going to give the class name, which is going to be width as 16, height as 16, and the resize mode is going to be contain. Save the changes so you can able to see that image over there. Then what I need to do is I need to bring the text over here. So let's bring the text. Let's add the class name, and the text is, which is going to be welcome back, because this is the login screen, so we need to say welcome back. Then for the text over here, I'm just going to say py2 padding top and bottom, and the text is going to be text. So we need to add the colors, configurations and everything. So let's go here, let's go to the tailwind config.js. Inside this extend property, open it, open the colors property, expand it. So you need to copy these 3 different color codes which we are using inside this project. So make sure that you written these 3 different color codes. Pause the video and type this color codes in your screens in the tailwind config. Save the changes, and let me jump back over here, and I'm going to say tail primary. Fail to save it. Save these changes, and now you can able to see that changes over here. Text primary. All right, so that's cool. So this is going to be a primary text, this one. Yes. So text size is going to be Excel, and font, of course, it's going to be the semi bold. Save the changes so that looks like that. Look at that, that's looking cool, right? So then what we need to do is we need to create a view, because we need to bring this options, right? Let's go ahead and create that and create a view. So inside this view, basically what we are going to do is, of course, it's going to take the complete width. So width is going to be full, and everything is going to be in the column direction. So item, everything should be in the center, and of course everything should be exact in the both vertical and horizontal in the center location. All right, so inside here I need to bring those fields. So for login, we need to have login email field, then we need to bring the password field, then we need to bring the login button, and of course we need to bring the alert message also, because if the user typed a wrong password or email, we need to bring the alert messages. So these are the things. So basically what we need to do is we need to keep that user component as a reusable component. This input component should be a reusable component. Then only we can use it on both the login screen and the sign up screen. So let's go ahead, and inside the components folder, let's create a new file called user input.jsx. user input.jsx, or we can say user text input. That is more important. User text input.jsx, and let's say rnfe. Save changes, and inside the components folder, let's create a new file called index.js, because we need to export it. And inside this, I'm just going to say export default as from /user input. Copy this, paste it over here, save these changes, and now this login screen, inside this login screen, for this email field in this location, I'm going to bring that user text input, and basically it's been imported from the file directly. I don't want that. It should come from the components folder, so avoid that. Save these changes. Now you can able to see that user text input over there. All right, so basically this user text input is going to have the placeholder, the property called placeholder, what exact placeholder that we are going to display over there, which is going nothing but our email. Then we need to make sure whether this field is a password or not. If it is a password, we need to enable that security option, otherwise not. So basically is pass, that's a property that we are creating. If it is a pass, then we need to make sure that's highly secured, but this email is false, so we are supplying it as false because this is not a password field. Then what we need to do, we need to send the state value, because we need to get the value whatever the inputs which is given by the user. So let's go ahead and create a state. So use state, import it. I'm going to say email, set email. Initially it's going to be a string input. So here I'm just going to say set state value, which is nothing but the value which we created for this particular field. Let's say what is that, set email, not set email, email, that's a value which we created. Then set state function, which is nothing but the set email function which we created for that field. Save the changes. This is the field that we need to, these are the props that we need to supply to this user input. So let's copy this, user placeholder. So currently this doesn't make any sense, but when you're completed this complete user input, you might the properties whatever which we created, that will make sense. So let's copy and destructure that complete properties over here. Copy it and paste it. So I just restructure all the properties which we created over there for this component. All right, save the changes. Cool. So let's go into the user text input.jsx. So over here, let's start customizing this complete inputs. All right, so let's go here. So you can able to see here we having this icon. Basically we are having a division. Inside the division we having three sub elements, which is nothing but an icon and an input box, and if it is a password we need to display one more icon, right? So let's go ahead and create that now. So to do that we need the icons. So let's go ahead and import that expo icons or something. We can able to find this this one, npm. So you need to download that expo icons. So copy this and open up your terminal, then just say yarn add expo vector icons. Please download and install the yarn that expo vector icon, because that is really needed for us. And you can able to see all the icons just by over here, the very first link, where you can able to see all the different icons supported by different frames, right? Like the material icons, font awesomes, you can able to choose whatever the icon you wish to use. All right, in this case I'm just going to leave it as it is, and I'm going to say class name, open it, and I'm going to use the dynamic string literals, because late afterwards we need to change the styles according to the value whatever we are passing in the prop. So let's enable the string literals over here. So this is just a backtick or a string literal. All right, so first what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the width, wait a second. All right, so over here I'm going to bring the border, and it is going to be rounded to XL, and px4, py6, flex, everything should be in the row direction, item center, and justify it in the between, and space in between the two elements, it should be 4, and margin y in the both y axis, top and bottom, it should be 2. Then the border color is going to be border gray 200. Save these changes. So now we can able to see the border over there. Fine. All right, so then what we need to do is one second. All right, so let's bring the icon name over here. So material icons, I'm going to use the material icons. So currently for the time being, I'm just going to use this name exactly for the time being right now. I'm going to use this icon name. Let's say what icon name we can use for the time being. Let me fix this as a default one. Later I'll show you how to change it dynamically according to the field whatever we are sending it over there. Then the size of it is going to be 24. Then the color of it, it's going to be hash 6C6D 6C6D83. Save the changes. So now you should be able to see the icon over there. Then what I need to do is I need to bring a text input. So text input, make sure that is imported from the React Native. All right, so here the class name is going to be flex1, and the text, it's going to be base color, and the text, it's going to be text color, it's going to be text primary text, and font semi-bold, and -T1 margin. I'm just adjusting. These are just trial and error, so please make sure until you feel comfortable with the UI. And the placeholder is nothing but our property placeholder. Save the changes, and now we can able to see the complete email field over here. All right, which is looking much better. But we need to get the state, and I need to update that state value to the state function over here. All right, so to do that, what I need to do is, so I don't need to get that set state value over here, which is not necessary. So because I'm going to create a local state value over here, or let's leave it as it is. What should we do? Over here, right after here, I need to create a new state, use state, and I'm going to say the value, like state as value, set value, use state snippet value, set value. Initially it is going to be empty. So over here, I don't need this function property. Let's change this to set state email. I don't need that real value. I just need the function to update the state from this component. So I don't need the set state function. Delete this. Yes, that's what confusing me. All right, so here I'm just going to bring the value. For the value property, we are going to update the state which we created. And on change text, whenever the text is being changed, I'm just going to call this handle text changed, which we have to create over here. Const callback function, and to this I'm going to send the text which we are getting from there, and then I need to update that set value as a text. First I need to update the local component text, then I need to send this value to that parent component, which is nothing but set state value, and supply the value which we updated in this state. That's what we are doing over here. All right, save these changes. So now if you are typing something, you should able to see the changes. Sample. All right, so it's immediately updating that value, so we can able to get that value directly in our login screen. All right, so now I can able to see the email field. So in this case, if I want to see the password, so just like the same way, what I need to do is I need to bring the password field. So let's go here and create a new state, use state snippet, let's say password, Initially it's going to be empty, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. This is going to be password, and of course this time is going to be true. Save the changes, and now I can able to see the password. But the problem over here is I need to bring that icon, right? I need to bring that what is that icon. So basically I need to display that icon only if that is pass property. If it is true, I need to render that icon. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to bring the touchable opacity from React Native, make sure that is imported over there at the top. Then I need to bring this using this n typo icon. From there I'm going to get that that icon name. Let's say the icon name is going to be I, and the size of it is going to be 24, and the icon color is going to be exactly the same. Save the changes. Now we can able to see the I. But the problem is, what I need to do is once I click it, I need to change the icon name, the entire icon over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new state, use state snippet show pass. That means show password, so short form. By default it's going to be false. We are going to keep it by default. Yes, by default we'll keep this show password as a true. All right, we'll keep that state as a true. So what I'm going to do is, if the user, if this is pass when it's coming it inside as a true, that means it's going to be a password field. So we are displaying this I. So if this show pass is going to be false, what we are going to do is we are going to change the I, the symbol over here. I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to make sure that the user can able to see the password. All right, so we'll see how to implement that. So over here, what I'm going to say is open it, use the dynamic string literal. If the show pass is true, then I need to display the I icon. Otherwise, I with line. All right, so now whenever I'm clicking this, so on press, whenever I'm clicking this, I'm just going to call a callback function. I'm just going to say set show pass as not show pass. Save the changes. Now if I click this, if it is true, it will become false. So you can able to see the icon changing in between that. All right, that touchable opacity, it's making that nice fade animations also, right? That's looking much better when you're, it gives you a real feel when you're tapping an icon in a mobile app. All right, so let's go here and configure this changes over here. So what I need to do is, the most important thing is, now if I'm typing something over here, I can able to see that text. So what I need to do is over here, I just need to say secure text entry. So this needs to be secured only if it is pass field. If it is pass field, then I need to say show pass. All right, by default, why the reason I kept it as a true, it's because by default when the user is typing something over here, he is not supposed to see something, right? So that's the reason we changed it. Now if I change this, you can able to see the password and you can able to see the icon, and if I click this, you can that will again, it will be went back to the hidden mode, right? So that's the reason we added it over there. All right, and every time whenever you start typing, you can see the very first letter is automatically coming in a capital letter. So we don't want that. So all we have to say auto capitalize none. Save the changes. Now when you delete it and if you start typing it something, it will not come in the capital letter, but again it's coming in the capital letter. Why? Reload it. Let's reload it and let's check it out. Auto capitalize. Yeah, now it's not coming in the capital letter. All right, now the most important thing that we have to change over here is nothing but this icons. All these icons needs to be changed according to the field or according to the icon whatever I'm sending inside, right? So I need to change those icons according to the placeholders, whatever the placeholders I'm sending in. these things needs to be changed. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use layout effect. Use layout effect hook. Layout effect, open it. Just like the use effect, we are going to use the use layout, because when the layout is coming inside, we are going to make some changes in the states. So here I'm going to use the switch case, switch, open it. I'm going to send the placeholder as the expression inside, then case, if the case is equals to. So if you have a look over here, we having one more field which is nothing but full name. If that is equals to full name, then if it is case is equals to full name, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the icon, right? So I'm going to create a new use state snippet. I'm just going to say icon, and initially the icon is going to be null. If it is a full name, then of course it's a person. So I'm just going to say set icon as person, and of course we need to return it, otherwise it will execute the another case also. If it is not, then I'm going to check the if it is equals to email, then we need to return the icon as set icon as email. If it is equals to password, that means it is a password field, then we need to return the set icon as a lock symbol. All right, so I need to display the icon over here, and let's bring that icon, save the changes. Now you can see the icons will update it according to the placeholders whatever we are sending it inside. Perfect. So then what we need to do is, all we have to do is to bring that option, the button. Let's go back to the login and let's bring it over here. Let me bring the touchable opacity, and inside this touchable opacity, what we need to do, we need to bring a text component, and I'm going to say sign in. And for this touchable opacity, the class name, which is the styles, it's going to be, of course it's going to take the complete width. So width is going to be 4, and px it's going to be 4, and py it's going to be 2, and rounded it's going to be xl, and the background color it's going to be the primary color, and from the margin top I'm going to make it 3, sorry, in the both x and y axis, and it's going to be flex item center and justify center, because inside that everything should be in the center. So you can able to see this over here. Then for this text property, padding py is going to be 2, text it's going to be white color, and text size is going to be xl, and font it's going to be the semi bold. Save these changes. Now we can able to see the nice sign in button over there. And then next what I need to do is I need to bring that what is that create. If you don't have an account, click here to create the text like this. I need to bring that text over there. So to do that, right after that, over here I'm going to create a view. Inside this view I'm going to bring a text. Let's say don't have an account, have an account. Then I'm going to bring the touchable opacity, and inside the touchable opacity I'm going to bring a text. Inside here I'm going to say create here. Save the changes. Now you can able to see that text. So let's go ahead and customize this. Class name equals to, all right, of course it's going to take the complete width, padding top and bottom 12, and flex it's going to be row direction. Then items, everything should be in the center, and justify it's going to be in the center, and space x it's going to be 2. Save the changes. Now everything will be in the center. All right, so then what we need to do is, so we just need to customize the look and feel of these text. So I'm just going to add it, text base and text primary text for this. And for the next one, I'm going to add these text base font semi bold, and I'm going to add the text primary bold. Save the changes, and now it looks like that. All right, so whenever I click this option, I need to take the user to the sign up screen. So let's go ahead and create that navigation option. Const navigation equals to use navigation hook, which is provided by your React navigation. So then whenever I'm clicking this on press, I need to call a callback function, and I need to say navigation dot navigate the user to the sign up screen. Let's copy this and let's paste it over there, save the changes. All right, so now if you click this, that will take you to the sign up screen, but which we don't have anything in that sign up screen. So basically I'm just going to copy this completely, and I'm going to paste it inside the sign up screen, replace it completely, and I'm going to bring these fields over there also, because of course we need all these things. Paste it, and of course we need these import statements too. Save the changes. So now you can able to see the sign up screen. So let's go ahead and make some changes over here. So the most important changes that we need to update over here, which is nothing but the very first thing is in the top, that you need to change some of the logo, which is fine, totally fine, and the text is going to be join with us. Save the changes, join with us. So then what is next? We need to bring this full name option. So let's go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to bring that instead of this alert section, I need to bring this full name section over here, and this is going to be full name is pass, it's going to be false, and we need to update this state. So let me create one more state over here, use state snippet, that is for full name, right? So what we need to do is, let's get the name state, and let's use that name over here, set name, save these changes. All right, so now we have that full name property, which is applied perfectly over there. Email and password, everything is going to be the same, but this time instead of sign in, I'm going to display the sign up, and instead of don't have an account, I'm just going to say have an account. If you have an account, then sign in or log in here, log in here, save the changes, and instead of sign up screen, I just need to navigate the user to the login screen. So now if I tap this, that will take the user to login. If I tap this, that will take the user to sign in. So there is only one more thing is missing, which is nothing but the avatar image over here. So let's go that and fix that avatar section. So what I need to do is, first I need to bring that avatar section. So that is supposed to be right after this text option over here. This is the avatar section. So over here, I'm going to create a view. Wait a minute. So this view, which is basically going to take the complete width. So width is going to be full, and flex and item center, and justify everything in the center location, and the position is going to be the relative position, and the top and bottom my, it's going to be 4 or something. Inside here, I'm going to bring the touchable opacity, and Okay, so here now what I need to do is I need to bring a small circle with the border of that, like that. So class name, oops, class name, which is width is going to be 20, height is going to be 20, and padding P1, rounded it's going to be full, and border it's going to be 2, and border it's going to be primary, and relative position. And inside this touchable opacity, so I need to bring an image source, open it, URI. Inside here I'm going to bring that URI link which I need to display. So class name, it's going to be width is going to be full, height is going to be full, and the resize mode is going to be contained. So what I need to do is, so basically I'm going to bring the list of names, so you can copy that code directly from the link in the description below. So let me create a new folder over here in the root directory called utils. Inside that utils, I'm going to create a new file called supports.js, and I'm going to paste all these links, avatars and everything. All right, so basically these are nothing but the list of avatars. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the avatars inside over there. So save these changes and let's go back to the sign up screen. So what I need to do is I need to get the avatar. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to create a new state. Let's say use state snippet, and let's say avatar. Initially the avatar is going to be the very first index, which is nothing but the very first index from this array. So let's go here and let's bring the avatars from the utils. So from the avatars, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the 0th index. In that index you can see we have this image property. Inside that image we have the asset, inside that we have the URL. So I'm going to get that image.url, asset.url. So that is going to be the avatar. So I'm going to set that over here, avatar. So if I save these changes, you can able to see this option over there. Right now I'm wondering why I am getting that background oops, not BG primary, border primary. Yes, that's the reason. Yep, now you can see we can able to see that avatar image. So now what I need to do is inside this image, which after displaying it, what I need to do, I need to bring one more view, class name, which is width is going to be 6, height is going to be 6, and BG it's going to be primary, and around it of course it's going to be full, and it's going to be absolute position. From the top it's going to be 0, and right it's going to be 0, and flex everything inside it's going to be the center. All right, inside here I'm going to bring an icon, which is nothing but a pencil icon. Make sure this is imported, save the changes, and now you can able to see the pencil icon. So whenever I'm tapping this, I need to bring the list of avatars where I can able to see it. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff right now. All right, so I'm going to bring that avatar top of this complete section. So that is need to be updated right after here. This is the place where we are bringing this section, so I need to bring it right after here. So what I'm going to do it over here is let me bring a React fragments. Inside this React fragments, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this list of avatars section. All right, so then inside here I'm going to create a view So basically that view is going to take the complete width and height. So absolute position, of course, so it's going to take the complete width and height. So let's use the insert, and of course always it's going to be top of the layer, and BG it's going to be red color. So for the time being, wait a minute. All right, so now we can able to see that, you can see that it's occupying the complete width and height, right? So it's working perfectly, so we don't need this all these stuffs and everything. Let this, and then inside here, so instead of using the width, we can use it. Otherwise you can directly use that screen width and screen height. You can read the dimensions and the height and directly by using the dimensions property which we created over here. You can use that also. Better approach is read the screen height and width and use it instead of using width full and height full. Sometimes it might not work. It's better to apply it hardcore it by using the style attribute. Width is going to be screen width, not screen height, screen width, and then height it's going to be the screen height. Save the changes. If you are applying the background color right now, you can able to still get that same result, right? So this is the best approach. All right, save the changes. Now it's fine. Now what I need to do is I need to I'm going to display a list of avatars. Sometimes it might go beyond the screen size. So let's enable the scroll view from the React Native. Inside the scroll view, I'm going to bring the blur view. Basically, I need to blur the screen, whatever I'm having over here. Otherwise, we need to display it in a different color. Instead of that, I'm going to use this expo blur view. So let's bring that expo blur view. So to bring it, what you need to do is you need to add this expo blur. So let me copy this and let me open up our terminal and let's say yarn add expo blur. So this will add that expo blur in your project. So then what I can do, I can bring that blur view over here. So let's say blur view, make sure that is imported properly, and inside here I'm going to bring the class name, and this is going to be width full and height full, and px it's going to be 4, and py it's going to be 16, and flex it's going to be in a row direction, and flex everything should be a wrap, and everything should be in the item center, and justify everything should be in the evenly direction. Then inside here, inside this blur view, I'm just going to say tint the what kind of color for that blur view you need, light color. Then intensity of that blur view it's going to be 40. All right, let's say this changes. You can able to see that over there. So let me bring that icon inside. Let me copy this and let's give this over here. Now you can see it's completely taking that complete width and height of the screen. You can able to see that that tint effect over there, right? So then what I need to do is inside here I need to bring the list of avatars. So according to the avatars, if I have the avatars dot map, of course we have that because it's loading from the local, right? So avatars it's loading from the local. I'm going to use the map functions to get the each and every items one by one from it. Then I'm going to render it. Make sure that you're using the normal brackets, not the curly brackets. So then touchable opacity, that's inside here. I'm going to bring the image source URI. Inside here I need to bring the item dot image dot asset dot URL. Then of course it's going to take the width and height of the complete parent. All right, so for this touchable opacity I'm going to bring the class name completely like this: width, height, margin, padding, and rounded full, and border radius and the positions and everything. And of course we need to use the key prop, otherwise it will throws an error. So I'm going to use the item underscore id as a key prop, save these changes, and now we can able to see all the avatars over here looking good. So then what I need to do, whenever I'm pressing, I'm just going to say on press handle avatar. Okay, whenever I'm pressing this, I need to send that along with that item. I'm going to send that item along with it. Then I'm going to create that method over here, and I'm going to get that item over here, open it. So what I need to do is, whenever I'm clicking this, all I need to say set avatar as item. From the item we are going to get the image and everything, right? So let's copy this completely, this line from here, and let's paste it over here, just like that. Save these changes. Now whenever I'm clicking this avatar image will get updated, but we don't want to display this stuff every single time, right? So to display and to make it enable and disable, we need to monitor one more state. So let's go here, bring one more state, use state snippet, let's say is avatar or something, avatar menu. Let's keep it in that way. By default it's going to be false. So what we need to do is, whenever I click that edit option, the place where we are bringing that over here, this is the place. So on press, whenever I'm pressing it, what I need to do is I need to say set is avatar menu as true, save the changes, and once handle the avatar, here I'm just going to say set is avatar menu as false, because we set that image. So first let's set it up, then we make it false. So now if I click this, it's not working. The reason it's not working because this complete stuff, this react fragments, this complete stuff, it's supposed to be inside is avatar menu. Only if it is true, then we need to render that fragment. Save the changes. Now when I click this, it will opens up, and if I choose this, it will be disappeared. So we successfully finished the sign up screen as well as the login screen. Then all we have to do is to check the email pattern. So because we need to make sure that email pattern it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? Because otherwise it will, if it is not working properly, we need to update that status. So that what we need to go and do next. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's jump into the login screen. So the place where we are sending this email, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to validate that email. So what we need to do is to monitor that, I'm going to create one more state. Let's say use state, let's say get email validation status or something, like a very big name. Cool. So by default it is going to be false. All right, so then what we need to do is just give me a minute. I think I missed something. So what we need to do is Where did I missed it? I missed something. We created that state and we need to parse that state only for the email field. So all I have to say is set get email validation stated, and I'm going to send the exact same thing, and I'm going to copy this, save these changes, copy this line and add it up for your sign up page for your email field also. This is the place where we are adding it, paste it, and let's bring that state completely, and let's add it up over here, save these changes. Now we don't have any errors, but the state needs to be updated in our user input.jsx. Let's go to the components folder, go here, and let's bring that what's that property that we created, this one, copy this and let's bring it over here as a property. Now what we need to do is over here I need to validate that the email, right? So whenever the state is getting changed, so this is the place, this is whenever the input is getting updated, this is the function it's being triggered. So here, if the placeholder is equals to email, then I need to check this. Otherwise, I don't need to check this. If the placeholder is email, then I need to check this regular expression. I need to check this regular expression over here. This is the regular expression that I need to follow. This is the pattern. If it is valid, then I just need to say console.log status. Open it. Over here you can see here. Now if I'm typing something, you can see it's giving false because sample@gmail, of course it's false, but once I return it in the sample@gmail.com, it's giving the value as true, right? Because it's a valid email. So the status is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Let's delete that status and let's say I'm going to create a one more state over here, because whenever this is wrong I need to change the color, right? So I'm just going to say use state snippet is email valid. This email is valid by default. What I need to do by default, it is going to be false field only, because I need to display only if it is if that value is false, if the value is true. So here I'm just going to say set is email valid. I'm going to update the status value, then set get email status as the status value. Whatever the status I'm getting, whether it is true or false, I need to update it. And according to that, I need to change this text color, border color over here instead of this. So what I need to do is I need to check a field. What I'm going to say is let's open it. If not, is email is valid and the placeholder should be equals to email, then only, and the value of the value field, if the value length is greater than 0, if the value length is greater than 0, then only I need to display the border color as red color, red 500. Otherwise I need to display this border color. Save these changes. Now you can see, because the value of the value length is 0 and by default it is true, the is email field is true, not email. If it is true, then we don't need to display it over here. All right, so here, because it is exactly applying the quite opposite way over here, because by default the status we are getting is false. If it is true only, that means I'm sorry, I'm confusing you a lot. Just try to understand over here. If it is true, why we are getting this message as true? Because that email is valid. That's the reason we are getting the value as true. So I'm updating that particular status for our email field. That means if it is true means your email is valid. If it is false means your email is not valid. So that's the reason I'm checking not. If you are receiving true, that means you return a valid email. So I don't need to display it in a red color. Then That's the reason I'm checking it as not. If you're receiving it as a true, check it as a false. If you're receiving it as a false, take it as a true. All right, that's what we are making it over here. Now you can see if I type something, it's changed because the length of that email is not greater than 0, and at the same time the email field is not matches the pattern. I need to type the exact same pattern which is matches that pattern whatever we are trying to check over here in this regular expression. Then the border color will change. So now in the sign up screen it's working perfectly. Let's go ahead and check in the login screen also. So here also that is working perfectly. Look at that. So now we successfully validated that emails or user can be restricted to type the exact same pattern which matches that pattern. So I can use this email status before submitting or signing up or logging up. If the status is not getting the exact match value what I'm looking for, I'm not supposed to log in or sign up, whatever it is. If this is true, that means the user is validated perfectly. Then only I need to start registering or start login. Otherwise, I just need to check. I need to throw an alert message over there. All right. So this is cool, and we finally finished. The next important thing that we need to go and do it, that is the Firebase configuration. So we need to jump into the Firebase project and we need to configure it inside our application. So let's go ahead and create that and configure it in our application. All right then, so let's open up our browser and search for firebase.google.com. So over here, all we need to do is to create a new project. So click this go to console. And over here, I'm going to create a new project. And let's say this as YouTube chat application. All right, so click continue. I'm going to disable the Google Analytics and create a new project. So this might take a while. So we need to enable the Firestore collections because that's the place where we are going to store all the details and everything in that project. All right, so and we are going to use the email and password authentication. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so my project is successfully created. So let's click continue. So that will take us to the project dashboard. All right, so in this case, what we need to do is we need to create an app. So basically, we are going to create a web app itself, not for specific platform, either iOS or Android, because we are using a cross-platform application. It's better to create a web app. So I'm just going to create a web app over here, and let's say chat app or something, and click register app. So far, we don't need to worry about the Firebase hosting, so let's leave it in that way. So I'm just going to create this app. All right, so we need to install this Firebase package in our application, and this is our API keys and everything. All right, so let me close this and let me jump into the build navigation and go to the authentication. So you need to enable the authentication. Click get started. And here we are going to enable the email and password. Enable this. We don't need email link, so click save. So that will enable this authentication provider. And let's get back to the Firestore database. Over here, click create database. In this case, I'm just going to keep it in the production mode itself, but you need to update your security rules if you're working for a real-time project. In this case, I'm just going to leave the security rules not that much tight. Later, we'll discuss about the security rules and everything in a separate video briefly. So click this production mode and leave it as it is, or choose your nearby location. And in this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is and enable it. So this will take a few seconds, not more than a minute. So it's setting up the security rules. All right, so it's done over here. So let's get into the rules first. So by default, the permissions and everything, it's blocked because it says over here as a false. So I'm just going to change this to true. Then it will give us the permissions to read or write or whatever the documents that we are up to create over here. All right, so everything is done. And we enable the authentications and everything. So now all we have to do is to create the registrations and sign up and sign in and sign up on options and everything. So for the screen work, everything is done. We need to move into the main work. That's what we are going to do. So before that, let's click over here and jump into the documentation, so the where we can able to see the complete documentations of authentication. So click this build and choose this authentication. So here go to the web, and we are going to use this password authentication. So that will gives you the way how to authenticate yourself, like using create with user with email and password, and how to sign in with email and password. So that's what we are going to use over here, right? So let's get back here and let's jump into the sign up screen. So this is the place where we are going to do that options and everything. So I think my PC it's lagging a bit. Then so now what we need to do is we are inside the sign up screen. So from here, first we need to create a configuration folder. So all I have to do is to create a configuration folder in the root directory. So let me create a new folder called config. Inside this config folder, I'm going to create a new file called firebase.config.js. So inside this firebase.config.js, so we have to bring all the configurations, informations and everything. So let's go ahead and copy those informations from your project settings. Click the project settings, and that will take you to the project settings, so where you can able to copy this. So let me copy this, and before that we need to install this Firebase. So let me paste it over here. PC is hanging so much. Why? I don't know why. The memory pressure is too high over here. It's fine. So we added that. So let's open up the terminal and let's add this package. So yarn add Firebase. This is the package that we need to add. So let's download this. So let it download. So I think it's downloading. Let's take some time to download. So now the package is downloaded successfully. So it's asking me to reload this app. So let me reload it. It's reloading. All right, so now it's working smoothly as it's supposed to be. So here from the Firebase, so what we need to do import is we need to import several packages. So first let's import those things. So from Firebase, all we have to do is to import. So first we need to get the applications information. So let's say Firebase app. From the app folder, I'm going to import the get apps, get app, get apps, and the initialize app. And then we need to import from, we need to get the authentication information. So then only we can read the enabled authentication provider. So Firebase/auth information. So over here we need to get that get auth information, and of course we are going to access the Firestore database, so we need to get the Firestore package as well. So from Firebase/Firestore, this one. All right, so to get the Firestore informations, we need to get the Firestore, save these changes, and all I have to do is to create the application. So const app is equals to get apps dot length. If the length is greater than 0, then get that app information. That means if the app is already created, they get that app information, or else initialize the new app using this Firebase config. Cool. So then what we need to do, so I'm going to export the authentication. So I'm just say Firebase auth and get that auth information from the app which we created. And then we need to get the Firestore database as well. So const Firestore DB, and using the get Firestore method, I'm going to supply the app. Then we'll get that Firestore instance. Then all I need to do is to export these things. Export app, Firebase auth, and Firestore DB. All these things. We need to export all these things. So save these changes. Now everything will be exported. right? So then what we need to do, let's jump into the sign up screen, and this is the place where we are getting the states of email and the password and the full name. We'll get the complete information which we needed, and we have the avatar. Every time whenever user it's changing the avatar, that gives us the avatar as well, the URL. So we need to create this user by using the create email and authentication. All right, so then once we authenticated, the email will be automatically comes under this users folder over here inside this users. So from here we need to push it to our database. That's what we are going to do now. So to do it, what you have to do is, all you have to do is to create a function. So where it is, this is the place where we are signing up. On press, whenever I'm pressing it, what happened? On press, I'm going to call handle sign up method. So that will throw us an error because the handle sign up, it's not there. So we need to go and create that. So no issues. So let's go ahead and create that const handle sign up. And this is supposed to be an asynchronous method. This needs to wait until the action is successfully completed. All right. So over here, I need to make sure the email, the status of the email is validated. Only if that email status is validated, then only we are supposed to create that user, right? So if I'm going to get that email status, if that, and we do have that email, if that is equals, if the email is not equals to empty, all right, the status should be validated, and as well as the email should not be equals to empty. If it is so, we need to create the new user. So I'm just going to say await, and basically what we need to do is we are going to use this create user with email and password. This is the package which is coming from Firebase Auth, and make sure it is imported properly. Then inside this function you need to supply your authentication object. So that's which is coming from your Firebase Auth, which we exported from our firebase.config.js over here. Then I need to supply the email field. Then I need to supply the password field. If it says so, then if it is everything is perfectly, then we'll get the promise, and that is nothing but our user credential. If we get this user credential, that means our data is successfully created. So all I'm going to do is to console.log that user cred dot provide user object. All I'm going to do right now is just do the console log. So let's go ahead and create that option. So it's refreshing right now. It's still refreshing. Why? Let me reload the application. All right, so let's create the sign up here, and the full name, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the full name as my name itself, vetrivel Ravi. Then the email is going to be vetri@gmail.com, and the password is going to be admin@123. So if I click the sign up, so that will create that user, and it's showing us an error, Firebase error, auth missing the password field. It's saying missing a password field. Why? Maybe we made a mistake. Okay, so here instead of sending the password state function, I sent the email, so the email state get replaced. So that's the reason. So here I'm just going to send set password, save it. So now if we see, everything is perfect. So now if we click sign up, this should work perfectly. Okay, it's showing invalid email because the state gets updated, right? So we need to reload this application. Let's type it one more time. Let's go here, create, and let's type it one more time. Ravi, and I'm just going to say admin@gmail.com and admin@123. That will be our password. Let's see it. Okay, so now if we hit the sign up, this should create the user, and you can see it's providing the provider's data, complete information, the email and the JSON web token, everything is created. That means we should have our user over here. Here we go. So now our user is saved successfully over here. Now what we have to do is basically using this data, all I have to do is to push this data into our Firestore database. So that's what we are going to do now. So this is the place where we are getting our data object. So I know I'm getting my data object right now. So I need to create a document over here. Const data equals to, it's an object. So basically underscore ID for the document is going to, from the user credential, I do have this user object. Inside that user object, I do have this UID. So I'm going to use that UID as the data object. Okay, so then what I need to do is I'm going to send the full name. That's the property which we are creating, which is nothing but our name, state. Then profile pic, I'm going to use the profile pic. So basically the profile pic is nothing but our avatar which we choose over here, which is coming from our avatar over here, this state. Yes, that's the place where we are initially setting the URL. So let's choose that avatar state. Then we need to supply the complete informations of these. So I'm going to supply the provider data, and I'm going to send the complete provider data which we get from the user credential. So user dot provider data. So basically inside the provider data you have an array. So that is, we need to get the 0th index of it, and I need to send it. So now I do have the data which we needed. So all I need to do is I need to update this to our Firestore collections. To update this to your Firestore collection, you need to say set doc. So basically the set doc which is coming from your Firestore. Here we go. So that is imported properly. Then I need to give the document reference. So I'm going to use the doc that is also coming from your Firestore reference over here. So that's imported properly. So I need to send our Firestore database object which we created from our Firestore configuration. Then now we have the Firestore database reference. Then I need to give the document collection name, that is nothing but our users. So then I need to supply the ID. So for that particular document, we need to give the unique ID reference whenever you're using the doc or set doc method. If you're using add doc method, basically you can add a data into your Firestore. If you are searching for doc for build, go to the build, and from there you can able to see this real-time database. No, not this one, where it is, build Firestore. So from the Firestore, if you want to add a new data, so add and manage, if you click the add data, so over there you can able to find out that it have two different sets of method. You have the set doc, and you have one more method called add doc also, where it is set doc. Here it is, add doc also. So the reason why we have two different things is, if you are using the set doc method, you need to specify the ID. See, you need to specify the meaningful ID. If you are using add doc will create the ID reference by itself. All right, in this case I'm using the set doc, so I need to specify the ID, and that ID is going to be the user credential ID which is created by the Firestore itself. All right, so I'm going to supply that over here. Then after this doc reference, now this is our document reference. Now I need to send the data to it. So the data object, which is nothing but which we created over here, this is the data, we have to send it through it. So if everything is done perfectly, this will return a promise. So we need to handle that promise. So then I'm going to call a callback function, open it. So if everything is working smoothly as it's supposed to be, I'm just going to navigate this user. So navigation dot navigate this user to the login screen. So let's jump into the app.js, copy this and go to the sign up screen and paste it over here. So this will be if everything is working as it's supposed to be, this will navigate this user completely to the login screen. All right, so let's check it out one more time. let's go here and I'm going to delete this user, delete this account, delete it, refresh. Now we don't have any users, and let's go to the Firestore database. So far everything is empty. So if this is successfully created, let me sign up, and it's created and it's successfully navigated to the login screen. And if you come over here, refresh this, we don't get any error over there. That means the user object is created and the data ID is also created. You can see the full name, and we can see the profile picture URL, and we can see this complete provider data which is provided by the Firebase authentication. That means the user is authenticated successfully. So we have our Firestore collection over here. So now we have our data. So the registration page is successfully done. So then what we have to do, we have to jump back to the login screen. So let's go to the login screen and let's make sure that user it's login authenticated perfectly. All right, so here exactly the same thing. I think I made a same mistake for the password. So let's go and find the password field and change this to set password. Otherwise the email will get overwritten by the using this password input. All right, so now we fix that issue. So let's go here, and all I have to do is to find out the sign in button. So for this I'm just going to say on press. I'm just going to say handle login. So this method is not yet created, so let's go here and let's create that method. Const handle login is equals to, and this is going to be an asynchronous method. All right, so now we have the login screen. So just like the same thing, what we have to do, we need to check this if condition. Let me copy this if condition from here and put it over here, open it. Cool. So now we have that. So then what I need to do, I need to say await sign in with email and password. This is the object that we need to import from the Firebase auth. So sign in with email and password, open it. Then we need to supply our authentication. Cool. Then we need to supply our email. Then we need to supply our password. If everything is perfectly done, then it will return a promise, which we get the user credential from there. Open it. So I need to check. So what I'm going to do is, if I do have this user credential, that means the data it's validated properly. Then all I have to do is to console.log. If everything is perfectly logged in, I need to get the user ID, because using that user ID, I need to collect this document, because this is the information which we needed, not that not this information alone, which is provided by your Firebase auth. So I'm going to get the user ID from the user credential. We do have this user object. Inside that you do have this UID, because using this ID only we created that document. So I need to get that. So let's go ahead and do the console log first. So what is the email ID which we created? admin@gmail.com. So here admin@gmail.com, and we need to say admin@123. So now if I click sign in, you can see that's giving us the user ID over here. We are getting the user ID. I hope you can see this. Let me make it a little bit bigger. All right, so now you can see this. Let me fix this. Okay, so now you can able to see this, the user ID. Okay, so now we have this user ID. Using this user ID, we need to fetch the information from the Firestore collection. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say get. Let me console log this. Let's leave it as it is. Get doc. We need to use the get doc method, because if you want to read the data from the user, just go through this documentation from here, read data, and choose the get data. So that will gives you that information. So how exactly you need to use this get doc method to read the data from the Firestore. All right, so this is the example to set, and this is the place where you are getting the document. Okay, so let's go here. So using the get doc method, I'm going to supply the document reference, and first thing you need to supply the Firestore DB, because that is our database reference. Then I'm going to use the users object, which should be exactly same as this collection name. So let's copy and paste it to avoid the unwanted mistakes. Then I need to supply the ID, which we do have over here. Let's apply it. then what we need to do is that is going to return a promise. That means the get doc method is going to return a promise over here. So let's say dot then open it. So this will gives us the document snap. So this will gives us the snap record. So let's get this doc snap. So you can see this is what we are getting over here. We need to make sure whether the document is exist or not. If it is exist, then we need to get the document data. Otherwise the document is not there. All right. So we are getting the doc snap. Open it. If that doc snap dot exist, that means the data is exist, the record is found, then all we have to do is to console.log user data colon, let's say doc snap dot data object. We'll get the data object. So save these changes. So let's sign in again. Here we go. So we are getting that complete user information. So this is the information that we need to push it into the Redux. So basically we need to configure the Redux. So before jumping into that conclusion, so what we have to do is we need to give the alert message. What happens if the user type the invalid username and invalid password? So let's fix that issue. So this is the place where we are getting the then object, that means the promise. And here I need to catch if there is any error. In case if there is any error, open it. So what I need to do is, all I have to do is to do console.log let's say error colon, here from the error we'll get the message. So basically you can get that message from here, where it is, because here they will give you the error object also when you're trying to fetch. Somewhere over here they will give you the error object also. I missed it. Where it is? Okay, so nothing but this is nothing. This is the one error dot message. You will get the error dot message object. So let's say if I'm typing a wrong password over here, so you know the password is wrong because admin at 123 is the password. So I'm typing the wrong password right now, and you can see we are getting that error message as auth wrong password. So what I need to do is right after here, all I have to do is to set the alert message. So I'm going to say where it is. So we need to bring the alert message, right? So to bring the alert section, so I already create the alert section over here. This is the place. So let's bring the alert component first. Text, it's going to be, for the time being, I'm just going to say error over here because we need to make sure whether it is working fine or not. So class name, it's going to be, so width, of course it's going to take the width, full width. Then no, not necessary. The text size is going to be the base size. Then text color is going to be red 600. So save these changes. So you will get that. Why we are getting it like this? Not sure. Let's reload this. Okay, so now we can see we are getting that error message over here, but this is not supposed to be displayed like that way. So what I need to do is I'm just going to create two different states. One is to display the alert and another one is to update the alert message over there. So let's create the two different states over here. Use state snippets. So first is going to be alert. By default the alert is going to be the false, and then use state snippet alert message, and this is going to be empty string, or we can keep it as a null because initially it's going to be a null only. So what we can do is this alert needs to be displayed only if there is any alert, then only I need to display that. And over here, instead of this error message, I need to display the alert message. Save these changes. Now it will not be displayed over there. So then what I need to do is this is the place where we are getting that error message. So all I have to make sure, so you can see what the error message we are getting. So if whenever the user typing, if that error message include this wrong password, that means user entered a wrong password. If apart from this, if the user getting any other error, that means the email is wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fix this two error. I'm not going to much deeper into the error section, so you can do the console log and you can play with this error messages and everything. For the time being over here, I'm just going to check if that error dot message object dot includes. This is the method that you need to use, includes. This will help you to check whether it's having that method or not. So includes error that so this will help you to compare that string. Okay, includes. If it have this wrong password, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. Wrong password. If it includes that wrong password, that means we need to set the alert message. So set alert as true, then set alert message as like password mismatch, something like this. Else all we have to do, get the same thing, paste it over here, and here I'm just going to say invalid email address, something like that. So once everything is done, after here, using the set interval, right after 2 seconds, I need to remove that warning message. So set alert, which is going to be false again. Save these changes. So now if I am typing something, let's say sample@gmail.com. So here I'm just going to say admin@123. So we know that this address is not found. So we know that because this user data is not exist. So here over here, this user data is not exist. So if it is not exist, then also we need to say set alert and user not found. And right after this set an interval, we need to remove that alert message. Save these changes. So now if I hit this enter, you can see it's showing as the invalid email address because it will jump in directly into this over here. But what is the thing we are getting? We are getting the user not found error. So instead of checking that error over here, instead of this in this else block, instead of checking that error in this else block, it's better to check it over here. So what I'm going to do is from here, I'm just going to cut this completely, because if the document does not exist, it's directly jumping into the catch block, because that error happened, so it's jumping into the catch blocks. That's the reason we are not getting that error over there. So we can simply paste it over here. This is going to be else if it is this error message is equals to, copy and paste it. If that error message is equals to this user not found, then we don't need the set interval because we already removed it globally outside. So if the user is not found, then it's going to be user not found. If the email address is not valid, then it's going to be email is not valid, then it is password mismatch. Okay, so now if I click sign in, it's going user not found. And let me delete this completely, and I'm just going to change this to admin@gmail.com. Password is going to be something extra, and if I click this, password mismatch error is working perfectly. Let me update it, and if I'm typing an invalid user address, that's going to say why it's going to say again the same thing, 123 admin@123, sign in. So now we are getting that user data over here. So the error message what we got over here, everything is, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? It's cool. This is working perfectly fine. Okay, so now we got this data. So with this data, what I need to do is I need to send this data into the Redux store, so I can able to use this data anywhere at any time we needed it. So all we have to do is to add the Redux. So let's go ahead and add the Redux package. So let's say on add Redux, React-Redux, enter. So that will add these two different packages. So now next what we need to do is, let's go ahead and create the context folder. Create a new context folder in the root directory, right click and create a new folder called context. Wait a second, why it's not typing anything? New folder, context. All right, so now we have the context folder. Inside this context folder, now what I need to do is, I have to create the actions, and I need to create the reducers, and I need to create the store. That's what we need to do now. All right, so let's go ahead and create those context actions and everything. So let's create this new folder over here and name that folder as actions. Name that new folder as actions, and name that new folder again as reducers. And inside the reducers, so what I need to do, I need to have one more file called index.js. So basically this, inside this index.js only, we are going to combine all the reducers together, because for a real-time project you're not going to have only one reducer for one action. So we might have a different reducers, so I need to combine all those reducers together. So then inside this context folder, I'm going to create the store.js. All right, so let's jump into the actions first. So we need 3 sets of actions, right? Or at least we need 2 different sets of actions. One is to set the user, and another one is to set the user object as null. So let's create that user object over here. So in this case, I'm just going to copy and paste it to avoid the timing. So you guys just pause the video and write this function over here, or you can find this link in the description below, the GitHub link of this project. So you can copy this code and paste it over here. So not in the stores.js, you need to paste this inside the actions. So let's create the actions first. I'm sorry. So let's create the user actions.js. User actions.js. Inside the user actions, paste that code. So we have 2 different actions over here. One is set user, another one is set user null. So the function basically is returning an object, which is nothing but type and user. We have this user data, which we are sending it from the client side, and we are sending it to the null object. This is the action that we need to save. So save it and close this user action. We don't need that file anymore. Then let's jump into the reducer and create a new file in the reducer folder called user reducer.js. So basically inside the user reducer, what we need to do is we need to create the user reducer. So let's say, let me rename this into user auth reducer. That will be reasonable. User auth reducer. Okay. So here I'm just going to say const user auth. Let me copy this name. Copy, paste it. Okay. So here I'm going to call a callback function. Open it, and I'm going to export this user auth by default. So export default as the user auth reducer. So inside this, I'm going to send 2 different parameters. One, the state itself, initial state is going to be null, and another one is going to be the action. So basically the action, whatever we are triggering it from the user action side, right? So I'm going to use the switch case over here, switch, and I'm going to say from the action. Over here in the action, we are sending the type object. So if that action dot type is equals to this case where it is user action, if it is equals to this set user, then I need to return an object which is nothing but all the default state as it is, except the user state. And basically I'm going to update the user state from in the user actions. I'm sending this user data, so I'm supplying that data over here. So now the user state will get updated. All right, so then what I need to do is I need to create one more case just like the same way. Copy this and paste it over here. The default is going to be, copy this and change the state name, and we need to send the state, and the default user action is going to be null action, null, and all the way by default we need to send all the states together as it is. That's the default case. Okay, so now the user auth reducer is working as it's supposed to be smoothly. Then what we need to do, let's jump into the index.js. As I told you, we need to combine all the reducers together because we can't send every single reducer separately to our store. So we need to combine it, then we need to send it. So I'm just going to import from Redux. I'm going to bring the combine reducer, then import because we need to get the user auth reducer. Let's import it, or we import it automatically from here. So reducer, my reducer is equals to combine reducer. This is a function, and I'm going to supply the object of records. So user, this is the state that we are creating, and for this I'm going to send the user auth reducer, which is imported automatically. Then all I need to do is to export it default, export default my reducer. So save these changes. Now index.js is successfully done. So next thing is we need to move on to the store.js. So let's go to the store.js. So that's the place where we are creating the new store. So let's create it. So import from Redux. So I'm just going to create this object called create store. Then all we have to say const store is equals to create store, and I'm going to supply my reducer which we created from our index.js. Make sure that is imported properly. Then we need to export our store, export default store. Save these changes. Now the store is done. Then what we have to do is we need to jump to the app.js, and we need to wrap this complete stuff with the provider data. So we need to get the provider component given by our React Redux package. So let's go here, import from React Redux. It will gives you the provider component. So using this component, we need to wrap this complete stack navigator. So let's import that provider component. So this is having a prop called store property, store prop, and we need to supply our store over here, which is coming from our context store. So then I need to wrap the entire stack navigator inside in it. Save this change. So now it's refreshed and it's not showing any issue. That means the store is successfully created and it is implemented. If you're getting any error, so please drop that error in the comment section. I can help you out with that. All right. So now what I need to do, all I have to do is to sign in one more time. Let's say admin@gmail.com and admin@123. So before signing in, all we have to do is to go to the login screen. So I need to dispatch this into the user state, right? So let's go to the login screen, and let's dispatch. This is the place where we are getting that data. So I need to get the dispatch object. So const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. So basically this dispatch hook will help you to dispatch the action, whatever we created, right? So I need to trigger that action, then only you can perform something in your Redux. So I need to create an object for the use dispatch hook, then I can dispatch the actions. So here I'm just going to say dispatch set user. That's the method which we created, set user action. So to this action we need to send the data. So I'm going to send this data object, copy it, send it. So now we have this data object. All right. So what we have to do is save these changes. So if everything is working perfectly, now without any error, this action will perform. If it is not working properly, we will get an error. Let's see. Let's hope it will work fine. So far no mistakes. So let's try it over here. admin@gmail.com, admin@123. Let's check the password. If I click sign in, ID, everything is fetched. That means there is no error so far over here, right? So the user state is, it's completely it's pushed the data to the state, right? So we need to make sure whether the state is working fine or not. It's whether the state is working fine or not. So let's do the console log once again. So far it's not showing any error. So let's check whether it is working perfectly or not. So what is the concept over here is every time once the user successfully logged in, he closed the app again. Once when he opening the app again, he don't want to log in again. We need to validate that refresh token by ourselves. So we need to validate that token. If the token is not validated properly, we need to send the user to the login screen, or else we need to take the user to the home screen. So we can't do that directly in the app.js, because when I'm trying to do it inside the app.js, because at that point the store itself it's not even created. So whenever I'm trying to do that, it's showing an error. So to avoid that, to overcome that error, so what I did is we need to create a new screen over here. Let's say splash screen .jsx and rnfe, save it. Let's export it from our index, copy this, save it. So let's go here to app.js, and what we need to do is we need to copy and paste it, and I'm going to change this to splash screen. So I'm going to load the splash screen for very first time. So, and then I'm going to copy it and paste it one more time, and I'm going to say home screen, and that is going to be the home screen. So save these changes. So when I'm reloading it initially, not here, when I'm reloading it initially, it's going to load the splash screen. You can see the splash screen, it's loaded. So let's go here to the splash screen. So let's fix this UI, then I'll show you how to get that user data, because now we know that we signed it successfully, right? So let's go ahead and check that. So what we need to do is, so inside this splash screen, I'm going to bring this UI. So let me copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. Not that much, just flex item center, justify center, and I'm going to bring the logo from our assets. Let's bring the logo, and let's import this image as well in the React Native package, and let's add this activity indicator in the React Native package. So if you save these changes, now we can able to see the logo and as well as the splash screen. So now it's loading. So now what I need to do is I need to get that authentication information. So before this UI it's been mounted, so what I need to do is I need to get the user layout, use layout effect hook. So this will execute before this layout completely mounted into that. I need to execute this method, right? So that's the reason we are using this hook. So here I'm just going to create a method called const check logged user. Open it, and this is going to be an asynchronous method. Enter. So over here, using this Firebase auth object, I'm going to use that on auth state changed method. I'm going to get that user credential, user cred. If we do have that user cred, so inside the if we do have that user cred dot uid, if you have that object, then we need to collect that object, then we need to navigate the user to the home screen, or else we need to navigate this user directly to the sign-in screen. So navigation, so we need to get the navigation object, const navigation equals to use navigation. Open it. So all I'm going to say navigation, not navigator, navigation, TION. Okay, my bad, double N. Navigation dot navigate, or we can say replace. So we need to completely replace the screen, so the user can't go back and forth by using the gestures handler, right? So we need to navigate the user to the login screen. So if I want to go back, all I can able to use the gesture, so I can go back to the previous screen. So we are not supposed to allow the user to do that. So that's the reason we are replacing it. Let's go to the app.js and copy this login screen name and paste it over here. If we do have the user ID, all I have to do, what again, I need to get that information. So let's go here. This is the place where we are getting the doc. Okay, let me copy this get doc completely and paste it over here. And yep, I need to import this Firestore DB. I need to import this, and I need to import this, and I need to import this as well. Then I need to get the dispatch object. So const dispatch equals to use dispatch So we have all the informations. So if this successfully done, where it is, if condition is finishing over here, dot, then this is the object we are getting, exist, then so if we have this object, so here this is the place, so this is the place where we are getting the record. So right after here I'm going to get the one more promise called dot, then using that I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to use the set interval time, and I'm going to say that set interval as 200. I'm just navigating that user to navigation dot replace the user to the home screen. So now what's the beauty over here is, if we have the data, this will navigate the user to the home screen, or else this will navigate the user to the login screen. But right now nothing is happening, still it's keep on loading over here. Let me reload this application. This is loading. Oh, my bad. So I didn't call this function. Check logged user. Save these changes over here. We are getting an error. That's fine. That is something processing. Okay. So because initially we don't have this user ID object. Save these changes. Cannot read the UID of an undefined var. We are reading it. User. Oh, okay. Here we will not get the user object. That's the mistake. So what's the reason we are getting this issue is, so here we are getting the ID directly. We are getting the ID property directly because there is no user property. So that's the reason. So if you expand it here, you can get the UID object. So that's the mistake. So now you will get that data. Look at that. We'll get the data, and it's navigated the user to the login screen, but again and again it's executing. Why? This is not supposed to happen. This is pushing the user again and again. This is supposed to happen only one time, but I don't know why it's happening again and again. Reload it. Why it is happening? This part of statement is executing again and again. So let me copy this from here. Once after the successful dispatch, I'm going to replace the user to the different screen. So still we are getting that same actions, and again it's repeating the same stuff again and again. Don't know why it's really replacing. So let's reload it. Login screen. Why this is happening? This is not supposed to happen. I don't know what's the mistake over here and what exact mistake we are making. Navigation dot replace. It's constantly repeating the same stuff. It's been repeating. I don't know why. Okay, let's fix this issue. I'm not navigating it again. Reloading. Okay, so now it's not navigating. It's because we are not pushing this user anywhere, because we dispatched it and we are not pushing it anywhere. So this is the place where we are getting that .then object. So right after here, if I get the dot property dot catch, in case if there is, let's get the .then object one more time, get the callback function, and let's using the set interval. We don't need the set interval actually. Navigation dot replace. If I do this, okay, the problem is because of set interval. My bad. The problem is because of the set interval. I need to say set timeout. We need to use the set timeout object. Set timeout. Right after 2 seconds, we need to replace. It is not set interval. My mistake. This is supposed to be set timeout method. A simple mistake make a very big problem. So now it doesn't matter when you are refreshing it. It's load this splash screen. Then it will verify the user data. If you have the user data, that data will be dispatched and that will navigate the user to the home screen. So let's go to the home screen and let's console log whether we do have the data or not. So use const user is equals to use selector hook. I'm going to get the state object. From the state, I'm going to get the user state. So then I'm just going to console log logged user. I'm going to append this user object, save this changes. Now you can able to see we have the logged user. Inside that we have this user object and we do have a complete information. So if you notice here, we're having this user object also inside. See, user, inside the user object only we have the complete information. So I need to get the user.user. So if I do so, now I have the complete ID and informations and everything over here. That means our Redux store is working smoothly and it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now we are inside the home screen. So in the home screen, what we have to do is, so this is the home screen is supposed to looks like. So this is what we need to go ahead and create now. This is the screen that we need to create now. We need to display the logo and the user informations and all the chat rooms which we created. So let's go ahead and design that chat rooms and the home screen completely. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then. So let's go to the home screen. Let's bring this logo and this image section first. All right. So I'm going to make this class name equals to flex1. So okay, then so this is supposed to bring, let's check whether it is bringing everything in the center or not. So yep, it's bringing everything in the center, so I don't need this anymore. So it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So then what we have to do is, I need to bring the safe area view. So I need to keep everything inside the safe area view. So safe area view, make sure that you're importing it from the React Native. All right. So inside here, what I need to do is, I'm going to bring one more view inside in it. So that view is going to display the top section, basically this top section. So that's what we are going to bring over here. So view. So for this view, we're going to add the class name, which is width, of course, it's going to be full, and flex, everything is going to be in a row direction. An item, of course, in the center of the line, and justify, it's going to be between, and the padding in left and right is going to be 4, and the top and bottom is going to be 2. Inside here, now I need to bring this logo image. So let me copy that line and let me paste it over here. So I'm going to import the logo from the assets, and I'm going to bring the image from the React Native. So right after here, of course, we need to bring the profile view, right? So we need to bring this profile view. So I'm going to bring this touchable opacity, because whenever you tap that profile, that's will take the user to the profile view. So here class name is equals to, so this is going to be a fixed width and height, so that is going to be w h12 and rounded full and border bg primary color, border primary color, and of course everything inside in it, it's going to be in the center location, so flex item center and justified center. Inside here, let me enable the word wrap so you can see it completely. So inside here I need to bring that image, so let me copy this image one more time, and instead of this I'm going to say width full, height full, and it is going to cover the entire screen cover. And I'm not going to use the logo here, I'm going to bring the user object. So open the one more URI, because basically inside the user data what we have this profile picture as a URL, so we need to use the URI object. Over here I need to get the user data. Inside the user data, of course we do have this profile pic, where it is, here it is, copy this, paste it here. All right, so we need to you need to use the conditional rendering, because if there is no user object, it will take some time to load first, so we need to wait until this. So here this will display the data, everything is perfectly fine. Save these changes. Now we can able to see that user profile over there. You can able to see that user profile, so that we can able to see. Now when I tap it, I can able to see, we can see that it's giving the nice opacity animations. All right, so then what we need to do, we need to bring this this option, this area, messages and everything. So let's go ahead and do that. So basically that is going to be the scroll view, so we need to enable the scroll in area over here. So let's bring the scroll view, and inside the scroll view we need to make sure the scroll view is taking the complete width and height. So let's say width full, and px it's going to be 4, left and right 4, and from the padding top I'm just going to move it a little bit further down, so padding top as 4. So let's bring that view now. So first what we need to do is we need to bring that messages section. So we need to bring this messages section over here. So let's go ahead and do that messages option. Wait a second. So what we can do is, let's create one more view and make this view as a complete full width. And inside here, first we are going to bring the message title section. So let's bring that view over here, and for this view I'm going to add this class name. So let me bring up that complete class details. Okay, so let me copy it and let me paste it over here like this. So inside this view now what we need to do is we need to bring the text box. Let's display the text box, text, class text primary, text base and padding bottom. So that will display the message box over there. So right after this text box we need to bring the touchable opacity. So basically this is for adding a new chat room. So I need to bring that icon over here, which is nothing but the icons. Bring it, so import it, so that will display the icons. So now right now we are not doing any actions over here. Later we need to add, if I tap this, that needs to take the user to the add screen. If I tap this, that needs to take the user to the profile screen, right? This view is completed now. So right after that view, what I need to do is I need to bring the right after that view, this is the view right after here. So initially you might notice that these are all the chat rooms which is coming lively from our Firebase. So that will take some time to load it over here. So I need to show that activity indicator. So I'm going to create a, let me delete this, use state snippet, and let's say is loading. If it is loading, by default it's going to be, I think it needs to be true. Okay, by default I'll keep it as true. Okay, for the, so here if it is loading, then I need to display something. If not, I need to display that complete message cards and everything. So if it is loading, that means I need to display a view over here. view. Inside this view, of course, it's going to be a complete width full and flex item center, justify it center. And inside here, I'm going to bring that activity indicator. So let me bring that activity indicator over here, save these changes. So now this activity indicator is not really exist. So we need to import it, and that error will gone. The splash screen is loaded, user data is logged, and now you can see that activity indicator. So this time that indicator will indicator act as a placeholder until you collect the complete data from your Firestore collections. Okay, so the activity indicator is working fine. For the time being, I'm just changing this state as a false. Okay, so now you will not get any indicator over there because it's rendering this particular block over there. So over here, I'm going to bring the message card. So I need to create a message card. So message card. So I'm going to create a message card as an internal component. So const message card equals to open it, and here I'm going to return a view, and inside this view I'm going to get the text hi, something like that. So that is supposed to display the hi message over here. So because it's rendered over there, so we are getting that option over here. So now here, what I need to do is, so if you notice that whenever I'm tapping this, that's need to take the user to this chat screen, right? So that's what we are going to do. So let's delete this completely and let's make it as touchable opacity, and inside this touchable opacity, we need to do all these stuff. So let's bring the styles first. So I need to copy this style and let me paste it over here. So width the full, flex row, item center, justified center, and padding top and everything. Now inside here, now what I need to do is, so we need to bring, what are the things we do have? We have this image section, and we have this content section, and we have this, what is that? The text section. So totally we have 3 different sections inside it. So this is for image, and this is for content, and this is for time text over there, right? So let's bring the image sections over here. So basically for image section, I'm not creating any specific image for the chat room or anything. So I'm just going to use the icon, which is same icon for every chat rooms. So later in this project, if you are creating a separate profile picture for your chat rooms and everything, we can bring that image and we can display it over here. Just replace this with that profile picture, right? Then what I need to do, I need to bring the text section. So basically, if you check the text section over here, we have 2 different text sections over there, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring a view. All right, inside this view, we need to bring 2 different text boxes. So that's what we are going to do now. Okay, so over here, I'm going to bring that text box. So let's copy that and let me bring it over here, text box. So please pause the video and type the same styles and everything. So I'm just copy and pasting the classes to avoid the timing and everything. So then let's bring the subtext. Let me copy it and let me paste it over here. So this is the message title. I'm just going to keep it as message title for the time being. Save the changes. So now you can able to see the message title and some text over here. Then what we need to do is, right after here, we need to bring that the same text section. So let me copy that text and paste it as well. All right. So now you can able to see that text. So now what we need to do is, we need to repeat the same card over here. So copy this, paste it for several times. So you can able to see this, and the scroll view is everything is working perfectly, and the card everything is working perfectly because of this design we created. So later what we need to do, after adding the chats and everything, we need to bring that real chat over here. Okay, so that's what we need to do later. But right now what we need to do, we need to focus on this add to chat screen. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so when I click this, that's need to navigate the user to add to chat screen. So we don't have that add to chat screen. So let's go ahead and create that screen first. So to create that screen first, all you have to do is to create a new file and name that file as add to chat. It's not creating, why? oops, add to chat screen dot jsx. All right, so let's keep it as rnfe. So then we need to add this in the index.js file. So copy this and let's change this to add to chat screen. Copy this and paste it over here. Save these changes. So now we can export it from there. Then let's jump into the app.jsx and copy this from here, and let's add to chat screen and copy this and paste it over here. Make sure that is imported in your screen. All right, so now what we need to do is let's jump into the where is that add to chat screen? Yeah, here we go. So we need to move into the add to chat screen option. So here now what we need to do is, so let's add this styles over here, class name equals to, let's keep it as flex1, save the changes. So now if you click this, that's need to navigate to the add to chat screen, right? So let's go to the home screen and let's find out where the place, I think this is the one. So whenever I'm clicking this on press, I need to navigate the user. So let's call a callback function and use the navigation object. So we haven't created that navigation object yet. So let's go here and create the navigation object. Const navigation equals to use navigation hook. Use that over here. Navigation dot navigate the user to add to chat screen. Let's jump to the app.js. Copy this and give it to your, let's go to the home screen and paste it over here. Save these changes. So now if you click this, that will takes the user to the add to chat screen, and let's jump into the add to chat screen. Add to chat screen. So here, now inside here, now what I need to do is, so if you have a look at here, the chat screen is looking quite different. We can't use the safe area view because you can see this is taking this green area, is taking the complete screen, including the notch display also. So first let's bring that green area. So let me delete this. So I'm just going to use the view, and let's say this view class name. It's going to take the width to full, and it's going to take the PG primary, and PX it's going to be 4, PY it's going to be 6. So basically it's need to take the flex, not the complete one, but 0.25% of the flex box. All right, so save this. That means 0.2. So now you can see it's taking the complete top, that 20% area. All right, so then okay, so now let's go here. Now what we need to do is we need to bring these two sections, this chevron left icon and the profile screen. So let's go here and bring that now. So inside this, now what I need to do is I need to create a view which is going to be that wrapper of these two different objects over here. So this view is going to take this different sets of classes. So let's going to copy that class name and I'm going to give it over here. So flex row, item center, justify between, width full, and same thing. Now inside here we need to bring these two different sets of options. One is going to go back, and another one is going to be the you can have the middle section, and if you're having the like, what is it, that's the last section over here, the last section, that is nothing but your profile section. So for go back, I'm going to bring this option, touchable opacity, import it, and material icons, import it, and we need that navigation option. So const navigation equals to use navigation hook. So whenever if you click go back, so that will takes you to the previous screen wherever you get navigated. So if you save these changes, that will display this. If I click this, that will take me to the previous screen. If I click again, I can come back over here. And in the last section, I need to get that user object. So let's get the user state. So instead of typing, I'm going to copy it from the home screen and I'm going to paste it over here. So here I need to bring the user profile screen, right? So just exactly the same stuff what we did in the home screen to display that profile screen. So copy that and paste it over here. Just exact the same stuff. save this. Let's import the React Native image, and that, okay, use selector. Now save these changes, reload it, and if you tap it, that will take you to the user profile. You can able to see that user profile thing. So now we have this and user profile menu. So I need to bring this view with this exact rounded edges. So let's go ahead and create that. So right after this view, the place where your view is completed, so right after that, this, after here, I need to bring that bottom section. All right, so let's record the, sorry, let's bring the bottom section. So let's bring the bottom section over here, view, and basically this view is going to have a certain length of class, so which is going to have a width full and white layer like this, width full, BG white, PX and PY rounded, flex one will push it completely, whatever the space available will take the complete space, and only the rounded edges I need at the top. So and then I'm moving it a little bit top because I need to overlap this white layer, the green layer. So save these changes. Now you can able to see that. Okay, so I think this is moving a little bit too much. Instead of margin 10, let's keep it as 1, 2. I think I need to increase the white layer then, the green layer then. All right, so let's bring it a little bit top now. Yep, now it's perfectly fine. All right, so then what we need to do is over here I need to bring that let me bring one more view over here, view, and make sure that view is completely accessing the top layer, that full width, px4, py4, and inside this I need to bring this border first. Let's bring this border. So let's bring that view, and then for that we need to add the class name as width full and px4. Then flex everything inside, it's going to be in a row direction, item center, and justify everything in between. Then py top and bottom, it's going to be 3, and rounded XL, and then border, we need to add the border, and border gray, it's going to be not orange, border gray, it's going to be 200 or 300 something. Then inside each and every object we need to have some space, so space x3. So now you can able to see that border over there. So let me enable the weird wrap so you can able to see it completely. All right, so inside here now we need to bring 3 different things. We need to bring 3 different. One is the icon, first icon, then we need to bring the text input, then we need to bring the another icon. All right, so here what I need to do is I need to bring the icon first. So let's copy that and paste it over here. So let's import the icons and chat bubbles, size, everything is over there. Cool. Then let's bring the last icon, and that is going to be the send icon. So basically that is should be wrapped inside the send. So let's bring the touchable opacity first. Opacity. Inside this touchable opacity, let's bring that icon here, which is coming from font awesome. Save the changes. Now we can able to see the icon. Now in between this I need to bring the text input. So let's bring the text input. Then let's bring the class name. We need to make that looks much better. So this should take the all the available spaces in between in it. So we need to wrap it as a flex one. Text large, text primary, and the margin top I'm moving it a little bit, and then height and everything I'm fixing it. Then placeholder, I need to add the placeholder. I'm just going to say create a chat. Then what I need to do is the placeholder text color. Placeholder text color, it's going to be #999. Save the changes. So now you can able to see the create chat option over there. All right, so let's keep this as 2 so that looks much better. Yes. So then what we need to do is we need to create a state to get the value from it. So use state use state snippet. So I'm just going to keep it as let's say what we can say, add chat or something. This is the add chat text, so let's keep it in that way. Initially it's going to be an empty string, so we are going to use the value as over here. Value is going to be add chat. Okay, and then on change, whenever on change text, whenever there is a change on the text, I need to set the text to the chat. Set add chat, and let's set the text property. So the text property is coming from this parameter. Save changes. Now we have the add chat option. Now when I tap this, what we need to do, we need to create a new chat. When I tap this, we need to create a new chat. So for this, I'm going to add an on press event. On press, I'm going to say create new chat. Copy this. Let's go here. Const create new chat, and that is going to be an asynchronous function, and that is going to be an arrow function. So inside here, what we need to do is we need to create a chat room. So let's say I need to create a unique ID for it. So let ID equals to conditional the string literals, then use the dollar and placeholder over here, then date dot now. Using this, we can able to get the timestamp in milliseconds, okay, as a number. So that will be a unique number for every time whenever you're creating a new ID. So then const underscore doc, we are creating a document to create it, open it. So for the ID field, I'm manually supplying the same ID which I created. Then I need to supply the user detail because we need to know which user created this information. So let's send the complete user information. Then the chat name. Let's send the chat name as add chat option. So now the doc is created. So this needs to be created only if we have some details. So if add chat is not equals to empty string. If it is not equals to empty string, then only we need to get that information. Otherwise, we are not supposed to create a new chat room, right? So we are writing the condition. So then I'm going to use the set doc method. Make sure that is imported from the Firestore. Then we need to add the doc reference. Make sure that's also imported. Then we need to get the Firestore database, Firestore DB object which we created. Then the collection name is going to be chat or chats. Then I'm going to supply the ID which we created. Then I need to supply the document underscore doc which we created. Then I'm going to get the promise. So if everything is saved successfully, I'm going to say set add chat as an empty string. Then I'm going to navigate that user navigation dot replace the user to the home screen. Make sure that is exactly the same thing. Copy it. We don't need this flash. We don't need the login anymore. Not needed. Not needed. Not needed. Not needed. Not needed. Support. Not needed. Not needed. Let me close everything. All the unwanted stuffs. All right. So all right. So now this will push the user in case if there is any error. So we need to catch that error also. So dot catch. Let's get the error object. For the time being, we just if you want to console log it, or if you want to give an alert message as an alert box, let's throw an alert and let's show as an error object, and we can get that error object over there. Okay, I hope everything will work fine. So let's check it out whether everything is working fine or not. So if I create this, let's say wow, YouTube chat room or something. All right, so now if I hit send option, that should navigate the user to the home screen because it's created successfully. And if I go and check our cloud store, refresh it. So I think here we go. We have the chats and we have the user information, and we have inside the user informations, we have the provider data and everything, and what is the chat name and who created it. We have the complete information which is we wanted it, right? So now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to change this information. So these are the dummy informations. I need to bring this information from the cloud store directly. So that what we need to do next. So let's go to our home screen. So here I'm going to create a new state, like use state, and I'm going to keep it as the like chats, set chats. Initially it's going to be null. Okay, so here I'm going to use the use layout effect hook. It has two different parameters. One is the callback function and another one is the dependency injections over there. So let's inside here. So what I'm going to do is, by default, I'm just going to change the state to true now, because it's need to be loading by the time when it's coming inside. And here now, by default, the state is loaded now. So I need to get a query first. I need to write a query to get the data from the chats. So const chat query, const chat query is equals to using the query object from the Firestore. So we are going to import that Firestore query. So inside here, I need to supply the Firestore DB information, Firestore DB. Then I need to give the collection name, what exact collection name that you are trying to look for. So chats. So chats. Now we have the chats and everything. So I need to what is that? So basically this is supposed to be inside the collections object. Yes, because the query needs the collection data, right? So we need to keep it inside the collection object. Inside the collection object we need to keep it. Then I need to use the order by, and inside the order by I need to order the record based on the ID in descending order. All right, so let's apply that information inside. So like we need to order the record based on the ID field, right? So inside the chat room, what is the ID we do have? We have this ID field. So I need to copy this field and I'm going to arrange it in the descending order. So because the latest newly created room needs to be in the top of the deck, right? So descending order, DESC. All right. So now we created the query. This is the query. So make sure everything is imported. If you save the changes, nothing will happen, still the same. Now what I need to do is, I'm just going to say const and subscribe. I'm going to create a method, const and subscribe is equals to on snapshot change, on snapshot. Basically this on snapshot is like an event listener on the Firestore collections. Whenever there a new data is added or new data it's been or an existing data will be deleted, or if it gets modified, this will be triggered automatically. So this on snapshot will be triggered automatically, and our data will also be really synchronized with our data store. So that's the reason we are using it. So I need to supply the chat query over here. Then I need to get a callback function. Okay, inside this callback function, I'm going to get the query snapshot a parameter. Using this query snapshot only, I can able to get all the documents. So I'm going to get the messages like or the chat rooms. So const chat rooms is equals to, using the query snapshot, I'm going to get the docs, complete docs dot, using the map function. I'm going to get one by one doc from it, doc dot data. So this will be returned and it will be stored inside this chat rooms. Then we can update that to our chats. So set chats is going to be chat rooms. Then we need to make that set is loading as false, and then this needs to be returned. So this needs to be this needs to call this, we need to call this unsubscribe only when the time when you are returning this. We need to return that unsubscribe over here. So the reason why we are returning that unsubscribe, it's because return the unsubscribe to unsubscribe function. Basically it's a function to stop listening to the updates. All right, so let's save this changes. Before saving the changes, so I'm going to use that map function
let's use that map function. So what we need to do is let's use the map function. Give me a second, 1 second. So this needs to be rendered based on the chat rooms what we have. So I'm going to get the chats. If the chats.length, chats and chats.length greater than 0. All right, so if the length is greater than 0, then so we need to use the conditional rendering over here. So if the length is greater than 0, then I need to render something, right? So I'm going to say I'm going to open it, or else we need to open this components. So inside here I'm going to bring this React fragments, and inside here also I'm going to bring the React fragments. All right, so okay, so over here, if the length is greater than 0, that means we do have something to display over there. So enter, and here I'm just going to open it again, and I'm going to say chats.map function. So use the conditional rendering, open the map, then we need to get the 1x1 room, chat room from here. Then open the normal brackets, then bring the message card over here, supply the key room dot underscore id, then we need to supply the room directly. So I need to get that room prop over here, room. Then instead of the match chat title, I'm just going to bring the room dot chat name. What is that? Chat name, or what is it? Yeah, chat name. Copy it, give it over here. So save these changes if there is no mistakes. Now here we go. We have our YouTube chat room which we created. So let me go ahead and create a new chat room, and let me say like vetri chat room or something. If I click enter or hit that, look at that. Instantly you will get that chat update. That's happening because of this on snapshot, because whenever the new chat room is being updated, it will be instantly appeared over here. All right, so now we have the new chat room options. So now all we have to do is to, whenever I tap this option, if I tap this, I need to take that user to the chat screen. So let's go ahead and create a new chat screen over here now. Okay, then so let's go ahead and create a new chat screen. So let's create a new screen over here, and let's name that chat as chat screen. New file. New file. Chat screen .jsx. Then rnfe. Go to the index.js. Copy it. Chat screen. Copy it. Paste it over here. Chat screen. All right. So let's jump to the home screen, and we need to navigate the user to that particular screen, right? So along with that, we need to share the room informations also. So what I need to do is, for this on press, I'm going to call a callback function, and we need the navigation object. So let's get that navigation object inside this component, use navigation, and here I'm going to use the navigation object dot navigate the user to the chat screen. Let's go to the app.jsx, and let's bring the chat screen over here. Chat screen, copy it, paste it, save it, and supply it here. Along with this, I'm going to send an object which is nothing but the room information itself. So room colon room. All right, so this is the parameter that we are passing it through the route. So we need to get the route object in the chat screen, and we can get the room information over there. So save this, and now if I tap this, that will take me to the chat screen, and over the chat screen I need to get that chat informations, right? So let's go ahead and do that chat informations, get that chat informations. So to get that chat room information, first I need to get the route object. From the route only we can get the params. So const route const object equals to route dot params. So from the params object, we can able to collect that this room object. So I can get that room object over here. Save the changes and console.log. Let's get that room information. Room. So that should print the room information over here. See, we have the room information, complete room information. What is the chat room name and what is the ID and who created it. We have the complete informations over there. So now what we need to do is, with the help of that, we need to create this top navigation first. All right. So let's go ahead and create the top navigation first, and we can join back from there. So what I'm going to do is basically, which is exactly same as the add to chat screen. So I'm just going to copy it from here completely. And let's jump over here, paste it. And then this bottom section, inside this bottom section, and one second, inside this bottom section, I think I don't need this stuff. Yes, let's keep the bottom section, but I don't need that stuff. And we need the user object because currently we are using the user detail, so I don't need to display the user detail over here. Let's delete it. And let's bring the touchable opacity, import it, material icons, import it. And we need to get the navigation object as well. Copy this and paste it over here. And I don't need this room information anymore. Import the use navigation. Pretty much done. Save these changes. You should be able to see this over here. Cool. All right. So now what we need to do is, let me change this to 2. I think that's overall enough because I don't need that much. All right. So over here, all we have to do is to get the exact same thing over here. We need to get that that icon, and we need to get that name, and we need to display all these options over here. So this is the top section, and this is the last section what we are discussing. I think so. Yes. Yep. So let's get that now. Now I need to bring the one second. Inside the view, this is the view, right? Yes. So we have the go back option. Now the last section is going to be for that icon, and in the middle section we need to bring that name and everything. So let's bring that name. So I'm just going to copy and paste that view. So flex row, item center, justify center, space X. Inside here I need to bring the group icon first. So let's bring the group icon, which is coming from the font awesome, like this. You can get the font awesome icon. And inside here I need to get the text messages. So let's get the text messages. Let's bring a view, and inside the first let's bring a view over here inside the view, and I need to get the text property. This is for title, and the last one, that's for another one, that is for nothing, to display the text as online, something like that. All right. So inside here I need to get the chat room, right? From the room I know that I do have the property called chat name. Where it is? Room. Here it is, chat name. We have the property called chat name. So I need to make sure this length, if the length is len, length is greater than 15. If the length is greater than 15 or 16, okay, then I need to slice it. So using the string literals, I'm going to slice it. So if the chat room dot length is greater than that, then slice it. Slice using the slice method. I'm going to slice it from 0 to 16th character. After that, I need to add 2 dots, or else I'm just going to keep it room.chatName as it is. Save the changes. Now you should be able to see the chat room. So you can see it's great. It's a very big text. So it's automatically having that 2 dots over there, right? If I go back and if I click this one, you can able to see that chat room perfectly, right? Now I need to change the colors and everything. So let me copy this styles and let me use it over here. And then let's copy the same styles for the online as well. Copy it and let's give it over here. Save the changes. Now you should be able to see this. And in the right side, I need to bring the 3 sets of icons. One is for video and another one is for this call, and another one is for this, the 3 dots, for the more options. Inside the last section division, which we deleted, the profile section, over there, I need to bring all these icons over there. Font awesome and encrypto icon, everything one by one with the touchable opacity on it. So you can able to see all the 3 icons over there, just like that. Now the top section is done. Now we need to jump into the message section. All right. So before jumping into the message section, let's go ahead and bring this particular area. Let's bring that typing box area. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. Now let's jump into the bottom section. That's the place where I need to work on inside this bottom section. Okay, so basically what's the thing over here is, so if you might notice the intro video, so when I click this, the keyboard will pop up. So the entire UI needs to adjust it according to it, right? So to do that, I need to use this keyboard avoiding a view. We need to use this keyboard avoiding view. Open it, enter. Okay, so for this keyboard avoiding view, I'm just going to say class name as a flex 1. All right, then we need to check the behavior, because this behavior of this, it's quite different when it comes to the iOS and for the Android. So I need to check the platform. So I'm going to use the platform object from the React Native. If the platform of .os is equals to, if it is equals to iOS, then we need to use the padding will have takes place, otherwise height. All right, if that platform OS is equals to iOS, we need to use the padding property, or I need to use the height property. So I'm just going to say keyboard offset. So keyboard, how far I need to move the keyboard from vertically. So I'm just going to use the 160, like in pixels, right? So save the changes. Currently it doesn't show anything. It's keep the same thing. No changes on it. Inside here, I'm going to bring the React fragments, and I'm going to bring the scroll view, because this is the place where we are going to able to scroll these messages and everything, and I can able to see these options also, right? So now inside the scroll view, I need to show I need to make sure whether, because before pulling the messages from the chat room, we need to show that loading indicator over here. So I'm just going to create a use state snippet is loading, and by initially it is going to be true. I'm just going to keep it as true, because I'll show you once we fix this, then we'll get that chat messages and everything. Open this, is loading. If it is loading, then I need to display this block of codes, or else I need to display this block of codes. If it is loading, I'm just going to bring the activity indicator. So let me bring that activity indicator as just like as usual. Save the changes, and activity indicator is not included. Save it. So now let's click this. You can see we can able to see that activity indicator over there. So let's change this to, for the time being, as a false, because we know that it's working now. Let's change it. Later I'll keep it true, and then I will update that when I'm trying to fetch the chat informations and everything. All right. So now inside here, I need to bring that messages and everything. One second. What we need to do is messages. So we can say this is the place where we are going to display the messages. Yes. So right after this scroll view, this is the place where we need to bring that keyboard section, right? So let's go ahead and bring that keyboard section so that we can able to add the new messages and all those things. So here I'm going to create a view. Inside this view, I'm going to bring that class name. So I'm just going to copy that class name, and I'm going to use it over here. Sorry. And then over here, we need to create a view. So if you have a look at it, so basically this is entire one view which we created right now, and inside this section, this is one view and we have one icon. So let's go ahead and create that one. So here, so I'm just going to say view and class name. It's going to be basically BG gray 200 and rounded 2XL and PX padding left and right. And inside each and every object in x-axis, space between them, padding top and bottom, and flex row and item, everything should be in the center, and justify it's going to be between. All right, so we can keep it as between or center, anything, that's up to you. All right, and I need to bring this smiley icon over there. So to that, I'm going to bring that icon over here, that emoji happy icon. So let's bring that, and so far let's delete this. Later we'll add that property and bring it. So if I save these changes, so you should be able to see that emoji icon over there. So then what I need to do is I need to bring a text input. So to bring that text input, I'm going to create a new use state, because we need to store that input whatever the user typed over there. So use state, and that is going to be the message state, and initially it's going to be an empty string. Then over here I'm going to bring that text input. So text input, inside this text input, so let's bring that class property first. So basically this needs to take the complete width, whatever the space it's available. Then placeholder, so placeholder is going to be type here, typ type here. Then placeholder text color, it's going to be #999. Then value, it's going to be the message. Then on change text, I'm going to get the text and I'm going to set the message with that text. Then save the changes. Right now you should be able to see the text box over there. Cool. Then what we need to do, we need to bring that microphone icon over there. So to bring that, I'm just going to bring this icon over here. Save these changes. So you should be able to see that icon over there. Then after that view, we need to bring that send option also. Okay, so this view, I need to bring that send option also. Let me delete this. We'll add it later. So let's import the font awesome as well. So we have this send option right now. So you can able to see here, if I open the keyboard right now, you can see the entire UI is pulling up. That's because of this keyboard avoiding view. So basically we created a keyboard avoiding view with a certain height. This 160, it's the measured like it's like trial and error. You should adjust until you can able to see the keyboard in a perfect view. So maximum it will be above 140, 150 or 160 only. So in this case I'm using 160. All right, so I can able to see that over here. So it's working perfectly now. Now all I have to do is to, when I click this same thing, I need to bring that keyboard. All right, so to do that, so what I'm going to do is I need to use a use reference hook to create a reference. So what I'm going to do is over here, and I'm going to say const text input reference equal to use ref hook. Okay, so I'm going to use the use ref hook and I'm going to send the value as null initially, and whenever I'm clicking this encrypto, this emoji icon, so I'm just going to say on press, I'm going to say handle keyboard open or something, keyboard open. So let me copy this, and at the top let's create that function const. So basically in a real time, if you see that, if you tap this, you can able to see the emoji keyboard, right? You can able to see these emojis. But over here in the React Expo, I tried a lot, but I couldn't find out what's the exact mistake over there. It's opening the keyboard, but it's not opening the emojis. It's not showing the options when it comes to Expo. Let me show you what exactly it's showing over here. So even I tried with ChatGPT and all the possibilities, it's not opening up. I don't know why. So if the text input ref dot current, then text input dot ref dot current dot focus. So I'm making that keyboard as a focus. So whenever if the user clicks this, that will opens the keyboard. Okay, so in a real application, that will opens the keyboard instantly. So right now I just disabled it in my simulator. So if I press the keyboard combination called Command K, then only it will opens that. Otherwise it will not opens it. All right. So now if I click this, it will open that, and if I click that, it will be disabled. All right. So this is what happening every time. So but the problem is it's not directly opening the emoji keyboard. If I click this, it will opening the number pad. If I click, I tried the every possible options, but it's not working for the emoji keywords. Even I tried with the chat GPT, it's not giving me the solution. I'm trying to find out the solution for it. Maybe if once I find that issue, I will update that information over here. All right. So right now, so far everything is good. So now when I click this, when we click this, we need to send the message, right? Let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go ahead and do that messages option. Wait a minute. So where is the send message button? Over here. This is the send message button. For this, on press, I'm just going to call the send message button. Copy this. So far we don't have this message button. So const send message equals to a callback function, and of course it's going to be an asynchronous function, async. All right, so now we need to send a message. So to send a message, let's go here. So I need to get a timestamp on what exact time that message it's been served or message it's been sent. So we need to use the server timestamp. So let's use the server timestamp from the Firebase Firestore. Let's get that function that will gives you the server timestamp. And const id, so I need to give a unique id, so I'm going to use the date now function, date.now method, to get that current time string. Then const underscore doc, I'm going to create a doc, open the object. So underscore id object is going to be the id prop which we created. Then a room id, of course we can get the room id from the room object, room dot underscore id, because you can able to see that we have that room underscore id somewhere over here. This is the room which we printed. Here it is, room id, right? So then we need to get the timestamp. We'll send the same timestamp object. Then we need to send the message, which message, and which user sent that message. So we need to get that user object. So let's get the user object as well. So const user equals to select, or let's go to the home screen, the place where we have the user object, get it and paste it over here. All right, so let's apply the user object over here. So basically this messages, so if you go here, we have this chats over here. So inside this chats, I need to update that particular chat as a sub collection. So we are going to add it as a sub collection. All right, so here I'm just going to send the set messages as an empty array, so that we can able to change this state as an empty. Then I'm going to call await. I'm going to add the doc method, add doc, open it, and I'm going to call the collection, and I'm going to send the doc information for the collection, because basically it's going to be a sub collection, right? So for the collections, inside the collection, I'm sending the document reference from the Firestore DB, and I'm going to send the chats. I'm going to access the chats collection. Inside the chats collection, I'm going to create one more unique ID room. Using that room ID, I'm going to create a new collection called messages. I'm going to access that specific room, and inside that specific room, I'm going to create the new collections, and to that new collection, I'm going to send this data doc. All right. So if everything is perfectly dot, then if everything is fine, then I'm going to open the object, and I'm not going to do anything. And if there is an error, dot catch, if there is any error is happening, then all I'm just going to throw that error. What exact error is that? So save these changes. All right, so for use selector is not there. Of course it is not there because I haven't imported it. So use selector is not there. Save the changes. All right, save it. So let's go to this Vetri chat room. So over here I'm going to say hi there. If I click send, right now there is no mistakes, no errors. It's the entire set message is be done. And if I go here, let's refresh this. Let me find the Vetri chat room. This is not this one, this one. And inside that one you can able to see that messages sub collections. Inside that messages you can able to see that room ID, and if you click that room ID you can able to see that message which I sent and who sent that message. All right, so the send message is working fine. Now all we have to do is to get that message and we have to display that message. So let's go ahead and do that now. So to do that I'm going to use the use layout effect, open it, an arrow function. Then I'm going to use the array dependency injection. So inside here I'm going to create a message query, const message query, just like the same way how we get that room information. I'm going to get that messages informations. So using the query prop from the file store, and I'm going to call the collection object, open it. Let's break this because this is going to be a very big one. So inside the collections I need to send the firestore db. Then we need to send the collection name, which is the root collection, the chat. Inside that we need to get that specific room ID because that current information we have in the room parameter, room ID. Using that I'm going to access the messages collections inside in it. Messages, just call this exact same thing and use it over here. So now we have the access to the collection, and I need to order by the timestamp property which we created. I need to order by the timestamp, and I'm going to arrange it in the ascending order. All right, so over here now we need to call this as a function. We need to execute this as a function. So unsubscribe is equals to on snapshot. On snapshot I'm going to execute this message query, msg query. Then I'm going to get the query snap. I'm going to get the query snap object in the callback function. Then I'm going to set the const message updated message, up message updated message. So query snap object, I'm going to get the docs. I'm going to use the map function. From the map function I'm going to get the single document, and I'm going to get the data of the document, doc.data. It will be returned over here. Then I need to send this to the messages object, and I'm going to say that up message, and I'm going to set the set loading as false. So initially the set loading method is going to be true, so I will make that false over here. Then all we have to do is to return that unsubscribe. Save the changes. We are getting invalid prop value where we are getting that message. Oh, my bad. This is not supposed to set message. This is supposed to set messages. So to get that messages, I need to create a property, use state. I thought I created that array. So messages. Initially, it's going to be null, or we can keep it as an empty array. So that's fine. So this is not going to be set message. This is going to be set messages. So save these changes. Now that issues, everything will be fine. So now you can able to see that the messages is updated to the states. Now, according to that, I need to render the chats over here. This is the place where we need to render the chats. So let's do the chats over here. So now we have the states, messages states. So let's go here, messages dot question mark dot map function, map, open it. We'll get the message and the index. open the normal brackets, index. Okay, so here the twist will come, because if you look at here, the sender looks in a different color and the receiver looks in a different color, right? The sender needs to be in a different color and the receiver needs to be in a different format. So we need to figure it out, who is the sender and who is the receiver. So we can figure it out by using the provided email. So if you have a look in your message data, we have the user object. Inside the user object, we have the provided data. Inside the provided data, we have the email. If this email is matches to the logged in user email, that means he is the sender. If it is not, he is the receiver. All right, using that concept only, we are going to do that. So here, I'm just going to say message. If the message dot user object, because inside the message only, we have this user object. Inside the user object, we have that provided data. So I think I do have it over here. Provided data, copy this, provided data. Inside the provided data, we have this email prop, right? Where it is, we have that email prop, copy that email prop. And if that email prop is equals to the user object, which we get it from the state, this one, that's the authenticated user. If that user has this email, which is exactly equals to that email, that means then he is the sender. If it's that, so then I need to display this block of quotes, or else I need to display this block of quotes. All right, so let's bring it here. Inside here, I'm going to create a view, and over here also I'm going to create a view. So let's fix the sender first. So class name, it's going to be, so I'm going to add the margin both in all the corner M1, and inside here I'm going to bring a view. So basically it's need to use a key prop. This is going to render again and again. So key, it's going to use that index. For this also I'm going to use the key as index. All right, so inside this view, we need to use the style, we need to use the class name. So let's say class name. So I'm going to copy this class name completely, classes completely, and I'm going to paste it over here. So let me enable the word wrap. All right, so inside here I need to bring that text box where I can able to display that message. Let's bring that text box. Inside the message, we have the message property. So let's save this changes. Now you should be able to see that message over here, right? I can able to see that message. So all right, so let me delete this React fragments, which is not necessary anymore. All right, so now I can able to see that message. So the same thing, I can delete this React fragments from here also. I don't need that anymore. So what I need to do is basically the sender messages, everything needs to be appended in the right side corner. So using the style prop, I'm going to say align self, keep it always in the flex end. So that will keep this message always in the flex end. All right, so now let's make sure whether everything is working fine or that. How are you? So now if I send this, that will immediately appended over there because of the on snapshot change, right? So it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So for the receiver, we need to do the same stuff. So let's copy the same thing. For the receiver also, we need to do the same stuff. One second. So what we need to do is, right after this view, we need to bring that timestamp, right? We need to bring and display that timestamp on what exact time that message it's being sent. So I'm going to create a view, one more view over here, and that is also always going to be aligned at the end only, because the timestamp needs to be always displayed for the sender. Always it's need to be displayed in the right side corner. For the receiver, it should be in the front corner. All right, so that's what we need to do here. So I'm going to keep it over there. So inside the message, if I have that timestamp property, Then I'm going to get that seconds, because if you have a look at your timestamp, see timestamp, this is the timestamp. So from the timestamp, I'm going to get the seconds and I'm going to render it. I'm going to get the text property here. I'm going to convert this. So to basically to convert the seconds into your the time frame. So what I need to do is I need to use the date. So new date, I'm going to use the date object. Then I need to convert it into an integer, parse int, open it. Then I need to supply this exact seconds into it. Copy this. I need to supply these seconds into it. Then I need to multiply the seconds with this 1000 to convert it into a minutes. All right. Then I need to convert this date into two local date string, two local date string. Two local time string. We need to convert this into two local time string. All right. So now we have the time string. Then I'm going to convert it into en us. You need to give the time frame. Then open the object over here, and here you need to type the hour. Hour, it's going to be numeric. Then minutes, minute, it's going to be numeric. Then 12 hours, hour 12, it's going to be true. 12 hours format, not 24-hour format, 12-hour format. So if you save these changes, so that will display the time over here, 2:24 p.m., 2:33 p.m., something like that. So it's looking cool, right? So then I just need to update these styles for it. So I'm just going to copy the class name and I'm going to paste it over here. So that looks way much better. So now we need to make sure whether everything is working fine for the receiver also. So we need to bring that receiver also. So for the receiver, we have to change the UI and everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so let's go ahead and do the receiver side now. So for this key, this receiver is always needs to align in the flex starting position. So let's change these styles into a flex. Instead of flex end, I'm just going to keep it in the flex starting direction. And then I'm going to bring the class name. So I'm going to copy this. So if you notice this, because the receiver end is quite different, not exact same as the sender end, because we need to bring the image of the receiver and we need to display it. So let's go ahead and change the UI of it. So first I need to bring the view inside init. Inside this view, I'm going to bring the class. Let me copy that class names and everything and I put it into over here. So first I need to bring the image, then I need to bring the text, right? So let's bring the image over here. So I'm going to copy this image prop and I'm going to paste it over here, because inside the URI I'm going to send the message, user and profile, because inside the message property we have the user, we have the profile pic. So right after that, over here I need to bring the text message, which is going to be exactly the same thing over here. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. So I don't need this key prop, and key prop, it's and we don't need this to be aligned in the flex end because this is not necessary. Let's delete it. Let's display the text message, and instead of flex end for this time, I need to keep it in the starting position. All right, save these changes. Currently you will not see because we don't have any receivers yet. So I'm just going to create one more simulator. Let me open one more simulator over here. File, open simulator, create a new simulator. Let me bring it on this side, because in this case now what we need to do is we need to log in as a different user. So we need to create a new user and we need to log in as a different user. Then we need to sign up and we need to add any message over there, so that we can see that message instantly over there. So that's what we are going to do now. So still my simulator is loading. Let's wait until it's successfully loaded. Okay, so now it's loaded. So I'm going to bring that Expo app. Let me open it. It's opening. It's taking more than usual. Please wait. So it's loading now. It's loading the expo. Of course, the initial boot up will always be a little bit slow. So now this is the app which recently opened. So let's try that. Open it. So it's opening that project, and in my console also it's rebuilding. Yep, so it's take me to the sign in, and over here I'm going to create a new user. So over here let's choose a different profile, and let me bring this, let's give the new name for it. Let's give a new name as Ravi Vetri. So Ravi at gmail.com, Ravi at 123. Let's sign up. So this should create that user and navigate it to the home screen. Here we go. We have that chat room. Let's open it, and we are getting an error. So image prop does not exist. So we are getting the image prop does not exist because this is not imported. That's the reason. Save these changes, and now that error should not exist. So let's open it. Here we go. Look at that. This is the receiver end. This is how it looks in the receiver end. So let me type something over here. So let's say, hi buddy. Oh, come on. Hi buddy. Let's open this emojis, and let's give some emojis. Okay, let's hit the send. Here we go. Look at that. So now we have the live synchronizations of our chat messages. So we successfully finished that chat option over here. So here, let's say, how are you doing? Oh, I need to type that over here. How you doing? So let's send that now. You can get that time frame, and here also you can get that time of the exact same message when did he received, because this is the profile of the user who I sent, and here you can see the profile of the message from here. This is the user message. So let me send a reply for this. Not bad, doing awesome, doing great, or something. Doing great. Let's send this message, send it, and now you can see not bad, doing great. See, we have the real chat message app in our hand. All right, so let's go here and let's check it out. See, these are the messages that we do have over here. All these sub collections are over here. All right, so that's really cool. Now all we have to do is to go and fix this profile screen. So that's what we are going to do next. All right, so I closed my OneMore simulator because I don't want to overheat my laptop. So I just closed that simulator. We make sure that our chat messages, everything is working fine, and as it's really good. All right, so the only one thing that we need to change here is because the sender and receiver color is also exactly the same, because I copied it. So from there, and what I need to do is I'm just going to change this color as gray 200. See, this is the reason. So save it. This is changed. So the text color, it's supposed to be in the black color. So now that's looking really good, right? Fine. So now let's go ahead and fix the profile screen. All right, so let's open up the profile screen. So to bring the profile screen, we have to create a new profile screen. Let's go here and create a new screen over here, like name it as profile screen.jsx. Once we finish that profile screen, then that's it. We are done with this project. RNFE. So save these changes. All right, so let's jump to the app.jsx. So my laptop is hanging a little bit. Oh God. where it is. So I need to go to the index.js first. So wait a second, let me stop the simulator and let me reopen it one more time, because I think two simulators are running at behind, so that's the reason it's hanging a little bit. So let me stop this, stop it. All right, so now it's stopped, and let me open it. So that will opens the simulator. So it's opening the simulator. Let it open. So let's go to the app.jsx and let's copy it from here and paste it, and let's give it as profile screen. Copy it and paste it over here. Okay, so now we added the profile screen in our app.jsx. So my simulator is also ready. So let me start the application one more time. So yarn start. All right, so we're having some warnings over here. At the end we need to update all these packages. That's the warning. Okay, so let me open the simulator now. So here type open iOS. So that is opening the iOS Expo app over here. So it is opening up. So the initial boot will take some time. So let's go to the profile screen. Let's save these changes and let's jump into the profile screen. So we need to customize the profile screen, right? So let's do the customizations for the profile screen. So let's have a look for the profile screen first. So it's not that much tough. It's easy. We can finish it much faster. All right, we got that ID and we have that. So now when you tap this, we need to navigate this user to the profile screen. So let's go to the home screen first, and we have this profile over here. On press, I'm going to call this navigation option, navigate the user to the profile screen. Let's go to the copy it and let's paste it over here, so that if you tap this, so that will takes you to the profile screen. Now look at that. Now we are in the profile screen. So let's come over to the profile screen. So first I'm going to bring the safe area view. So I'm just going to bring the safe area view over here. So then let me close this, the safe area view, and I need to import this safe area view from the React Native package like that. So first I need to bring the icons. So I'm going to bring the top icons over here, these two icons. So basically that is going to be in a single view. We need to bring the two different icons. So let me import that touchable opacity. Then I need to get the navigation object, const navigation equals to use navigation object. All right, and I need to import the material icons as well, and as well as I need to import this encrypto icon also. Save the changes. Now I can able to see those two different icons. All right, so now I need to get the user object as well, because we need to display the user data only. So let's get the user data over here, paste it, and I need to import these two user data. All right, so now we have the user data. So next I need to bring this profile information. This is the profile section. So let's go ahead and bring that profile section. So profile. So first we need to bring the image and everything. So for that, let's create a view. So basically this view is going to be item center and justify center. All right, inside here I need to bring that image and as well as the email and everything. So let me copy and paste it over here, just like same as usual what we did for the image in the other screens. I copied it from there, and the text for the displaying the user full name and the email address. Save the changes. So you should able to see that if you fix this error. So import the image. So now if I tap this, you can able to see that. And actually the problem is full name, spelling mistake. All right, so now I can able to see that over there. Cool. So then what we need to do is, right after this profile section, we need to bring the icons section. So these icon sections, we need to bring these icon sections. So for that is going to be initially, that is going to be one complete view. So let's bring that. And inside this, I need to bring that 4 different icon sets, just like the same way. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a view first, class name, and that is going to be item center and justify center. And inside that, I'm going to bring that touchable opacity icon and as well as the message of it. So bring it, material icons, bring the touchable opacity, save these changes. Now we can able to see that icon over here. So now, just like the same way, I'm just going to copy this entire section and I'm going to paste it for 3 more times. Save it. Now I can able to see all these things. Then I'm just going to change the icons. The second one is going to be the video call. So this is the second one. I'm going to bring the video call icon from the icons, import it, and this is going to be video call. Save the changes. Now we can able to see the video call. And the third one is going to be call option, and that is also going to come from the icons. And that is going to be the call option. And the fourth one is going to be the more option, which is a vertical dot. And this is coming from n typo, and that is going to be more option. Save the changes. Now we have that 4 different icons over there. All right, so right after this view, we need to bring that the media's shared option. This is the media's shared. Later, once you added the dynamic sections, you can bring that dynamic sections over here. All right, so I'm just going to make this view class name is going to be width, of course it's going to be full, px is going to be 6, and space y it's going to be 3, enter. And then inside here I need to bring the medias. This is the entire section, so inside here we need to bring this media section now. So let's create one more view, and this is going to be class name, width full, flex row, direction, item center and justified center. And here I need to bring those 2 text over here, just like that. You can see problem is it's not taking full width. Why? It's not taking the full width. PG red or something. It's taking the full width. Item between, not center. That's the problem. All right. Okay, so now it's fine. So then right after here, now we need to bring that images and everything. So basically all those images I bring it from directly from the server online. Right now I'm not using any backend functionalities for those things. So maybe in future for your upgrade you can able to do those items shared and everything. We'll try to do it on the next video, in the video 2.0, including all those image sharing options and everything. All right, so I'm just going to bring all those images one after another over here. So let me bring the image 1. So you guys please pause the video, and you can able to copy this code or copy this code directly from the description below, and you can paste it over there. So that will brings the image over here. This is the image number 1. Then I need to bring the image number 2. Again the same thing, just like that. Then again one more thing. Inside here I'm having one more view to display like the images over there, like this, just like that. So now we have that images over there. So right after this, now what we need to do is I need to bring those settings options. So these settings are going to be like, I'm going to open a view. For this view, I'm going to add a class name. So if you have a look at that view, we can wireframe it like this is the entire view, and inside this we're having this as a view and this as a separate icon, right? So inside here, let's create one more view over there, view, and inside this view, let's change this as a flex row, item center. Then here I need to bring that material icon and the text for the privacy. So material icon and the text for the privacy. Then right after this view is ending over here, I need to bring that chevron icon. All right, so let's save these changes. Now we can able to see the privacy over here, just like that. So this is that view. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it for how many times, like groups, medias and downloads, accounts, groups, medias and downloads, accounts. So this is going to be the groups, this is going to be medias and downloads, and this is going to be the accounts. And icons, everything is going to be different. I'm going to replace the icons. Then for the medias and downloads, and then for the accounts, save the changes. Now you should be able to see all these accounts and everything. And at last, finally, I need to bring the one touchable opacity, because that is for logout option. So here, inside here, I need to bring the text, and I'm just going to say logout. So this touchable opacity is going to have a certain class names, and then for the text style in it, I'm going to add some styles for it, just like that. And on press, I'm just going to call the logout option logout, or we can simply say handle logout. Copy this, scroll to the top and create const handle logout is equals to. Okay, so then what we need to do is we need to keep this method as an async method. Inside here, I'm just going to say await Firebase auth dot sign out, open it, dot then we'll call a callback function. I need to dispatch it, so const dispatch, because we need to remove the user from the store as well. So const dispatch is equal to use dispatch hook, use dispatch. Then here I'm just going to use the dispatch method to dispatch as set underscore null user object as a null. And finally, I'm just going to say navigation dot replace it with login screen. Save the changes. So now if I tap this, that user will be logged out and it will be replaced. Again, I need to log in over here. So all I have to say is admin@gmail.com, admin@123, sign in. That will takes you to the home screen. Here we go. So here, if I tap this, that will takes me to the chat screen, and I can able to create a new chat. Hey there, enter. So that will send that chat message over there. So finally, we finished our project. Today in this course, we're gonna learn how to build an hybrid mobile application by using Expo React Native, and we're gonna use the sanity.io for our content management system. We are using the Sanity to build this nice website, and it's giving a lot of user-friendly options to build this nice website just by modifying their schemas and everything. And we are going to build the complete mobile application by using the Expo React Native. Of course,
and this project is going to be built completely from the ground. We are not using any external plugins or anything to do the onboarding screens or the product screens or the cart screens or even the bottom tab navigations also. Well, let me explain the project, what exactly that we're going to build in this course. Well, you can able to see here that we're having this nice web UI, which having the category and which having the list of products also over here. And I can able to adjust this products lively, and because this project is deployed in a live server. All right. So I can able to add or delete or alter a new project, product or alter the existing product over here. So here you can able to see this, that we're having a mobile app, which is a completely hybrid application, and it's having an onboarding screen. So basically the onboarding screen will be loaded only once by the time when the user is installing for the very first time. So you can able to see here that we have 3 different screens, which briefly explains about our product, and you can move back and forth, and you can see that paginations options also. And once I reach the end of the screen, so that will automatically takes the user to the product screen, where the user can able to see all the products. And now you can able to see here the onboarding screen, it's loaded. So let me change the our option. So by using the asynchronous storage, we can make sure that the onboarding screen will be loaded only once. So let me change this condition over here. Now, even after, if I'm rendering it, if I'm reloading the app, you can able to see that the onboarding screen will be loaded only once. Look at that. And you can see here we're having this nice bottom tab navigation, and which is indicating the active screens also. So now if I get back to the cart screen, and that is giving the cart page as the active screen, and if I'm jumping back to the home screen, and that's give us the home as the active screen. All right, and user can able to filter the entire products also. Well, this bottom tab navigation, it's like it's completely built from the ground. We are not using any default option which is provided by the React navigations. All right, so if I want to filter it, I can search the name. So let's say if I'm searching for any term, so that will get filtered instantly. And if I am searching for something which is not available there, that will gives this nice activity indicator and along with that message also. And if I'm deleting it, that will be instantly updated over there. All right, so let's say if I'm tapping any one specific product, so let's see how the product screen is being built. So if I open any specific product, you can see what kind of category it is, and you can see the background image and have the product main hero image, and you can able to see the name and the description about it, what's the price about it. And you'll be having this nice options to increase and decrease the quantity. I can increase the quantity, but I can't decrease the quantity less than 1. It will not allow you to decrease the quantity less than 1. So let me increase it, and currently it's showing the option is add to cart. Once I hit add to cart, this will be completely pushed to the cart. Well, we are using the Redux store to maintain all these data throughout the components. Well, Redux store will serves as a data layer for our states, where the place where we can able to store all these states together. Of course, we are going to use the Redux in this tool in this course, and I'm going to show you how to configure and use it completely from the ground. All right, so now it's added. So let me get back to the previous screen and let me try to add a new product. And this product, let me add this one. If I try to hit add option, because it's constantly showing the added, because the same product is already added in the cart. So you're not supposed to add the same product again and again and again. All right, so let me get back to here and let me add few more products. Let's say I'm going to add this specific product. Let me add this one. And now if I hit back the cart screen, so if I click the cart screen over here, you can able to see all the cart items, how many items in the bag, and what is the subtotal, and what are the shipping cost, and what is the overall cost. And if I get back to the previous screen, so it will immediately jump back to the previous screen where you left back. All right, so let me go to the product screen again, and there you can able to see all the products over here. And let's say if I want to remove this product, all I have to do is to use the gesture handlers. Let's say I want to remove this, so I'll swipe it right, and that will remove completely from the cart, and you can able to see that total is also get updated. So let me swipe this right, you can see it's removed, and I can swipe this also right, and now the entire cart is empty, so this image is being displayed over there. So now let me go ahead and add one more product. Now we can see that product is removed, so that's the reason it's not showing that product is not already added. It's showing the same option as add to cart. So hit this, and now the product is again added to the cart, and now we can see the total and the calculations and everything is perfectly maintained over there. So well, let me give you a quick recap. In this course, you're going to learn how to build a complete hybrid mobile applications by using the Expo React Native and Sanity.io, and I'm going to guide you throughout the sessions line by line. Even if you don't have any idea on mobile application build, I'm going to guide you through it. All right, so let's jump into the course. All right then, so let's create a new project folder over here. So I'm going to name this folder as YouTube Beauty App. So here we go, YT Beauty App. So let me open this project folder in the Visual Studio Code, new terminal folder, and code space dot. All right, so open it. So you can use your favorite editor as you wish. In this case, I'm going to use the Visual Studio Code. All right, so before starting the project, you have to make sure that you are already successfully installed the Node.js in your machine. So please go ahead and download and install the Node.js, and please download the recommended version for all the users so that you will not run into some random issues or bugs anymore. All right, so then once you install that application successfully, and you have to make sure whether that application is installed in your machine or not. To check that, all you have to do is to run this command node -- version in the terminal. So that will gives you the version number. 1 second. Hyphen version, it's showing wrong. Why? So let me open in my terminal over here. Node -- version. I think I written the version spelling wrong. Yes. There we go. So that's returning my version number over here. All right, so please go ahead and download the recommended versions for your machines. All right, once you're successfully done with that, now I need to create 2 separate folders over here. So let me right click and create a new folder over here called app, and let me create a new folder over here called not file, a new folder called server, and I'm going to create a new file over here called readme.md. So this is a file which is going to help us to customize our GitHub repository. All right, and inside these 2 files also I'm going to create a same files. So I'm just going to create a new file over here called readme.md. Later I'm just going to delete it, and I'll replace these files with our server coding or client coding and everything, readme.md, because we can't upload an empty folder in your GitHub profile. So that we need to have some file inside any of these 2 different folders, because these folders are not supposed to be empty when you're trying to upload it into the GitHub repository. All right, so now here, to customize your GitHub repository, you need to go through these documentations completely. So if you search for GitHub readme formatting, if you search for that, that will gives you the writing and formatting syntax. There you can able to go through the complete documentation, how to add a links, how to add a section links, and how to add the code inside your GitHub readme file. So please go through this documentation, take your time and go through it completely and understand how to format your readme GitHub repository readme file. All right, in this case, well, this is going to be the heading, and that the application name what we are building is Beauty Blend, your ultimate beauty hub. So this is the application that we are going to build. And then one more thing, so let me bring that over here. Right, so this is the file that the project which we are going to build in this application. So I already dropped this link in the description below, so you can go ahead and download that complete assets folder which is necessary for this project. And inside that assets folder, you can able to find this snap.png, which is giving the complete overview of our application. All right, so I need to display this in the readme. Once the users or anyone opening my GitHub repository about this project, they need to see this picture of our project, what exactly that project is all about. All right, so over here, what I'm going to do is, so right after the heading, I'm going to add, so in case if that image is not loading, we have to display some alternative text. So I'm just going to say thumbnail of the project. This will be loaded only if your image is not loaded over there properly. In this case, I'm just going to load this snap.png. Of course, it's coming from our root directory. That's the reason /snap.png. All right. So just like the same way, I just customized this project, added a lot of customized text over here. So in this case, I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. Later, you guys are able to copy it from this exact GitHub repository itself. All right. So save these changes. Now the README file is, of course, it's customized, and I'm just going to copy this completely and I'm going to paste it in exactly all the README file, whatever we created so far. All right. In this case, for the README of your app folder and your server folder, the snap.png is not in that location. You need to say /snap.png, because those two things are coming from the root directories, but this README file is inside the app folder, so you need to add // over there. All right, so now this thing is successfully finished. Now what we need to do is we need to create a GitHub repository and then we need to push it over there. So let's go here and create a GitHub repository for this project. So that's what we are going to do next. Okay, then, so if you are working with the GitHub for the very first time, what you need to do is you need to install this application in your machine called Git. So please go ahead and download this Git and install it in your machine. So if you're using Mac or Windows, please download the necessary version of your, which is supportable for your machine. And once it's successfully installed, all you have to do some configurations. So once you downloaded the Git, you need to open this Git bash. You can able to find this Git bash, this one, Git bash. So please open that application, and then you need to configure your username and your email ID globally so that you can access the Git in any application in your machine. So all you have to search git config username and email. So if you are searching for that, that will gives you the how to configure your first name and how to configure your email ID globally for your Git configurations. So you need to just copy these two commands and just change these placeholders over here and replace it with your email ID and your name. So that will install, that will help you to configure your email ID and your username globally so that you can able to access the Git throughout your any applications in your machines. All right. So once you successfully done with that, I'm going to open my GitHub account and I'm going to create a new repository over here. So let me create a new repository. And I'm just going to give a name as YouTube Beauty Shop App React Expo July 4th, 2023. All right. So now the name is successfully available and this is going to be the public. And I already added the README file, so I don't need to add this and create the repository. All right, so now it's successfully created. So I can able to copy this link, or I can directly go to our Visual Studio Code and click this Git source control. And here I need to initialize the new repository. Click this, that will initialize the new repository. All right, and make sure that your README file is detected from your app and server folder. That means your app folder and your server folders are detected successfully. So those folders will also be pushed into your GitHub repository. So in this case, I'm just going to say project initiated and hit the commit option. So then what you need to do is all you have to do is to hit this 3 dot over there and go to the remote and click add remote. Once you click that add remote option, you can able to see add remote from the GitHub. So if you hit that button, so that will gives you the list of GitHub repository. Unless if you are not using this GitHub for very frequently, it will ask you to sign in first and authorize yourself to access your account and everything. So please go ahead and authorize yourself to access your GitHub repositories and everything. Once you finish that, you can able to see your application in the repository which you created, the top of the list. So select that and give a name for that. In this case, I'm just going to use the exact same name, YouTube Beauty Expo App. That's it. All right. So now we connected our remote. All I need to do is push this completely to our branch master. So let me go to the same option, hit that 3-dot option over there and go to pull or push. In this case, I'm just going to push to our GitHub. Choose your remote, and this will push the complete files to your GitHub repository. So let me refresh this page, and there I can able to see the app and the server folder which I created and the readme file which I created. So that gives these complete informations about this project, and you can able to see that image is loaded successfully. And if you scroll down, you can able to see all the informations which is related to the project, so that the user whoever opens this repository, they can able to understand about this project completely. All right. So now the project is being successfully pushed to the GitHub. Then later what we need to do, whatever the changes we are making, all we have to do is to make the commit and push it to our GitHub repository. All right. So now let's move on to the server-side coding. All right then. So now let's move on to the server-side coding over here. So let me open my Visual Studio Code. And now what I need to do is, in this case, we are going to use the sanity.io, which is the content management system, of course, which is the highly customizable and collaborative content management system, which is really user-friendly for maintaining all the contents in a single place. Well, let's go here and search for Sanity latest version. All right, because there are two different versions over there, Sanity version number 2 and Sanity version number 3. In this case, we are going to use the version number 3. Where is this? Sanity Studio version 3. 1 second. Sanity v3 version 3. Yes, search for Sanity version 3, and then you can find the Sanity Studio version 3, a simplified yet and powerful customization tool. So hit it, and that will take you to their official web page, and there you can able to find the command which helps you to install the Sanity at latest. So don't worry guys, if you're using Yarn package, of course you can able to customize it, what package that you want to install by the time when you're configuring your Sanity Studio. All right, in this case I'm just going to copy this command, and let's get back to the Visual Studio Code. And over here right now I don't need this readme file, so I'm just going to delete this, and later I can customize the readme file which is downloaded from the Sanity project file. All right, so I'm just going to delete this, right click and delete it. So my server folder is completely empty now. So all I have to do is to open the terminal. So hit the Ctrl J or Command J option in your keyboard. So then I need to move into the server folder. So change the directory to the server, cd server. So make sure that you are inside the server folder. All right, so here I'm just going to paste that command, npm create sanity at latest. So hit the enter. So that will start, and it's asking you to, do you want to install this package? Of course I need to install this package, and this is downloading all the necessary files now. So let's wait until this successfully downloaded. So here we go. So now it's asking me to choose the existing project or to create a new project. In this case, we are just going to create a new project because we haven't created any project before. All right. So I'm just going to hit the enter. So what's your project name is going to be? Of course, it's going to be beauty app server. All right. Hit the enter. So now it's trying to figure it out whether that project name is available or not. Of course, now it's showing what kind of data set that you're going to use. In this case, I'm just going to use the default dataset configurations, no changes in that. Hit the Y option, and now it's creating the datasets and everything. Usually it depends on your network speed, it will take some time, so please wait until the next option has been shown up. All right, so now it's asking on which project folder that you want to set this. In this case, I'm just going to use the exact same folder which is listing out over here. I'm not going to change anything, so I'm just going to hit the enter, and now it's asking you to what kind of template that you want to use it. In this case, I'm just going to use the block schema because we don't want to create a clean project unless, because we are going to modify the block schema, because so that you can able to understand how exactly the schema is created and how exactly they've been configured, so you can able to easily customize it. Even as you're a beginner, if you're using it for first time, that will really helpful. All right, so I'm just going to use the block schema, hit the enter. And do you want to use the TypeScript? No, we are going to use the JavaScript.
All right, and now you can able to see there already the files and everything, it's been downloaded, and along with that readme.md file is also downloaded, right? In this case, I'm just going to use the yarn package. I'm not on package installer. I'm not going to use the npm. So choose the yarn and hit enter. So this might take some time. So please wait until it's successfully downloaded, and I will join you back once it's successfully downloaded. Okay then, so now the server side files and everything is successfully downloaded over here, and you can see we are having a bunch of commands to access our sanity project. So if you want to access all these commands and everything in your terminal, so before starting into it, you need to install this sanity CLI. So please go ahead and download the sanity CLI, the command line interface, and you need to install it globally, right? Only if you're installing it in a globally, you can able to access it, all the sanity commands. All right, so all I have to say is to download this npm install -g at sanity /CLI. So this will install the sanity CLI globally so that you can access this sanity commands easily. So I already did all those things. I don't need to install it one more time. All right. So let's get to the folders over here. So inside the server folder, we have the schema file, which is the really our kind of like our database files and everything. All right. So this is the index page where every schemas it's been configured over here. And if you go to the post.js, you can be able to see it's kind of like a table, like the field, whatever we created, like title, the slug and author and the main image and everything, it's being defined as a field over here. So let's start the server and let's see how exactly it's been looks like. So I'm just going to say sanity/manage. So that will takes you to the page where you can able to manage all your sanity projects and everything. So in this case, this is the project which we have created, and you can see it's currently using the free plan, it's stated as, and the project ID. Has this project been deployed or not? No, of course we haven't deployed this project in the live server. Cool. Now we have ourselves the backend server. Let's go here and let's start our server. So all I have to say yarn dev. So this will trigger the development server of our backend file, and this is the local host. Hit it, and that will take you to the local host server and sign in with your authentication provider. In this case, I'm going to use my Gmail account. There we go. So now we are inside our backend server file. So that will gives you a nice web UI where you can able to maintain all your data and everything. So later we are just going to customize these things, the post and author and everything. We are going to customize this field line by line completely for our customized APIs. All right, so that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now let's stop our server. So let me stop the sanity server, and here under the schema file, so what we have to do is we have to customize a lot in this. So in this case, I don't need this author, so I'm going to delete this, and I don't need this block category, block content something, so I'm just going to delete that one too. Oops, I think I deleted a wrong file, my bad. All right, so Control Z, so I bring back that file, and then I'm just going to delete the block content. All right, here we go. So now we need to customize the post category, and inside the category, so what I need to do, I need to keep the two different fields. One is title and another one is the category image. All right, so that's the field I need to keep inside. So before moving into that, let me open the file which I already created. Where it is, I think, yes, this, here we go, this is the one, so that we can able to see how exactly the fields and everything we need to configure. All right, this is the file which I already practiced, and here you can see all the products which I already added over here. See, these are all the products which I already added. And if you go to the category, you click the category, and there you can see the all the kinds of categories which already added over there. So let me open it, and then there you can able to see the title and the main image.
All right, this is the thing which we need to customize. And if you go to the product screen and under the product tab, open any one specific product, and there you can able to see the title, main image, and the background image, and what kind of product type it is, and what category type it's been the product is added, and what is the description, and what's the short description, and what's the price. These are all the fields that we need to add into our server, which we successfully created right now, and we are about to customize it right now. All right, so let's go ahead and let me close all the unwanted tabs. Let's keep this two different sanity projects. All right, so here under this specific category, you can able to see this is the way where you need to define. You can able to see the define type, what is the name of that schema, what's the title. Name is for our backend purpose, and title is the place where it's gets displayed. All right, so in this case I'm going to customize these fields. So I just need this string input, string field, the title field. Let's leave it as it is. And the second field is going to be the image field. So I'm just going to change this to image, main image. And then all I have to say the title as image or something. And what kind of type is going to be? Type, of course, it's going to be the image type. All right. And of course, we need all these customization options, like the cropping and all those options we need. So for that, we need to enable some options for images. So options, colon, open it, and enable this hotspot options. And I'm just going to say this option as true. Save the changes. Now the category is being updated. All right, so I don't have to change anything else on this. And let's get back to the post. And under the post, all right, so this post, I'm just going to change this name of this. So let me rename this file as well. I'm just going to change this file name as the products. And here I'm just going to change this as the products. The title also, it's going to be products title. And I don't need this slug, so let me delete this slug. Author, of course, we deleted the author. We don't need the author. Let's leave it as main image for now. Category, we need it. Publish tag, I don't need it. Body tag, I don't need this. Let me close this body tag. I don't need it. While removing, please make sure, and you can see I just selected the place where it's getting started, and I know where it's been ended. So please select it carefully. And if you are missing any comma or any brackets, it's really very hard to follow through and figure out what exact mistake it is. All right, so please delete it carefully. So now we have only 3 fields. So let's start customizing it. So this is going to be the main image. Let's copy this one more time because we need another image section, which is going to be the background image, right? So let me copy that and let me paste it over here one more time. And this case, I'm just going to change this to BG image. And this is going to be BG image, and no more options is going to be changed. Exactly the same thing. And right after that, what we need to display, we need to display the product type. And you can see it's showing the 4 different radio types buttons over there. All right, so let's go ahead and create that field. I'm just going to copy this one. And this is the place where the main image is being ended. All right, paste it over there. And I'm just going to keep this as the product type, and the title which we are displaying over there, it's going to be the product type. And the type of this field, of course, it's going to be the string. And I'm going to bring the options inside. Options. Under the options, I'm just going to create a new list of values. So list, and it's going to be a square bracket, open the square bracket. And inside here, I need to supply the object. So basically, the first field is going to be the title. So what title that we have to display? Body lotion. So let me copy this, paste it over there. And then value of this product is going to be, this value is the server side object, and the title is as the string which we are about to display in the screen. So it's going to be the body lotion. And I'm going to copy it and paste it few more times. I forgot to add the comma, so please add the comma at the end. So this body lotion is supposed to be face wash, and here it's going to be face wash. And this one is supposed to be perfumes,
perfumes, and this one, it's mouth cleanser, and this is going to be the mouth cleanser. All right, so since we successfully created, we need to specify what kind of layout that you need. So right after the square bracket, give the layout as drop down or radio. In this case, I'm just going to use it as radio button. All right, so then what we need to do after that, you can see we have the list of categories. So you need to make sure categories and the categories name, and this time instead of string we are using the array. All right, because we need to add the list of categories over here. So that is going to be the arrays, and I'm not going to add any string input. I'm just giving the reference of the categories which we created. So this field is of the type of references which we are trying to add. All we have to map the ID of the specific category whatever we created to this particular field. So that's what we are exactly doing in this particular position. All right, so once we successfully done with the categories, so then what we need to do, we need to add the description field. All right, so let me copy this first string and let me paste it over here. This is going to be the description, and let me paste it one more time, and that is going to be short description. Type is going to be string, and at last we need to add one more field, which is of course the most important field over here. That's the price, and that is going to be the price field, price, and this is going to be a number, and we need to add the description about this particular, the price of the product in USDs, something like that. Then, and this price field of course is really important field, so I need to make sure that none of the field, it's options. All the image, whatever the fields what we have, few of them is optional, few of them it's compulsory. So we need to make sure this field, it's highly important. So what I need to do is, so let's add the validations. Let me open an arrow function, and inside here I'm just going to pass a rule parameter. So rule dot required, this is highly required, and this whatever the number which I'm typing, everything should be positive number. All right, and then at last we need to add one more options in it, options, and the format, it's going to be currency format, currency. Make sure there is no spelling mistakes. So now let's save these changes and everything. All right, the file, everything is changed, and let's get back to the index. So let me delete everything over here, delete it, and let's delete all these import statements. So first what we need to do, we need to bring our product. So let's bring the product schema, then we need to bring the category schema. All right, so now we successfully finished all these schemas and everything. So let's go ahead and relaunch our backend server. So it's checking the configuration files and it's reloading all the files and everything. So let's go here and let's check it out. It's reloading the backend server which we created, and look at that. We have two different schema over here. One is category, and that's having two different fields. One is for our title and another one is for image, which we haven't added. And let's go for product, hit that, and there we can able to see all the products field which we created. All right, so then next, what's the most important thing we have to do is to add the data into our backend server. So that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now let's open the assets folder. So you can able to download the assets folder from the description below. So I shared all these images which is necessary for this project, and here you can able to see the body lotions, categories, facials, cleansers, perfumes, products, and the images which is necessary for our what's that, the onboarding scripts. All right, so let's go ahead and add the products one by one. Let me bring this to the screen. Oops, not this one. Let me bring this to over here. All right, so let me keep this side by side so that I can able to see it clearly. All right, so over here, so first I need to add the category. So let me hit the category. So I'll show you how to add the categories and everything. So once you understand how exactly you need to add the data and everything, so please pause the video and add all these products just like this. All right, add all these products just like this. In this case, I'm just going to show you one product, one record for each schema. All right, so the first category, what is the first category? Oral care. Oral care. So let me go to the categories, and there I can find the oral health.png. So let me drag it and drop it over there, and that will upload that png image, and you can able to see that it's been uploaded, and hit the publish button. Now this data is being published. Unless you not publish this document, it will not be listed out in your API. All right, so please make sure that you published it. So hit the product and click new product over here. And what is the first product we are added over here? Ideal body. Okay, let's choose any one. So let's go to the body lotions. Let's give this, okay, this is the same thing which we are getting over there. So I'm just going to give the name as ideal body lotion, and let me bring it over here. And for background images, you can go to the product BG folder, and there you can find some background images and choose the image which is look suitable for that particular product, and upload that background image by dropping it over that particular field. And in this case, this product type is going to be the body lotion, and choose the category, and the category is going to be this oral care. Of course, it's not an oral care, and I'm just going to list it out just because we added only one category over there. So the first thing is it's going to be what is the description. All right, so let me copy this description. I'm going to paste it over there. This description, and paste it over here. So the price of the field is going to be 9.79. All right, so you need to change the category of this product. So I just keep it simple so that you can able to understand how exactly we need to add the details and everything. So later, please add the respective categories and change the category of the each and every product. Please do upload all these products one after another. All right, so that you can able to work with the same data or like along with me. All right, in this case I published it, and since it's successfully running in our local host server, so I need to deploy it into a live link just like the same way what I did over here. So to do that, what we have to do is to let's get back over here and stop the local host server. All you have to say is sanity deploy. So this will deploy this current server. So please make sure before running this command that you are inside the server folder. So every time whenever you're making some changes inside your schema files, you have to deploy it again. So that will take few seconds to reflect those changes in your live server. So hit the enter. So this will deploy the project, and now it's asking what kind of host name that you want to use. In this case, I'm just going to say YouTube Beauty App Expo. Hit the enter. So now that will use the exact same name. Now it's been successfully building the project folder, and it's trying to push it to our live link. So this might take few seconds, so please wait until it's successfully finished. And in this case, now it's successfully deployed in this link, and it's giving you the link of that particular live URL. So let's open it, and here we go. So there you can able to see the live link of your backend server, and hit the products, and you can able to see the product which we added in the local host and which user it's added. And currently it's showing me that I'm editing this document still in the local server. All right, that's fine. Okay, so take your time, pause the video, and then add all the necessary products which is given in this assets folder. Please add everything, and you can able to follow with me in this tutorial by using the exact same data what we are working with. All right, so please take your time and add all these products. So next we are going to
move on to our front end, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so since we successfully deployed our server-side coding, so now let's move on to the front end. All right, in this case we are going to use the Expo, React Native Expo. All right, so let me close all these files and let me open the app folder inside this readme folder, which readme file which is not necessary. Let me delete it and keep the app file as empty. All right, so let's get back over here and let me close this and make this big screen, and let's search for React Native, not this one, React Native. So if you search for React Native, you can able to find this very first website link where you can able to understand about the React Native applications completely. So React Native is not that much harder if you already have some idea in the React.js, which is quite easy if you already have some idea in React.js and everything. All right, so hit this get started options, and basically we have two different options to work with the React Native. You can able to find out these two over here, which is Expo Go and React Native CLI. The difference between these two options is Expo Go is a beginner friendly. Even if you don't have any idea of mobile applications, or sorry, the hybrid applications development, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're working with React Native, which is quite complicated, because only if you already did something in mobile applications, either in Android or iOS, which you already have some knowledge in it, you can able to use the React Native CLI. In this case, I'm just going with Expo Go, which is really user friendly. All right. And since we are already using yarn for our server-side coding, and in this case, I'm going to use the yarn only. I'm just going to copy this command and let's get back over here. And in this case, I'm just going back to the app folder. So let's say cd space double dot, clear the screen and get back into the app folder. Cd app, please make sure that you're inside the app folder. And let me paste that command. So yarn create expo app. I don't need this awesome project because otherwise it will create another folder inside the app folder. In this case, we don't want to create another folder inside the app folder. So let's say yarn create expo app dot slash, hit the enter. So that will download all the necessary files under this exact same folder itself, and you can able to see all these folders are being downloaded successfully. So this might take some time. All right, so let me pause the video and you guys please wait until it's successfully downloaded. All right then, so here my project is successfully downloaded and you can able to see all the commands over here, yarn Android, yarn iOS and yarn web and all those things. So let's have a quick look in our app folder. You can able to see we having certain assets folder over here, and we having the babel config.js where we can able to configure our presets files and everything, and package.json. This is the important file where you can able to see all the scripts and you can able to see the dependencies which is already added into this projects. Okay, let's get back to the app.js. You can able to see the view and text and status bar and everything. Basically view, that means if you already did some project in React.js, if you are working, you can able to easily understand these codings and everything, the functional components and how exactly it's been using the style components and everything. Well, in React Native, the view which is exactly similar to the division in the HTML in the React.js, and the text which is exactly similar to the paragraph or h1, h2, whatever it is, in React Native you need to use view and text. All right, so let's move into it one after another. So first what we have to do is we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. Basically we are going to use the Tailwind CSS to achieve this nice UI over here. This one, all this UI is all going to build by the Tailwind CSS. So that's what we are going to do next. So let's go ahead and to install all the necessary stuff. All right then, so now what we need to do is before starting installing the Tailwind CSS and everything, so we need to make sure how exactly we need to run this project. So before starting running your project, you need to install, if you're using Windows, so please go ahead and download the Android Studio. So that Android Studio which helps you to download the all the SDKs which is necessary for running the Android simulators and everything. All right, so please go ahead and download the Android simulator and create your Android simulator to run your hybrid applications. All right, so please go ahead and download the Android Studio. So once you successfully download the Android Studio, so now for the Mac users, you guys need to download the Xcode. If you search for Xcode, so you need to download and install the Xcode from your App Store. And once you successfully installed your Xcode application, you can able to start your simulator. So all you have to do is to open your simulator. That's it. So that will open your simulator. So by default, it will open the simulator with the latest iPhone model. So in case if you want to change your mobile simulators and everything, just you have to go to the simulator over here and go to the settings and configure whatever the settings or mobile whatever you wish for. All right, so let me adjust the screen. So now my simulator is successfully opened over here, and now I need to start my applications. All I have to say on start. So that will start the application, and that will gives you the list of options over here. So don't worry about the simulators or the emulators. All you have to do is to connect your mobile phone with your USB cable with your laptop, and you can directly check your changes and everything in your mobile phone itself. Or here you can able to see this barcode options. So all you have to do is to scan this barcode, and you can able to download this application called Expo Go. If you download this application called Expo Go, so you can able to run this project lively without a cable. You can able to check your project lively in your mobile app itself. All right, or if you wish to run this project on the web, so you have to download certain packages. So press the W option, that will show you the list of packages. So please copy it and download it in your project and then run your project in the web itself. In this case, I'm not going to run this project on the web. I'm going to run it on my iOS simulator. So let me press I. So that it's now trying to open the iOS simulator, and it's connected to the iOS simulator, and you can able to see that project is being loaded on the Expo app, right? So if you want to run this project, please go ahead and download the Expo Go app in your Play Store or App Store and run your project directly in your mobile itself. So now it's been successfully loaded, and here we go. You can able to see that it's showing the open up the App Store to work on app image. So in this case, if I want to customize these things, so let me change this to hi there, and let me say hot. So this, save the changes, and there you go. You can see the text is instantly updated over there. Fine. So then what we need to do now, we have to configure the Tailwind CSS, and that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so let me stop this server. All right, so now the Metro bundler is stopped successfully. So let's get back to the browser over here, and let's search for native wind.dev. All right, so for React Native, of course, we are going to download the native wind, which is the nothing but the Tailwind CSS only. For to work with the React Native, Tailwind CSS provided you the package called native wind. Okay, so we need to work with that particular package. And here you can, in the left side menu, you can able to see the quick starts. Or if you are using TypeScripts or Expo app or React Native CLI or whatever you are using. In this case, I'm using the Expo Go. So let me choose the Expo, and we already created the project, and we have to add these two packages. So let me copy this. Yarn add Tailwind CSS and the native wind. I'm going to copy and paste both together and hit the enter. So that will add the native wind and the Tailwind CSS with the developer options. So once you successfully install these two different packages, you have to initialize your Tailwind CSS in order to get this tailwind.config.js file. Let me copy that and say yarn add Tailwind CSS in it. Hit the enter. So that will download all the necessary oops, my bad. It is supposed to be yarn Tailwind CSS in it. So now you can able to see that tailwind.config.js. So previously I added this one more command called add. So it's again downloaded the same Tailwind CSS and installed in it. All right, so it's better. Let me install it one more time to avoid some issues and all those things. Let me install it and let me reinitiate it. Okay, cool. So now it's showing it's already exists. Fine. All right, so now what we need to do is to copy this command completely, content command, and replace your content completely. So basically what we are instructing over here is to this file, that means the Tailwind CSS, it's need to constantly monitor these separate folders. Check the app.js and check the screen folder or components folder, whatever we are about to create. This needs to constantly monitor those folders to check for those CSS, the Tailwind CSS utility classes. So that utility classes will automatically convert it into a real CSS. All right. So this will check the app.js or tsx, whatever the file is, it will check that file. And over here in this custom directory, so delete this custom directory, and that is going to be the screens. So we need to create the separate folders for that, screens. So then let me copy this one more time, and I'm going to create one more folder which is called components. COMPONENTS. So save these changes. So this needs to check this app.js file, and inside the screens folder, whatever the folder it is and whatever the file name it is, it needs to constantly check those files which comes under this particular folder. And this will do the exact same thing for your components folder too. All right, so now we configured it, and then we need to configure this babel.plugin. So let's open this and copy this file, copy this link, sorry, copy that command and go to the babel.config.js and paste it over here. Right after your presets file, configure your plugin. Then that's it. We just have to start writing the code. So save these changes and let me get back to the app.js and let me delete everything. And before starting into it, we need to install two different extensions to work with the React Native and to work with the Tailwind CSS. So search for React snippets. If you search for React snippets, and you can able to find out this ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. So please go ahead and download this extensions, which is really comes handy when you're working with React applications. So once you install this, you need to install one more package called Tailwind CSS. So search for Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Where it is? Here. This one, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So this will gives you the suggestions of Tailwind CSS. So that will really helps you to write the utility classes to work with your applications. All right. So now I'm just going to say RNFE. So React Native Functional Export Component, and hit the enter. So that will create this React Native functional component. All right. So over here, I'm just going to say class name, and I'm just going to say flux one item center. Let's define it center, and the class name is going to be text excel and text blue 500. So basically you need to understand the flex box, because flex, when you're working with a web app, flex is always working the row directions. But when it comes to mobile application, the flex will always work in the column direction. By default, it will work in the column direction. All right. So let's start our server one more time. Yarn start. And it's started, and let me open it in the iOS application simulator. All right, it's triggered. Let me reload this. All right, it's building one more time. And here we go. Now you can see that our entire text is in the center of the screen, and you can see it in the different color, in the blue color. Let me change this color to red and save these changes. Now you can see it's in the red. Now we can make sure that the Tailwind CSS is successfully configured with our application, and it's working so far so good. So the next what we have to do is we need to work with our React navigations. So that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so let me stop the server and let's get back to the browser and search for React
navigations. So there you can find this official link, reactnavigation.org. So click that and click the read docs. If you scroll down, you can able to see npm or yarn. So click the yarn. Of course, we are using yarn. So please go through this documentation before starting doing anything. Please go through this documentation and understand how exactly these React navigations and everything is been working. All right. So if you click the guides, you can able to understand how the tab navigation is working, drawer navigations, each and everything you can able to customize when you're working with React navigation. So please go through the official documentation. I strongly recommend you to go through the official documentation before you guys start working with any technologies or any packages and everything. All right. So let's copy this and let's get back here, and I'm just make sure that I'm inside the app folder, and I'm going to say yarn add React navigation at native. Cool. All right, so then if you scroll down, you can able to see that it's showing again the list of screens and all those things. This is the npm command. If you scroll down, you can able to see the yarn packages also. Copy this, which is exactly the same thing. We need to install the native screens and the safe area context and everything. So copy it and run that command, yarn add React native screens and React native safe area context and everything. All right, since it's been downloaded, let's get back over here. So if you're using with React Native, so of course React Native CLI, of course you need to follow these three steps also. In this case, we don't have to worry about it. Let's get back to the next page, and there you have to add this stack navigator, because this is really important, because we are working with stack of screens. So copy that line and paste it over here and install that package also. Since that it's been successfully created, so what we have to do is we have to create the home screen component. Then we have to create a native stack navigator, and we have to configure it with our navigator screens, navigator container. All right, so let's get back to our project, and inside the app folder, I'm going to create two subfolders called server screens. And please make sure these names are exactly the same name as the mention which we created over here. So let me rename those things, and let me copy this, and let me create a new folder one more time called components. So I created two different folders in the root directory of the app called components and the server. Under the screen folder, I'm going to create a new file called home screen.jsx. All right. So here I'm just going to say rnfe. So in this project, of course, we are going to have different levels of screens. So we need to make sure, we need to optimize the import statements. So think about it that you're having 20 different screens and you're trying to import all these 20 screens in the app.js. So that will import 20 different import statements. So we don't have to do that. So to avoid that situation, what you need to do is create a new file in your screen and name that file as index.js. And over here, I'm just going to export it, export default as home screen from /home screen. So basically we are exporting this file. So whatever the screens that we are about to create, everything will be created inside this folder, and it will be exported again from the index.js. So when we are importing it, we can able to import it in a single line. So that's why we are exporting it from here. So now let me go back to the app.js. So since we successfully created the home screen, so I don't have to worry about it. So let me copy these styles, whatever I added over here, copy this, and let me change it over here and change this as home screen. Home, save the changes. All right, so let's get back to the app.js, and over here now what we need to do is, let me copy these two packages from here, the navigation container and the create navigation stack create native stack navigator. All right, so let me create the stack first, copy it and paste it top of your component, create the native stack navigator. So then let me copy this completely from here and replace it over here. So navigation container, inside the navigation container we having the stack navigator, and once inside the stack navigator we having the stack of screens over there. All right, so let me import this home screen. So basically it's not showing the suggestions for the home screen, so let's import it by ourselves. Import from /screens. So from the screens folder I'm going to import that home screen. So now you can able to see that home screen over there, and the name of the screen is going to be home. Save these changes, and now let's run this project on start. Let's restart it, and then there you can see showing some warnings that it's showing some of the dependencies are incompatible with the installed expo version. That means the React native safe area contest, it is using 4.64, but the expected version is 4.54. So it's giving you the suggestions what exact packages that needs to be installed. So if you're getting any kind of warning like this, so please go ahead and copy this completely. In this case I'm just copying the packages which I need to install. Copy it, then let me stop it, and then add the command on add, paste that packages and hit the enter. So try to keep your project clean. So if it is showing any suggestions of the related to the packages, please go ahead and install it first. So yarn start the server again. Now the bundler, it's not showing any kind of warnings or issues over there. So let me open it in the iOS simulator. So it's running now, and let me reload this app. It's been reloaded. 98%. Yep, now it's reloaded successfully, and look at that. Now we are inside the home screen. That means the stack navigator, it's been successfully created, and the navigation is everything is configured perfectly, and we are inside the home screen. But it's showing this navigation header. Of course we don't need that header, so that will take the maximum space over here. So we need all the available spaces. If you have a look over here at the design, you can see we don't have any kind of the topmost layer, like on which kind of screen we are, because we don't need that. Later we can access those informations through in a different way. All right, so I need to remove that options. To remove that options, I can able to adjust the screen options for each screen by screen, or I can simply adjust the screen options in the navigator, the stack navigator, so that will affect all the screens. So the better approach is to adjust it on the stack navigator. Search for the property called screen options. Under the screen options, open the object one more time and search for header show. You can able to find this option. By default it is true. Just change this to false. Save the changes, and now we are able to see that header options over there. All right, so we successfully configured that stack navigations. So next thing what we have to do is we have to customize the onboarding screen. So basically the onboarding screen which we loaded only once, and that's what we are about to create next. All right then, so now we have to configure the onboarding screen. So basically the onboarding screen will be loaded only once when the user is installing applications for the very first time. So we are not supposed to show the onboarding screen again and again and again. All right, so there are lots of packages available in over there. We can able to use those packages to work with the onboarding screens and everything, but in this case I'm not going to use any packages or templates. In this case we are going to build all the thing completely from the ground. All right, so let me create a new screen over here, and that is going to be onboarding screen dot. Nothing is typing. Why? Onboarding screen .jsx or an FE. Save the changes, and let's export it from here. Onboarding, and let me copy this paste it here, save the changes, and let me copy and paste it one more time. This is the first thing. It's going to be the onboarding screen, so make sure that you're loading the onboarding screen first. And I'm just going to say onboarding, something like this. All right, so let's reload it, and there you can able to see that it's loading the onboarding screen first. All right, so now let's start customizing the onboarding screens and everything. So basically, to work with the onboarding screen, we need to install a package to work with the onboarding screen, which is nothing but the swiper. So basically, we are going to use the React Native swiper, this one. So search for React Native swiper. This available packages over here. So open that React Native swiper, and there you can find out different swiper options, and we can choose what kind of template that you want to use. All you have to do is to go ahead and install the swiper, and please follow this documentation. So that's really helps you to customize it and use what kind of options that you want. So you can able to customize the dot and active dots and everything basically, right? So let's go ahead and start doing that. So here I'm just going to create a new terminal and cd app, and make sure that you are inside the app folder and add this yarn add React Native swiper, install it. So now we added the React Native swiper. So let me open the onboarding screen. All right, so here, and I need to import that particular package. So import React Native swiper. So let me import it first. Cool. So now what I need to do is, let me get back to the screen options. So over here, so basically this onboarding screen, it should take the class name. It's going to be flex1. Of course, it should take the complete available space. Everything should be in the center of the screen, and the background is going to be the white color. Save the changes. Now it is in the center of the screen. So then here I'm going to bring that swiper options. Swiper. Close this swiper. And inside this swiper, we need to bring 3 different screens, right? So I'm going to create 3 different screens. So export const screen 1 equals to an arrow function and return normal brackets. So here I'm just going to return a view, and inside the view I'm going to bring a text component. Make sure that the text component is already installed your React Native package. I'm just going to say screen 1. So let me copy this and paste it 2 more times. This is going to be screen 2, and this is going to be screen 3. 2, 3. And inside this swiper, I just need to bring all these screens. So let's say screen 1, screen 2, and then screen 3. All right, so save these changes, and now we are getting a mistake. So let me restart this, and you can see we having that pagination option, and you can see we can able to swap between screen 1 and 2 and 3 completely. Screen 1, and none of this are coming in the center of the screen. So the reason is because, let me add all these styles so that you can able to see it completely. Hold your alt key and or options key, and then create a multi-cursor editor, and then paste it at a single time. Now we can see screen 3, 1, 2, 3, and you can able to see here it's constantly rotating in the same in a repeated way. So we can customize all those things once we finish that screens and everything. We can able to change those things. All right,
So now the screens, everything is fixed. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and customize these screens, each and everything one by one. And that's what we are about to do next. All right, then, since we successfully created these screens, so let's go ahead and customize the onboarding screen 1 and 2 and 3 and everything. All right, so inside the assets folder, I already did copy the images which is necessary for those, all these 3 screens, different screens, the brand and the screen 1, screen 2, screen 3 images and everything. I already did copy it over here. All right, so if you want to use the exact same thing, I already shared it inside the assets folder. You can able to find the screen 1, screen 2 and everything which is available over there. So please go ahead and download it and use it, or you can use your own images. All right, so inside the assets folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js so that we can able to export all the images which is necessary for it. All right, so let's go ahead and export it. So what you need to do is, so first image, which is the brand.png, right? This is the thing which we need to export. That's a logo. So let me right click and rename it and copy it completely. And here I'm just going to say export default as brand from /brand.png. Just like the same way, we have to export everything from here. All right, so we have to export everything. So let me copy it completely and let me paste it over here. So including the card, screen 1, screen 2, screen 3, brand and everything. All right, so make sure that you exported all the images which we copied it from there, which is highly necessary for this particular project. All right, so please pause the video and type all this content. Okay, so let me save these changes. Let me get back to the onboarding screen. So the first screen which we are about to customize is nothing but that is the screen 1, right? The screen 1 is the which is we need to customize it over here. So let's go to the screen 1 once again. Okay, so let's keep it as it is. Flex 1, item center, justify center, and I don't need this background color. I'm going to keep it as a relative position. And inside this, I need to bring an image, and of course that image is going to take the complete screen. So we need to bring that image which is coming from this React Native package. Make sure that you are imported that package over here, that component over there, image component. And for this image component, we do have the source component. Source, of course, it's going to be the screen 1 which is coming from our assets folder, screen 1. So I'm going to use the screen 1 image which is coming from our assets folder. Make sure that is imported perfectly fine. So then what I need to do is I need to add the class name. So width, of course, it's going to take the complete width, and height is also going to take the complete height. And the resize mode, of course, it's going to cover the entire screen. Save these changes. Now you are about to see the complete changes over there. See, we are in the screen 1 and you can able to see the complete picture over there. Cool, right? So then what I'm going to do is I'm about to create one more view, and inside this view, so basically this view is going to take the absolute position. So it's going to take the absolute position. So let's add those styles over here, class name. So width, I'm just going to fix the width, not the complete screen. I'm just going to keep it in the lowest as possible. So I'm just going to take the 200 pixels something, right? So I don't need, because I'm just trying to access this. 1 second. So 1 second, because we are trying to access this particular portion. So this is not going to be more than 200 pixels or something. So we are trying to access this particular portion over there. All right, so that's what we are trying to do over here. So then height, of course, it's going to be auto according to the image. What I'm going to keep it inside, the height should adjust according to it. So flex, everything should be flex, item center, justify center. All right, and padding, of course, I'm going to add 2. And this is going to be in the absolute position. So for the time being, I'm just going to keep it in the background red color. So now if you go to the screen 1, and there you can able to see that
which we added over there, but it should be from the left side, it should be in the position number 4, and from the top it should be over here like this, top 36. So all these things are just trial and error. It's not just I'm typing like this straight away. It's just a trial and error. I just adjusted until I feel that is the perfect place or something. All right, so please take your time and adjust it until you feel satisfied. So then I need to bring the image, and the source of the image is going to be the brand, which is coming from the assets folder, and the class name is going to be the width. Of course, it's going to take the 32, and height is also going to 32, and the resize mode is going to be the contain. Save the changes. So now you can able to see that image over there. It's looking cool, right? So let me remove this background color, which is not necessary for now. Save the changes, and now you can see that brand logo over there. So right after that, we need to bring a text which going to display the brand name, and of course it's going to be it can be like, let's say, enchant your beauty, something like that. Enchant your beauty or something, or enchant beauty. Let's give it as enchant beauty, and let's give the class name for it. Like text size is going to be Excel size, and font, of course, it's going to be the semi bold, and the text color is going to be a customized CSS color, which is 555. Save the changes, and now you can see that the onboarding screen number 1. Just like the same way, we have to go and customize the screen 2. All right, so let's go ahead and let's start doing the screen 2. So screen 1 is successfully completed. So next thing is we have to do the screen 2. All right then, so we successfully completed the screen 1. So now let's go ahead and start doing the screen 2. All right, so over here, I'm just going to remove this background white color, which is not necessary. Let's keep it in that way. All right, so then inside here, of course, I'm going to bring the image. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here, and this is going to be the screen 2, and width, of course, it's going to take the width, and the height, it's going to take the 65% of the screen height. 65% of the screen height. So we need to import this screen 2. Let's make sure that you guys imported that screen 2. So save these changes, and now let's get back to the screen 2 so that you can able to see that image, which is taking the 65% of the screen height. And of course, it should be on the starting position. So instead of justify center, change this to justify start. So let's get back over here, and you can able to see that image is in the topmost position. So then what I need to do is I need to bring a view after that, a view, and this view is going to have a class name, like of course it's going to be the column direction, so flex item center, and justify it in the center, and then padding left and right is going to be px6. So I need to bring 2 different text components. So instead of typing and wasting the time, I'm just copying it and pasting it over here. A text component with a certain styles and a description about that product. So save the changes, and now you can see that it's looking so close to each other. So what we need to do is first, the top of these 2 sections, this image and this content section, I need to add some space. So space Y, so I'm just going to add 6. So now you can able to see some space between this product and this product. And then what you need to do is, so inside this 2 different products, I need the, inside this 2 different elements, I need the space. So inside this view, we have 2 different text boxes. So I need to add some space over here, space Y 6. So that will gives you some space between these 2 products, 2 elements. So now the screen 2 is also successfully completed. So then what we need to do for the screen 3, which is exactly going to be the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here and change this to screen 3. And I'm just going to change the content. And okay, so change the content, or you guys just leave it exactly as it is. I'm just going to keep it as it is. Just I'm going to change the image. You can see now we have 3 different onboarding screens, which is repeating again and again. Just we have to fix those things. Once we fix that, we can move on to the landing page of our applications. All right. So now the next important thing that we have to do is to make sure this onboarding screen is loaded only one, and the onboarding, once you reach the end of the onboarding screen, it's directly take you to the home screen. It is not supposed to repeat again and again. That's what we are about to do next. Since we successfully created the onboarding screens and everything, so let's go ahead and make sure that screen is loaded only once before moving into the further applications and everything. All right, so let's go ahead, and here you can see this swiper. So this is the place where you can able to figure out what kind of screen it's currently loading. That means, so overall we have 3 different screens over here. So we need to get the index number of each screens. So once it reaches the end of the index, we need to trigger that it's reached the end. So you are supposed to navigate to this specific screen, and you need to make sure that it is loaded only once. Okay, so here I'm just going to say on index changed. Whenever that is the index it's being changed, I need to call this function called handle onboarding complete. This is the function which we are about to create. Copy it, const onboarding complete equals to an arrow function, open it. So here, whenever this function is being triggered, that means this function is supposed to be an async function. The reason why is because we need to make sure this onboarding screen is loaded only once, right? We can able to achieve it until achieve it by using that asynchronous storage. We need to access the asynchronous storage, and we need to store a variable in it. If that variable is true, that means the onboarding screen is already loaded. So this screen needs to be loaded only once. So that's the reason that we are keeping this function as an asynchronous function. So whenever this function is being triggered, an event will be fired up, and using that event, I'm going to get the information. So console log, so triggered, I need to get the triggered screen index number. So that is coming from over here. Save these changes, go to the console. All right, so if I am moving back and forth, nothing is happening. Let me reload it. You can see currently we are in the first index, and this is the 0th index, first index, and second index, right? The first screen is the 0th index, second screen is the first index, third screen is the second index, just like in an array. So once this reaches the second index, that means we are at the end of our screen. So we need to make sure that you are reached the end of your screen. So if the E is equals to number 2, so this should navigate to a different screen. So to navigate it to a different screen, we need to get the navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation hook. Using this hook that we can able to push to a different screen. So navigation dot navigate to the home. So let's go to the app and copy this home name, the name of your screen, and give it over here. So now screen number 1 and screen number 2 and screen number 3, once it reaches the screen number 3, it will automatically push to our home screen. But there is a problem. If I'm refreshing it again, this will load the same onboarding screen. This is not supposed to happen. So to avoid this, so what we need to do is we need to install a package called asynchronous storage. So we need to download and install this very specific package at React Native asynchronous storage. So we have to download and install that specific package. Okay, so let's go to our another terminal and let's say yarn add at React Native asynchronous storage and async storage. Okay, so it's successfully added. Now let's import that statement from that package.
import async storage from React Native asynchronous and async storage over there. So now what I'm supposed to do is, so I need to, once this is equals to this, I need to say await async storage dot set item. So I need to give a name for that particular storage. So I'm just going to say at onboarding underscore complete. This is the name. If it is completed, so set that value as true. So this will set this particular value as true. Save these changes, and whenever you're trying to do this, it's better to wrap this thing completely inside an exception handling block. So I'm trying to do this. If there is any issue, catch that issue and console log it. Console.log, and I'm just going to say error on storing onboarding status colon, and let's print that error. Save the changes. So now let's move back, and now the value is set it successfully. It should set successfully because we are not getting any console issues over here. So that means the asynchronous storage is, this object is created and is set to true. But so we need to check that whether it is working fine or not. So to check that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method. So I'm going to use the use effect hook, open it, and that method will take two different parameters. One is the dependency injections, another one is a function, and I'm going to keep this use effect hook as an asynchronous function. Inside here, I'm going to create a function called const check onboarding status equals to, and instead of keeping this as an asynchronous, I'm going to keep this function as asynchronous. Instead of keeping the use effect as an asynchronous function, keep this function inside function as the asynchronous function, and inside here I need to get that value which we created. So let me copy this term. So here I'm going to get that value. So const value equals to await async storage dot get item called onboarding complete. Save these changes and console.log that particular value. Save these changes. So this function is not yet called, so we have to call that function. So check onboarding status. So now it's giving the message as true. That means this onboarding status is which is successfully setted. So that's the reason when you're trying to access it, it's giving the value as true. So here what I'm trying to say is if the value, if you have the value, that means the value is true. So if the value is not equals to null, that means it does have any other value, and the value should not be null, and the value should be equals to true. If it is equals to true, that means the onboarding screen is already loaded successfully. So I'm just going to say navigation dot replace, or we can say navigation dot replace, open it, and I'm going to say as home. Save changes. Look at that. It doesn't matter how many times I am refreshing it, that value is set it successfully to true. So even if I'm refreshing it, it will not load that onboarding screen, it will instantly loads the home screen, right? So it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now the onboarding screen will be loaded only once, okay, because of this particular asynchronous storage value. So we successfully finished the onboarding screen, and then now we have to move back to our landing screen. All right, then since we successfully finished with our onboarding screen, so let's go ahead and customize our home screen. So let me close everything, close this. Let me open the home screen. Fine. So
Now instead of making it center, I need to keep it as a starting position. So now you can see it is hiding behind the notch display. So what we have to do is we have to wrap this view into a safe area view. Make sure that is imported on that statement and click save. So now we are back to the business. It is in the safe area view, inside the safe area view. All right. So, and I need to change the background color of this. So BG, I'm using the customized background color. So hash EB EA EF, which is exactly the same color what we are using over the design. All right, so that's the color. So let me remove this text. Instead of this text, what I'm supposed to do in the landing screen, you can see we have this options, the background, the options which helps you to take back to the previous screen, and we can able to see these this particular image over here. So let's go ahead and let's create the view, not this one, view. And basically this view is going to be accessing the full width. So width is going to be full, and of course every inside object is going to be in a row direction. So flex row, and item center, and the justify is going to be between, this one between, and px it's going to be 4, and py it's going to be 2, the left and right and top and bottom. So I need to bring the icons. So basically to work with the icons, what I'm going to do is, so I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to bring the expo icons. If you search for expo icons, you can able to find out the website where you can able to find out all the icons which is supportable for your expo app. Then we need to install this expo vector icons npm package so that you can able to use it inside your application. So let me copy this and let me open the terminal and yarn add expo vector icons. So make sure that you are installed it successfully. Then let's get back to that website and search for chevron. All right, so I'm going to apply some filters. I need only the material icons. All right, so I'm going to use this chevron left, which is coming from material icons. Copy this and import it at the top, and copy this and paste it over here. Material icon chevron left, size is going to be 32, and color is going to be hash FFF. Save the changes, and now you can able to see that icon over there. Cool. Then what I need to do is I need to bring the profile image just like this way. We need to bring the profile image. I don't need this, and I don't need this. Let me keep, I don't need this also. Keep it simple as much as possible. So here I need to bring this. So basically we are not using any authentications or anything, so I'm just going to keep some dummy data over there. So image, let's import this image from this React Native. Make sure that is imported over there. Then source, and we are going to bring the screen third image. Okay, and then class name is going to be, what's the width is going to be? Width is going to be 12, touch is going to be 12, and rounded it's going to be XL, and the resize mode is going to be contain, or not contain, it's going to be cover. Save the changes, and there you can able to see that image. Cool, right? So then what we have to do, we have to bring this search icon over there. So let's go ahead and bring that search icon. So this view is completed. All right, so add some comment, and now what we are going to do over here, search box starts here. Enter and search. It's better to add the comment when you're working with a very big screen. Search box ends here. In between, I need to add that view. So let me add that view first. So view. So if you have a close look over here, we have a view, And inside that view, we have one division which is having a search icon and an input text. And after that, we're having another one division which is having a small filter icon over there. So basically this is a complete screen. This is a complete division. Inside that division, we have two subdivisions, 1 and 2. Inside that, we have one search icon and we have one input box. Inside here, we have one filter icon. All right, so let's go ahead and fix that thing. Here, class name, and this is going to be a flex row. Everything should be in a row direction, and it's supposed to be item center and justify between. Px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 2, width of course it's going to be full, and space between each and every object in between is going to be 6. And then here for the first division, one view, and for the second division, another view. The first division is for our this search icon and as well as for this input element. So over here, I'm just going to add some styles. Okay, so this is going to have a background white color and having some certain padding. So px is going to be 4 and py is going to be 2 and pg it's going to white color, and rounded it's going to be xl, and of course it should take the complete length. So flex 1, and flex direction is going to be in a row direction, and item center, justify center, and space between object is going to be 2. Inside this, I'm going to bring that search icon. So let's go here and search for search icon, and we can able to find out this search icon. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here, and the color is going to be hash 7f 7f 7f. Size is going to be exactly the same size as you can see. Now we have it, and now I need to bring the input. So to bring the input, we need to import the text input, React Native. So this, I'm going to bring a class name which is going to have a text base as a size, and font is going to be the semi-bold, and the text color is going to be, which is exactly the same color of this, and it should take the all the available width, and padding it's going to top and bottom 1. Save the changes, and let me type something here. You can see the text is going a little bit bottom of that particular division. So what I'm going to do is minus empty 1. So if you adjust it, now it's a little bit on that specific position. All right, so it's adjusted perfectly. So we need to add some placeholders. So placeholders is going to be search here. Save these changes, and over here let me delete it, and you can able to see the search here text over there. So if you want to customize your placeholder text color and everything, you can able to change the placeholder text colors and everything over there. In this case, I think that color is fine, so I'm just going to leave it as this. All right, so so far whatever you're typing over there, we are not getting the value of that typed value. So to get that typed value, you need to create a state, use state, make sure that use state is imported. Then I'm just going to say search term, and I'm going to keep it as a string value, and by default the value is going to be your state value, search term. All right, so now if I save these changes, nothing will get updated. The reason is because the state value is not getting updated, so we need to update the state. So whenever there is a change on the text, on change text, we need to call a method called handle search term, this method. So I'm going to create that method. copy, and right after here I'm going to say const handle search term, and that is going to get the text as a parameter, and I'm going to update that parameter. So just like this, set search term as a text, save change. And now whenever you're typing something over here, not there, over here, if I'm typing something, the text will be updated instantly over there. The reason is because the state value is updated, so the reason is the text value is displayed over there. And now next what we need to do, we need to bring this icon, the filter icon, over there. So let's get back to that. So this view is completed. Now let's get back to this particular view. The view 1 is completed. Now we are inside the view 2. So for this, class name is going to be, width is going to be 12, height is going to be 12, and rounded of course is going to be the Excel, and flex item center, justify its center, not the end. Everything should be in the center of the screen, center of the division, and the BG white, it's going to the color. And inside here I need to bring that filter icon. So basically the filter icon which we are going to use it, which is coming from your font awesome. So if I'm searching for the icon name called filter, and this is the icon that we are going to use for it. So let me copy this, copy, paste it, and make sure that you imported the font awesome package, and the icon color is going to be hash 7F7F7F. Size, everything is going to be same. Save the changes, and look at that. Now we have that filter options and everything. And this filter option is, it's supposed to look like a button. So change this view, select that view, and change that view into a touchable opacity from the React Native. Save the changes. If you tap it, now it looks like a normal button. So the reason why we are adding this option is because when you're tapping this, I need to bring a box, I need to display the list of categories so that we can able to filter it based on the particular categories that we are supposed to do later. So now it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now we successfully completed the search option, the UI of the search part. Okay, so the next stuff is we are supposed to build this, the rest of the parts. And that's what we are about to do next. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to work on this feed area right now. So let's go here. So basically this feed area is like a scrollable container. You can able to scroll up and down, and you can able to see all the list of products which is available, right? So let's go ahead and do that one. So once this section is completed, right after this view, that means the search area where it's been finished. So this is the place where the scrollable container starts, and then this is the place where the scrollable container ends. So let's bring the scrollable view and make sure that is imported properly. Scrollable view, all right, it's imported. Enter. And inside the scrollable view, and I'm going to keep this scrollable view as flex 1, width as full, and height also full, and I'm just going to say BG red as 500. So you can see that is occupying the complete length. So I don't need this too, because the height and everything will be automatically adjusted according to the products whatever we are adding inside. So this area should list out if the product is being loaded. So I need to show some that loading animations or something, right? If the animations is not loaded, the data will be displayed over there. So to do that, I need to create a state to monitor that information. So use state snippet is loading. By default, I'm just going to say it as true. Later, I will change it as false. So if this is loading is true, I need to display a certain block of codes, or I need to display a certain block of codes. So inside this block of codes, I'm going to bring a view, and inside this view, I'm going to bring an activity indicator, which is provided by your React Expo itself, and the size of it, it's going to be the large, and the color of it, it's going to be the teal color. So this view should occupy the complete width, and the height, of course, it's going to be the 80, and item center and justified center. Save changes, and now it's showing an error. Okay, that is a problem over here because of this save the changes, and now we can see it's showing that indicator option, and it's looking like it's loading successfully or something like that, right? So if you want to add some text over here, you can feel free and go ahead and add the text also, right? In this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is. So then what we need to do is we need to bring the feeds, and we have to load it into the Redux. Once we push into the Redux, we need to share it to our feeds container, and the place where we can able to display all the list of products. So let's go ahead and bring that feeds into our application. All right, so that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now we have to pull all the data from our Sanity. So to do that, what we have to do is, so we have to import one package that's called Sanity client at sanity/client. This is the package that we have to download and install to work with the Sanity on the client side. So let's go ahead and add that package. So yarn add at sanity/client, hit the enter. So that will download that Sanity client, and you can able to configure your Sanity projects and everything. All right, so now what we have to do is, in the root directory of our file, I'm going to create a new file called sanity.js. So over this place, I need to configure our Sanity project. Okay, so to do that, so let's import from at Sanity client. I'm going to import the function called create client. So const client equals to create the client, open it, and I need to supply the informations. I need to supply the informations like project ID, and I need to supply the informations like data set, which is going to be the production, and I need to supply the API version, and this API version basically it's our date, current 2023-06 not 06 07 04, and use CDN. So basically, if you're trying to work with a live link, you need to use this option called use CDN. So of course we are going to work with the live link, so use it as true. So then for this project ID and the data set, of course we need to open our server. So cd space cd server, and let's say sanity manage. So that will takes you to your project. So that's the place where you can able to copy your project ID. And if you go to the data set, what is the data set that you are using? Production data set. This is our information that we need to add. So well, in this Sanity server which we created, I have only one product, which I don't have a time to add all these products over here. So I'm just going to use the previous project itself. So feel free, pause the video and add all these products which is necessary for this project, so that you can follow up along with me. So I'm going to use this particular project ID. So let me copy that project ID and paste it in my client place. All right, so in this case, you guys need to copy your client ID and the dataset name. All right, so then what we have to do is, now we configure the client ID, right? Then now we need to fetch the data from our Sanity. So to do that, we need to write the query. So go to your Sanity client which you deployed, and click the visions tab. That's the place where we can able to fetch all the products and everything, all the let's say the products and everything, right? So basically what I'm trying to do over here is I'm trying to fetch all the products, right? So let me make it bigger. So here star underscore type, the type of the document is equals to products. Okay, so I need to fetch all the data from the products. So I'm going to use the spread operator to fetch all the data from inside the product. If I click the fetch, so that will gives me all the information about the product. So if you open the categories, you can see the 3 different categories. But if you go to the image, you can able to see only the references of the image, not the live URL of the images. So we need to extract those informations. To do that, so basically I need to get the informations of the product, which are supposed to be arranged in an order, right? They should be arranged after the square brackets. They should be ordered. I'm going to use the ordered function, and they should order based on the field called created at. You can able to see this specific field of inside each and everything. So created at, copy this, which is a timestamp. Using that timestamp, I'm going to arrange each and every product in the descending order so that we can able to get the last added product in the top of the list. So let's do that now. So inside the each product, now we can see the type of the product and order and everything, we arrange it. So I need to get the ID and I need to get the title of it. What are the things? So better copy it and paste it here. I need to get the title. Then what we need, I need to get the product type. Where is the product type? Yes, product type. Copy, paste it. Then what else we need? We need the main image. So let's copy the main image. So we need to get into the main image. Inside the main image, we have the one more object called asset. Copy the asset. And we need to get into the asset and we need to access the URL of that asset. So the main image is finished over here. Enter, and let me copy this main image and paste it one more time. Instead of this main image, we need to get the BG image right now. BG image. So right after the main image, then what we need to get this short description. Now we have the short description. Then what we need to get the description. Where is the description? Description. Yeah, here we go. Description. Paste it. And we need to get the price of it. And finally, we need to fetch the categories. So basically, the categories is an array. Copy it. Basically, the categories is an array. So open and close the square brackets. And inside the categories, we need to move into the category. And inside the category, what's the thing we need? We need to get the ID of the category and we need to get the title of that category. Then we have one more field inside the category called I can able to see only the references over here because these are the things which is referred. So what I need to do is, so if I get back to our server, so if you go to your schemas, go to the inside the categories, you can able to see this main image feed. So basically we have the main image inside the category also. So I'm just going to copy that exact field and I'm going to paste it over there. So now if I am fetching this, there is no mistakes. And inside the category, you can see we have the ID, title, and the main image. Inside the assets, we have the URL of that category image. And for the product main image, also we have the asset and URL. And for the background image, we have the asset and URL. Descriptions is there, product type is there, and the description, the name, and everything is there. Now all the information, whatever which is necessary for our data, we have it. So this is the query. So I need to copy this query and get back to our project. And inside our project app, I need to create a new folder called utils folder. Inside this folder, I need to create a new file called supports.js file. So over here, inside the supports.js file, I need to export this query. Export const fetch query equals to, use the dynamic string literals and paste it over here. This is the query. So don't worry about this query. I already did copy this query in the description below. So please go ahead and copy this query and paste it inside your the supports.js file. So save this, or don't worry about this, which is this query is already uploaded in a GitHub also. You can copy it from there also. Okay. So now we have the query. So let's get back to the sanity.js. Over here, now we need to use this query to fetch the data. So export const fetch feeds equals to, this is going to be an asynchronous function, async, open it. So now let data equals to await. From using the client object, I'm going to call a method called fetch, and I'm going to use the query called fetch query. If everything is working fine, dot then I'm going to get the feeds and I'm going to return that feeds, return feeds. So this is supposed to be a function, then only you can return it, return feeds. All right, so after all these things, I need to return that data object to save this change. So now this function, we need to make sure whether this function is working fine or not. So let's get back to our home screen, and inside the home screen, we need to create a use effect method. So let's get back to the home screen, and I'm going to use the use effect hook. Use effect. Make sure that use effect hook is imported at the top of the right. So you can see it's imported over here, and now inside here, I'm going to change this to false. By default, it is not supposed to load it. Show this loading symbol. So I'm just going to say set is loading as true. So once the use effect hook gets triggered, I'm going to change the state as true. So this will be displayed. Once that is displayed, I'm going to use the try and catch block. If there is any error, I'm just going to say console.log that error, and I'm just going to say set is loading as false. If there is no error, so what I'm going to do is fetch feeds. Fetch feeds, I need to call that method, and that is going to return a promise. From that promise, I'm going to get the response, and I'm going to display that response over here. So console.log response, and after a certain level of time, set interval, like after 2 seconds, I'm going to change the set is loading as to true. So let me save this changes. Once I save this changes, okay, nothing is happening. I think we are getting an error. What's the error we are getting? So this is the error. URL search params set is not implemented. So basically this URL search params it's by defaultly it's work perfectly in the web, but it's not supported in the mobile app. So to avoid this error, we need to download a package called this React Native URL polyfill. This is the one. You need to download this package, React Native URL polyfill. So basically this URL polyfill, you can see URL cannot be handled localhost domain based on React Native, something like this. So that's the reason we need to use this package. So unfortunately, adding React Native URL polyfill to React Native source code will means adding. Okay. So you can see why do we need this. So basically React Native does include a polyfill for a URL, but this polyfill is a homemade in order to keep it lightweight and was initially created to handle specific use cases. That's the reason we are adding this. Okay, fine. So let's copy this and let's add it. cd space double dot cd space app. Make sure that you are install the app folder, and let's say your
React Native URL polyfill. And once this is successfully added, let's get back to the app screen. And the app screen, you need to import this polyfill. So all I have to say is right after this import statement, import React Native polyfill auto. Save these changes and now get back to your app. If you're still getting this error, just like me, just reload your application. And now you can able to see all the data which we successfully filtered, which we successfully pulled from the Sanity. So now we have the data in our hand. All we have to do is to push it into our React store. But the problem over here is I don't know why this guy still is loading. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be false. That's the reason. Now we are not able to see that loading option. But why it's flickering now? It's constantly flickering. Here, if it is not true, I need to display it like a text component, and I'm going to say it as feeds. I don't know why this guy is keep on flickering. Okay, the reason is because I think it's the use effect is getting again and again. It's rendering over here. I think this use effect is rendering again and again. So why is this happening? So let me stop this server and let me restart it one more time. Okay, so we're having some warning over here. Okay, so let's install this package, copy it, yarn add that package, let's start it, open the iOS simulator, let's reload this app. So now it's loaded only once and you can able to see it as feeds. See, these kinds of bugs will happen if you're getting any warnings, something like this. So please make sure that every single time whenever you're working with the project, you are not getting any kinds of error, something like that. If you are getting any error, even though if your coding is right, it always shows something like this kind of bugs. All right, so now everything is working smoothly as it's supposed to be. We have our data in our hand and everything is working as it's supposed to be. So then what we have to do is to now we have to use this data to push it everything into the Redux store. So the next important thing is to work with our Redux. All right, then since we successfully finished fetching the details and everything, so now we have to push this complete data into our Redux store. So to add our data into the Redux store, all you have to do is to add these respective packages over there. So let's say yarn add Redux React-Redux. This is the package that we are supposed to add to work with the React Redux. So let's download it. So it's downloading. So basically Redux is nothing but it's like a data layer which provides for as a data store where we can able to pull or push the data throughout the applications from any child components. All right, so to work with the React, we have to use this we have to perform two different things. Basically we need to work with the actions, and we need to work with the reducers, and then we need to create a store. So the actions is nothing but like what are the steps that we need to work with the state. Like let's say I need to add a new value to the state, or update the value in the state, or edit or delete, whatever it is. These are the actions. and those actions are performed by the reducers, and the reducer will update the state in your Redux store. So these are the things that we need to do. So to work with that, let's start with creating a specific folder. So let's go to let's collapse everything and expand the app. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to right click the app folder over here. I'm going to create a new folder called context. Inside this context folder, I'm going to create two different folders. One is actions and another one is reducers. So now inside this context folder, we have two different folders called actions and reducers. And inside this context folder, I'm going to create one more file called store.js. So we will worry about the store.js later. But first thing first, we need to create the actions for our feeds. So basically, I need to create two different actions. One action is going to set the feeds to the Redux store, and the another action is to set the feed as a null. So these are the two different actions that I need to perform when it comes to feeds. So over here, I'm going to say feeds actions.js, and inside the reducer, I'm going to create feeds reducer.js. These are the two different files which I created in the respective folders. Let's jump into the feeds actions. Inside the feeds actions, I'm going to create a function. So export const set underscore feeds. This is the function that I'm going to create, set underscore feeds, open it. And inside this function, I'm going to supply the feeds as a that's the data which we fetched from the sanity. This is the data that we are going to supply it into this function as a parameter. Then open the function, and I need to return this object. Basically, we are returning an object, and the type of this is going to be, which is exactly the same, that what kind of action that we are triggering. Set feeds is the action name, and the data feeds is the data which I am supplying it to the reducer. So basically, I'm supplying the data what I'm sending to this function, which is come over here, and I'm sending it in the name as feeds and the action type as set feeds. These two objects will be used inside your reducer to figure out what kind of action it's being triggered and what kind of payload we are getting along with that action. All right. So now I'm going to call this function one more time, and I'm going to update this function as set underscore feeds underscore null. So this time I'm not going to send the feeds anymore, and I'm going to set the feed as null by default itself. Null. Save the changes. These are the two different actions that we are supposed to perform with the feeds. All right, now the action part is done, so we don't need this file anymore. Let me close it. Now we need to jump into the reducer. So inside the reducer part, so I'm going to create a reducer. So const feed reducer, and that's a function. And basically, this is a function which is going to take two different values. One is the state itself, and initially the state value is going to be null. And what is the action that we are going to perform with this reducer? So I'm going to use the switch case. So along from the action, so this is the action that we being triggered over here. This is the action. We have the object called type. So I need to get that action dot type, that type. If that action dot type is equals to this particular type, so case this type, then what I'm supposed to do over there? So I need to return an object. I need to return the complete state, whatever the state that is in the state, keep it in the store, keep it as it is. And along with that, I need to update the feeds state. So feeds, it's going to be colon action dot feeds. That's the object that we are sending over here. So I'm updating the feeds state by the data whatever I received from the payload. All right, then I'm going to create one more case over here. Right after here, I'm going to create one more case. If the feed action is set to be null, like this type of action is being triggered, then what we need to do, we need to return the state as it is. Let's restructure the state, and along with that, I'm going to set the feeds as null. All right, then finally at the end, by default, what we can say is we can simply say the return the state value. By default, we just need to return the state as it is. And of course, once everything is done, we need to export this. Export default feeds reducer. Save the changes. Now the reducer is being successfully done. So think about it, in a real-time application, you're not going to have only one reducer. So you might have a multiple reducers. So I can't share multiple reducers for my stores separately. So what I need to do is I need to combine them, then I need to push it into the store. So let's jump into the index.js. Let's create a new file inside the reducer called index.js. This is the file which helps us to combine all the reducers as together. So here I'm going to import a very specific package from the Redux. That is a method called combine reduces. So const my reducer, that's the reducer which I'm creating after combining everything. So combine the reducers, open the brackets and curly brackets. That's the object. We need to send the object. So I'm going to set the feeds state. This is the state name, and then I'm going to map that feed reducer for that particular state. Then what I need to do, I need to export this, otherwise you can't access it anymore. My reducer. So now the state, the combined reducer, it's ready to use inside our store.js. So let's jump into the store.js right now. So over here inside the store, what we need to do is we need to create a store. So let's import that package first. So import the package from Redux folder, and inside the Redux we have this create store functionality. All right, so and I'm going to create a store. So const store is equals to create store, supply it. So we need to supply our reducer. So I'm going to supply our my reducer over here. So all the reducer, it's being combined inside this index.js, and we are using that combined reducer to create the store, and I need to export the store. Export default the store. Now we created the actions, we created the reducers, and we combined the reducers together, and then we use that reducer to create the store. We have the store object now. Now what I need to do is I need to wrap this store with our app.js. I need to wrap this complete stuff into that data provider layer. So let's jump into the app.js, and you need to import a very specific package. So right after here, I'm going to import from Redux. So for this, I'm going to use this provider component. So to wrap the complete store into this provider component. So to wrap the complete component into the store, into the provider, so what I need to do, let me cut this and let me open the provider. Inside this provider, I need to give the store. That is a property called store. So I'm going to supply the store which we created from our context store. Make sure that is imported from the context store. So once you refresh, once you save these changes, the entire application will be reloaded. So currently there is no mistakes over here. Everything is working as it's supposed to be. That means our Redux store is successfully configured. So let's make sure whether it is configured properly or not. So from where we are getting the feeds, this is the place that we are getting the feeds, right? So what I'm supposed to do is, this is the place where I'm getting the dispatch actions, the place where I'm getting the data. So I'm trying to push this data to our Redux. So if these data and everything is pushed properly, so we can able to console log it, right? So that's what we are trying to do now. All right, so this is the place where it's been console logging. So over here now I'm just going to comment this, and I'm going to I'm going to use an hook. So basically, to dispatch an action to your Redux store, we have the very specific hook, which is const dispatch is equals to use dispatch. This is the hook which is responsible to access your Redux actions, which basically dispatching what kind of actions that you're trying to perform over there. All right, so we are imported that hook. Then this is the place where I'm getting the data. So over here, what I'm supposed to say is like dispatch, open it. So I'm going to set feeds. I'm going to trigger this action, set feeds
for this function, I need to supply the data. This is the data that I'm supplying it for it. So if I refresh this changes, this will dispatch that action and it will be pushed over there. Then right after this try over here, I'm trying to console log it. Console.log, open it. We need to fetch the feeds from store, colon. I need to bring the feeds. So we need to access the state first. So to get the state, feed state from your Redux store, so I'm just going to say const feeds. That's the state name which we pushed into our Redux store, right? In that particular name only we pushed it, feeds. So let's go here, feeds equals to use selector hook. We are using the use selector hook to access the state store informations from your Redux. So here I'm going to get all the state objects. So, and I need only the state dot feeds object, because that's the object that we are pushed it for our feeds. So that's what we are trying to access now. So now the feeds is empty. So now here I'm going to print the feeds, because this is the place where the data is being pushed. So our feeds will get updated, then it will be console log over there. Let's try it out. Save the changes. It's been refreshing now, and now we are getting the feeds object as null. I don't know why we are getting the feeds object as null. Maybe if I do it over here, look at that. So now we are getting the, I placed the console log in the wrong place. So I'm getting the feeds object over here. You can see feeds initially for the first rendering feeds is null. After once the data, everything is pushed and it's pushed into our Redux store, and there you can able to see feeds from store data. And inside that we having the feeds object. Inside that feeds object we having the array of objects. So whenever you are trying to access it, you need to access it in this way, feeds dot feeds. Okay, because that's creating, this is the feeds which is we are trying to access it from the store. Inside that store, that state is being there and we are accessing that particular state. This is how the object is being returned over here. See, inside that we having the feeds, inside the feeds we having the array of objects. So basically I need this feeds dot feeds object. All right, so now if I refresh it, and here we go, where is it? Here we go. See, feeds from the store. This time we don't have the inner object one more time, and we are just having array of objects over there. So every time whenever you want to access the feeds, you just need to access it in this specific way. All right, so now we pushed our data into the store successfully. Now all we have to do is to create a respective product components, so we can able to display all the products as it's supposed to be. All right, that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now what we need to do is we need to create this kind of design, which is exactly that's what we are about to do now. All right, so to do that, what we need to do is the place where we are displaying the text called feeds, we need to replace that stuff. This is the place where we are displaying that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component. Under the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called feeds.jsx. So basically we are going to supply all the feeds into this feeds component, and once we are inside this feeds component, I'm going to render one by one this particular component. Okay, so we are trying to assume this entire stuff like this. Wait a second, like this is going to be the entire feeds stuff. Inside this feeds, I'm going to get this one by one in inner components. All right, that's what we are about to do now. So here rn fe, one second, still showing that option. Yes, rn fe, so that will create the React functional export component, and I'm going to create one more file inside the components folder called index.js. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to export this components folder. So export default as feeds from where /feeds. So we are exporting it, so we can avoid the multi-line imports if you're adding the index and if you're exporting the data and everything in this specific way. We can avoid the multi-line imports whenever you're trying to import the components. All right, so let me close this, close this, close this. We don't need it for right now. And let me go here, and this is the place where it's going to display that complete feed. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to say feeds, which is going to come from components folder. So let me go to the top and let me import it by myself because it's not showing the suggestion of it. So import from / or // components folder and bring the feeds component. All right, just like the way, and now the error is gone. So inside this I need to send the feeds. So feeds equals to feeds. All right, so now we are sending the feed. So now we are sharing the feeds object over there. So let's save this changes. If I am saving this changes, now it's been refreshed and the feeds component is loaded over here. All right, so let's get back to the feeds container, feeds component. So inside this feeds component, now what I need to do is, so I need to destructure the feeds object, whatever we are having over here. Then I need to create one another sub component. Then I need to send it to that particular component. So let me show you what I'm trying to explain over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Here I'm going to destructure it because that's the property which we created. So copy it and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so to avoid it, the name config if you are feeling that you are confused with the multiple variable names of feeds, feel free to keep the different property names for your component. Okay, so in this case I'm just going to keep it as it is. Well, for this view is going to be class name, and of course it's going to be the flex and item center, and justify it in the center, and everything is going to be in the row direction. So instead of keeping it in the column direction, I'm just going to keep it in the row direction, and I'm going to wrap every single object whatever that we are trying to come inside. All right, so then now what we need to do is, if there is a feeds data, if the feeds data length is greater than 0, that means you're having something to display over there. Otherwise you don't have anything to display, so we need to display something else like no data or no data found, something like that. So here I'm going to render, so feeds, if the feeds question mark dot length, length, so we need to do the conditional rendering because sometimes it takes some time to fetch the data. So until then it should not throw any unwanted issues. That's the reason. If the length is greater than 0, that means we have something to display. So this is the place where we need to display something. If not, this is the place I need to get the text. I'm just going to, not a text, I'm just going to say a view, and I'm going to close that view. And basically this view is going to be a full screen with full and hatch as a 64, and flex, item center, justify center, and inside here I'm just going to say, I'm going to bring that activity indicator which we added somewhere. Where we added it, here we go. This is the one. Let me copy this, paste it over here. Let's import this activity indicator. All right, so now it's imported. All right, so now let me add one more thing over here like text, and I'm just going to say no data. So let me save these changes, and now you can see it's showing us no data. Why it's showing like that? We're having something to display. So if we have something, then let me say text, and let me say it as feeds. Save the changes, reload it, We are getting some error. What is that error? Cannot read the properties of feeds, null. So the place where we are getting feeds.feeds. All right, so this is the place where we are getting that issue. So let's solve that issue. Now the issue is solved, and since still we are getting the node, oh my bad, the problem is over here is if the feeds dot length is greater than 0, then of course this will be displaying the condition whatever we returned, it's correct. But what's the problem? So wait a second. So when we are trying to print this detail, so how we printed it, because basically we are trying to fetch the array, right? So we are trying to fetch the array of objects, but inside the feeds we also have one more object called feeds. So in that object only we are having the array of objects. So I need to send it in this way, feeds.feeds. That's the issue. Now it's display the text as feeds. All right, because now you will get the array of objects over here. Of course the array of objects having the greater than 0 length. That's the reason we are giving that text over here. So now in this place I'm going to create one more component like feed detail.jsx, and here rnfe, save the changes, and let me copy this and paste it over here. And I'm just going to say feed detail. Let me copy this and let me paste it over here, save the changes. And now what we need to do is, instead of this text component, I need to bring that feeds over here. So I'm going to bring the React fragments. Inside this React fragments, I'm going to say feeds. If the feeds dot length is greater than 0, then of course we are trying to bring it inside here. So I'm just going to use the map function to render it. So I'm going to get the item and as well as the index of that item, and I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to call the feed details. All right, so basically this feed detail, it's not supposed to come from here, it's supposed to come from this components folder. All right, that's fine. So I need to give a key prop because it's need to monitor each and every component with a unique key. So that's the reason. Then I'm going to send the data, and basically the data is going to be the item. So now these things will be rendered multiple times, and you can see we have multiple feed details. The reason is because this is rendered multiple times. That's the reason we are getting that feed details more than one time. Now what we need to do, we have to customize this feed details which looks exactly the same way how we are having it over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff right now. All right then, so now let's jump into the feed details over here. All right, so we need to customize this feed details. So basically what I'm going to do is, for this feed detail, so I'm going to add some if you have a look at it over here, so basically it's divided into two different columns, right? So what we need to do is we need to find out the width, but we don't know what kind of mobile screen it will be. So we need to divide them into two equal halves based on the screen width. So I need to get the screen width on which particular app, on which particular screen size or which particular mobile it's been loaded. All right, so we need to get that screen width. So to do that, so here I need to import dimensions. I need to import the dimensions using this object. Using this, we can able to fetch the screen width. So let me show you how to fetch the screen width. So over here, I'm just going to say const screen width. Screen width equals to math dot round. I need to round whatever the value I'm going to get from the screen width. So dimensions dot get the window. I need to get the window, dot width. I need to get the width. So that will give the screen width. So now I have the complete screen width. Let's see what's the screen width that we do have here. So screen width. Let me save these changes, and you can see Now we having a multiple times of 430, 430, 430, because that's much objects that we do have, because we are rendering it into the feed detail. That's the reason. So now I have the feed 430. The overall length of this is 430. So I need to break it into two equal halves. So to break it into two equal halves, what we want to do is, let's say const card width equals to screen width divided into 2. Okay, so even though if you are dividing into 2, it will be exactly break into two equal halves. So this is the overall 1 second, let's say, wait a minute, over here let's bring the brush tool. So this is the over, oh come on, where is that? Okay, rectangle. So this is the overall length, right? Even though if I am breaking it into two equal halves, that will be divided into like this, exactly like this. See, there is no space between bit. So I need to reduce some sizes like 20 pixels of each. So if I'm reducing the 20 pixels of each, look what happens. So this will takes the complete width, so that I can able to reduce the 20 pixels of each, so I can able to see the two different products over there. All right, so this is what we are trying to do over here. So to do that, let's see here, after dividing it successfully, so I need to reduce 20 pixels from it, 20 pixels like this. So let me show you how exactly it makes the major impact after finishing this designs. All right, so for this, let me add the class name, which is going to be let's say padding, it's going to be 4 in all the corners, and rounded it's going to be Excel, and BG of course it's going to be white color, and everything is going to be in the column direction, item center, and in the justify center. All right, and then style of this width, the length of this width is going to be, so open the style property and open the width object. Width is going to be the card width. That's what we are going to use it over there. Save these changes, and now you can see it's taking the card width equally over there, but there is no space between it, so we need to add the space also. I'm going to add margin 2 in all the corners, and now we can see it's divided perfectly over there. Look here, if I'm not giving this, what happens? It's trying to take the complete length, so it's divided into two equal halves. Since it's because of the flex wrap, we added it over here. Because of this flex wrap, everything is pushed into the next line. So if I remove this, you can see you can't see that complete feed details. It's been pushing away. So I'm enabling this flex wrap, and I am reducing 20 pixels from it, and I'm adding some margin, so I can able to display it in that specific way. All right, this will work perfectly for each and every screens. So this is just a trial and error, so feel free to adjust it according to your perspective. All right, so in this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is. So now what I need to do is I need to bring the image. Then I need to display the image first. So if you have a look over here, we have to display the image first. So let's bring that image. Let's import the image from the React Native. So here you need to supply the source, open the object, and you need to supply the URI. Basically, we are not trying to load the image from our local file. We are trying to bring the image from our Sanity server, which is exactly a URL. So you need to use this URI object. All right. So here now we have that object from where? On what property that I'm sending it? On the data prop. Okay, let me copy the data prop and let me destructure the data prop over here, and let's bring the data prop here. Data prop. Inside the data prop, if you have a look on any one specific where it is, okay, here it is. You can see main image. Inside the main image, you having the asset. Inside the asset, you having that URL, right? So let me bring that main image first. Let me copy this paste it. Inside the main image, I do have that asset. Inside that asset, I have this object called URL. So now for this URL, this image, so the resize mode is going to be the contain mode, contain. Then class name is going to be, of course, I'm going to fix the width is going to be 32 and height is going to be let's say 52. These things are just trial and error, so please adjust it on your own wish. Save these changes, and now it's loading that images over here. You can see I can able to see all the images which is being successfully loaded from our sanity. So now I can see the images. So then next, what is the next thing I need to do? I need to bring this the text and the descriptions about it. All right, so to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a view. Right after this, I'm going to bring a view, this view, and of course this view is going to be class name. This is going to be in a flex direction, and items, everything should be in the starting point, and justify also it should be in the starting point, and the space in the y axis it's going to be 1, and of course it should use the width completely. All right, and here I'm going to add the text prop. So inside the text, I'm going to bring the title of the data dot title. Use the conditional rendering before the data because it's need to wait until the data is successfully loaded. So save these changes. So that will brings the data prop over there, and then I'm going to add some styles for this text. So let's bring it, and text size is going to be text base, and font everything is going to be semi bold, and text is going to be #FF like this. So save the changes. Now it looks much better. Then let me copy this text one more time, and I'm going to paste it right after that, and I'm going to change this to as a description, and the size is going to be SM, and the font is not going to be bold, and the color, let's leave it as it is for so far, or let's customize that also. Let me add 7. Save the changes. Now you can able to see that the descriptions also over there. Cool. So then what we need to do is I have to bring the price field. You can see we have the price, and we also have that favorite options over there. So this division is successfully completed. Then I'm going to bring one more view over here, view, enter, and inside this view what I'm going to do is we need to bring the price, right? So I'm just going to copy this title, and I'm going to paste it over here. Instead of title, I'm going to change this to into price object. You can see we have this, what is that? We have the title object, and of course we have the price object also. Okay, I'm going to bring that price object, and I'm just going to leave it as it is, exactly the same sizes and everything. Before this, I need to bring the $sign. All right, it's just like that. And this view, of course, it's going to be class name. It's going to use the row direction, so flex a row, and everything in the starting position or center position, and justify everything between, and space in y-axis it's going to be 1, and width, of course, it's going to be full. So then after here, save these changes. Now we can see the price, and I need to bring that particular option like this favorite options like this. So for that, I'm going to bring the touchable opacity from the React Native, because whenever you're tapping it, it needs to have some animation stuff. That's the reason we are adding it. So I'm going to bring the ant design, which is coming from our expo vector icons, and inside this ant design, I'm going to load the icon called heart. Then the size of the icon is going to be 16, and the color of the icon is going to be color color is going to be #FB. Save changes. Nothing is happening. Why? Reload it. I can't see that. All right, Right, let me add the styles for this one also, then we figure it out what's a mistake. So BG, it's going to be black. The reason it's not showing, it's because of this color, I think so. Yeah, look at that. The reason it's not showing over there, it's because of the color. All right, so fine. So W8 and H8, and rounded, of course, it's going to be full, and everything is going to be a flux item center, justify center, save these changes, and now that looks fine. And now if I tap this, you can able to see that changes, like it's showing like some kind of opacity level. All right, so the next part, what we are supposed to do is we need to do some filtrations. Whenever I'm searching it, it's need to do that filtrations, and that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now we have to implement this search filter option. So to do that, what we have to do is let's jump into the home screen. This is the place where we do have that input the input option, sorry. All right, so here we go, we have that input field, and this is the function which handle that text, everything whatever we are typing over there, that text will be collected from here and updated to the state. All right, so based on this text, what I need to do is I need to filter the feeds. So that's what we need to do. So I'm going to console log over here, console log, and I'm going to say filtered data, comma. So from the feeds, we do have the feeds. Inside these feeds, we do have the object called feeds again. And inside this feeds object only, we do have the array of objects, right? So I'm going to filter those objects using the filter method. Basically, this filter method will return an array, a new array, okay, which matches the terms, whatever we are applying it on the conditions. So I need to get the item one by one. So in that, the item title, the title of that item should include whatever the term I'm searching for. Should includes is a method which helps you to make sure that terms whatever you're looking for, which is comes in this particular field, right? So I'm searching for that text, whatever I'm writing over here, that will be returned, that will be stored in this particular state. We are trying to figure it out whether this text included in this particular title of that item or not. If it is included, then this filter method will return it as a new array. So that's what we are trying to do now. So let's save these changes and let's open the console log. Right now it's returning the complete object. So over here, let me search for any specific product. So I'm searching for Rosa, and there you can able to figure it out what exact project. See, this is the you can check out the last console log over here. It's giving the title exactly what I'm looking for. So where is the title? Description is there, ID is there, BZ image there, title. See, this is the title, Rosa. All right, so now the search, that index, the whatever we are looking for, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So let me delete this, and now you can see it's returning the array of objects over there. So instead of console log it, instead of logging it, I'm going to create a one more state over here. So let's say use state. I'm going to say name it as a filtered, and initially it's going to be null. Okay, then I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to change this console log into set filtered. So that will update that data into this state. So now I need to supply the state, the place where we are supplying the feeds. So this is the place where we are supplying. So I need to write the condition over here. If I do have the filtered, if I do have the, what's that state name? Okay, so this is supposed to be F small letter. My bad, my mistake. So if we do have that state filtered, or if the filtered state dot length, if that length is greater than 0, that means something we do have inside that array. If I do have, then I need to send this data as a feeds, or else I need to send this. So if there is nothing to be get filtered, if this is null or empty, so it will simply shows the overall feeds. If I do have something, it will display that filter record. Save the changes. And now if I'm searching for anything over here, so let's say if I'm searching for any specific product, you can see now the entire data is being filtered. If I'm looking for any specific product, I can able to see that. If I leave any space or if I'm typing something, it simply displays that activity
indicator and along with the text called no data. So now our filter, it's really working smoothly as it's supposed to be, right? So the next part is we need to go to the individual product screen, which is exactly looking like this. So that's what we are about to do next. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff. All right then, so now what we need to do is whenever I'm tapping this screen, it needs to take the user to a new screen. So let's go ahead and create a new screen first. So let's create a new screen in the name as product screen.jsx rnfe and say this changes, and I'm going to export that screen, and this is going to be the product screen. Let me copy it. Let me paste it over here. So now it's been exported successfully. So now what we need to do is, instead of this as a view, we need to change this as a touchable opacity. So hold your Alt key or Options key and change this to touchable opacity. So now if you save these changes, now even if I'm clicking this product, you can see it gives us a nice opacity animation. So on press, whenever I'm pressing this, I'm just going to handle a click event, handle click. So I need to call a callback function, const handle click equals to, it's a callback function. So we need a navigation hook. So const navigation equals to use navigation hook, which is provided by our React navigation. So using that navigation object, I am just going to say navigate this object to that product screen. So before moving into that, so you need to configure your product screen in your app.jsx. So let's copy the home and let me change this to product screen and change this to product screen. Save the changes, and now let's get back to the feed detail, navigation.navigate, and this is supposed to navigate it to which screen? The product screen. Where is this? App.js. Copy this name and give it to your name over there. Along with this, I need to send a parameter. And I'm sending the ID of that particular data, whatever I'm trying to tap on. So this is going to come from data._id. So use the conditional rendering over here. Okay, so save these changes. This is the parameter that we are supplying to the product screen. So I need to get this parameter in the product screen. So inside the product screen, now what you need to do is, so we need to get that what is that the route informations in your product screen. So we need to get that route informations. Using that route informations, we can able to collect that parameter whatever we passed to our product screen. So let's get that route, and over here what I need to do is I need to get that route params. So over here const equals route dot params. So inside the params object, of course, we passed an object called _id. So that's the object I need to extract. So let me get that object and then save its changes. And here I need to do the console.log. Let's say it as id comma _id. And all right, so let's save these changes. Let's open the console log, and now if I tap this, you can able to see we got the ID, right? So now I got the ID and it's navigated to that specific product screen. So now we have that overall point, right? We have the ID. So using this ID, I can able to extract this particular ID from the state, right? So let's go ahead and do that stuff right now. Okay. So let me tap any specific product from here. Cool. Now we are inside that specific product screen, and I do have the ID now, so I don't need this console log anymore. Let me change the console log. All right. So then what we need to do is, so now what I have to do is, first I need to fetch this data, fetch the data from the feeds states using this ID operation. So let's go ahead and go to the home screen, and let me copy this line. Where is it? This line, the state. Let me copy this line and let me paste it right after over here, and let me import this, and let me import the use state. So this is going to be the data which we filtered it from the feeds object. Initially it's going to be null. Okay, so using the use effect, we need to fetch that, we need to filter that information from that. So to do that, use effect hook, make sure that is imported, and it takes two different parameters. One is the function itself and another one is the array. And let's open the function over here, and let's say I'm going to bring one more state over here. Use state snippet is loading. By default it is going to be false, and here I'm just going to say set is loading as true. Then if we do have the feeds object, then only we need to do this option. So set data, before set data I'm just going to say console.log let's say ID data or something, because we are just logging it. So every time if you get a possible to do a logging, so please make sure whether you are getting the data what you're looking for. If you got the data, then it's fine to push it to a state, then start working with the components. So here I'm just going to get the feeds information, feeds. Inside the feeds I do have the feeds object. Inside this feeds object I do have the array of objects, so I'm going to apply the filter option over there. Then I need to get the item. Then I need to make sure that item dot underscore ID should equals to underscore ID, which we collected it from our parameter. And of course it's going to return an array of objects. So in that I'm going to get the first index, because of course only one ID is going to be there which is matches that parameter ID, and you will get only one element inside that array. So you need to access the very first index of that. So if I save these changes, now of course you can able to see what is that, we can see the ID data, and you got the complete information about that particular ID data, right? So what I need to do is I need to use this data to push it into a state which we created. So instead of console logging it, let me delete this, let me clean this a bit, and instead of console log I just need to say set data to do that. Save it. Now is set is loading. It's been loading right now. Once it's set it successfully, after the setting interval, so let's say set interval, after the setting interval of time, I need to update that state back to false. So now it's been changed back to false. So now here inside the UI component I can able to update this area. Like if it is loading, I can able to change it to as the UI component as so loading. If it is already having the data in its hand, I can able to display the data over there, right? So let's fix that right now. Class name equals to, this is going to be flex1, item start, and justify start position. Then bg hyphen, of course we are going to use a different bg color, hash eb ea ef, and then let's use a space wide, like the space between the top and like in the column direction between each and every element, we need to have some space between it. That's the reason we do have that option. All right, so now we have that. So then let me close this. So I need to check this is loading. If it is loading, of course we need to display something. If it is not, of course we need to display something else. All right, so what I'm going to do is, if it is loading inside this place, I'm going to bring a view. So basically that view is going to access the complete width first. So let's say the width as full, and let's keep it as a flex1 also, and the height as well as full, and everything should be in the center of the screen, and justify the center, and bg red. Let's see how exactly it looks like. Right now it's accessing the entire space. All right, so inside this, what I need to do is, let me close this. Inside here I'm going to bring that activity indicator. So let me copy and paste that activity indicator which we already used somewhere inside our code. Let me copy this and let me paste it over here. Let's import that, make sure that is imported over there, save changes, and right now we can able to see the data it's been loaded and again it's been pushed back. The reason is because the state is updated to true and you got the data instantly in your hand, and after the certain level of time it's again changed back to the false. So the data, what the look what we expected, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? If you want to make sure, just change this to true and you can able to see that option over there. So now it's loading and it's changed back over here. Fine. So let me change back to false, and instead of changing it to false over here, let me comment it so you can able to see it very clearly. You can observe that UI how exactly it's looking, right? So now I need to change it back. So let me enable this option again. So after a 2 seconds of time period, it will be changed back to the false state. So this will be rendered over there. So now over this place, I need to bring the content which we want to display. All right, so over here I need to make sure the entire content whatever I'm trying to display over here, it should be inside a safe area view. So let's bring it as a safe area view and make sure the safe area view is rendered inside your React Native, and make sure this is occupying the complete length. So width is going to be the full. And inside here, if you have a close look of this UI, what you can see, you can able to see two different options. One, this back option, and another one is the dashboard icon. But in this case, we are going to bring this cart icon over there. All right, so that's what we are trying to do right now. So I'm going to bring, this is going to be the top section. All right, so over here, let's bring that view right now, view. Inside this view, you need to bring two different options, two different icons. So let's bring that. So for that, I'm going to bring two different touchable opacities options. And let me copy this and paste it one more time. So we have two different touchable opacities. Inside that, we need to bring the icons and everything. Let's do that later. So now it's going to be the flex row. These two icons should be aligned in a single row, and everything should be in the item center, and justify it should be in the between. And px, it's going to be the padding left and right is going to be 4, and top and right is going to be, top and bottom is going to be 2, and of course it should access the complete width. And inside this, the first touchable opacity, I'm going to bring an icon called n what is that, n typo, which is coming from that specific icon. Expo vector icons, please make sure that you install it. And here I'm going to bring that name, the icon name is going to be chevron left. That's the icon that we are trying to use right now, and the size of that icon is going to be the 32, and the color of the icon is going to be #555. And then over here I need to bring the material icons. So material icons, and let's bring the icon inside, and that icon name is going to be the shopping cart. That's the icon that we are trying to use, and the rest everything is going to be exactly the same thing. Let's copy this and let's apply it over here, save the changes. So now you can able to see those two different options over there. All right, so let's move ahead and bring this image icons over there, and that's what we are up to do next. All right then, so since we successfully finished the top section of our product screen, so next what we have to do, we have to bring this image section over there. So let's go ahead and do that image section. So this is the place where the top section gets completed. So now what I need to do is I need to get the image section. Well, basically what we need to do is this screen width will be time to time it will get changed, so you can't fix the width for your image. So to do that, what you need to do is it's better to get the height of the screen. So basically what I'm trying to do is I need to get the height of the screen, and I'm going to use the half of the screen height. All right, so half of the screen height, I'm going to use that. So I already shown you how exactly that you need to get the dimensions. Somewhere we get the dimensions. All right, so here we go. So let me copy this and let me paste it in the top of this. So we need to get the height of your screen, right? So change this width into height and import this dimensions from the window. I'm trying to get the height, right? So now we do have the screen height of your loaded screen. So now let's get back to the image section, the place where we need to display the image. So basically this is the place where I'm trying to display the view. So this view, of course, it's going to take the width as a full width completely, no changes in that, and everything inside is going to be in a column direction, and they are going to be in the center, and everything is going to be in the center. All right, and it's going to use their relative position, and background is going to be BG red color for the time being. Let's save these changes, but currently you can't see nothing because we haven't fixed the height in the style attribute. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to fix the height, and the height is going to be the screen height, and basically half of your screen height. And now you can able to see that image exactly over there, right? You can able to see that view, which is specific height of it. So I don't need this background color anymore. I know that I do have that image, the view height right now. So inside this view, what I'm trying to do is I need to bring the image. So let's bring the image from the React Native. Make sure that is imported inside the React Native package. All right, don't make mistake over there. And the source, and inside the source we have the URI object, because whenever you're working with URL, this is how you need to supply your image detail. So if you open the console log, you can able to see the main image, and of course you can able to see the BG image option also. Somewhere you can able to see ID here, BG image. So we need to display the both of them. So first I'm going to display the BG image, and top of that I'm going to bring one more view, and I'm going to display the product. So let's do that now. So data, I think that's the data. Yes, that's the state name. So data, and then from that I'm going to get this BG image. Let me copy this BG image, _ dot asset. Inside the assets we do have the URL, so that's enough right now. So resize mode, of course, it's going to cover the entire screen. So cover, and the class name, it's going to be width full, height full, and opacity, we need to reduce the opacity. Let me show you why exactly. The reason, you can see it's too dark. Now if I'm trying to bring some of the object to the top of it, you can able to see it. So let me leave it so far right now, and later we'll change it that. So over here I need to bring one more view, class name, and of course this is going to take the width as full, height as full, and position, it's going to be absolute, and it should be in the top left corner, and everything it's inside this, it should be item center and justify center, and the BG for time being, it's going to be red color. And now you can see this view is exactly the top of that image, so that you can't able to see. So if I remove this BG, you can able to see that, right? So now inside here I need to bring this exact same image. Let me copy this and let me put it over here, and this time this is going to be the main image. Copy this and put it over here, and this is going to contain, it should display the each and every record, but this time it is going to use the 80. Save these changes, and now you can able to see your product image in the exact position. But as I told you, you can able to see that background image is not making your product pop up. So what I need to do is I need to reduce the opacity level of your background image, and I'm going to keep it as a 30%, and now you can able to see the background and as well as your product. All right, so that makes sense, right? So now we do have this nice image over here, and we need to bring the categories and everything one after another, and that's what we are trying to do next. Okay, then. So now since we successfully finished the product images and everything, so let's move ahead and bring the category sections just like the way what we have over here. So let's get back here, and this is the view where it's getting completed. So right after here, this is the category section. All right, so now here what I need to do is I need to bring the view as usual, and let's say the class name for this, and let's keep the width as full, and of course it's going to be flex row, an item center, and justify it in the E only, and the margin bottom, of course it's going to be 4 because we need some space at the bottom after the bottom. So if I do have the data dot categories, so basically you need to check whether you do have the categories or not, because for a few product you might lose the categories. So here it is, categories, you might don't have the categories. In that situation we need to handle that issues also. If I do have the categories, or if the data dot categories dot length, length has the length is greater than 0, then I am supposed to display. So here over here, data dot categories dot map function, I need to render it. And I need to get the value of it. Value, open it, and inside here I need to bring a view. And for this view, the key is going to be inside the each and every category. Of course, we do have the ID attribute, so I'm going to use that as the ID key for each and every prop, every view inside in it. And then inside here, I need to bring the title of it. So let's bring the text, and let's bring the value dot title. So let's say this changes. Now of course you can able to see the category names over here. Okay, so let's add some styles for this view. Class name is equals to, so padding is going to be 2, and width of course it's going to be not 2 by 4, it's going to be 24, and rounded it's going to be Excel, and BG it's going to be white color, white. And of course it's going to be flex in the column direction, item center, justify center, and space between the two objects it's going to be 2. And inside here I'm going to bring the image, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here, but this time this is going to be value main image asset, because inside this category section you can see we do have the main image object. So I'm just going to change this, and instead of this to 80 and 80, I'm just going to change this to 10, and I'm going to keep the opacity level as 70. So the reason why we am keeping it, because it's too dark, the image is purely black, so I need to reduce the opacity level of the black. So that's the reason I changed the opacity to the 70. So now it's looking much better instead of keeping it in a purely black color. So then in the class name for the text is going to be font, of course it's going to be semi bold, and the text color it's going to be hash. Save the changes, and that looks much better than before. All right, so now we finished this product category over here. So then what we are up to do is it's to bring that the title and the description section. All right, so that's what we are about to do. All right, so then what we need to do is, so basically if you have a look over here, so this white area, it's taking the complete length of your screen. So but we already added the safe area view, so that will not allow you to cross this length, that will not allow you to take over the remaining space. So right after the safe area view, I'm trying to create a one more division. All right, so I'm trying to create a one more div or one more view section, which is going to be that white layer. So let's go ahead and do that now. So over here I'm trying to create a view, and that view it's going to be the class name, which is going to be with full, and flex of course it's going to be 1, and height is also going to be full, and BG it's going to be BG white color, and the rounded top corner it's going to be a 36 pixels rounded top, and the padding inside py top and bottom it's going to be 6, px it's going to be 12, and space between each and every object is going to be y4. And now we can able to see this white area. So if you are trying to keep this view inside the safe area view, you will not get the exact layer what you're looking right now. So let me show you how exactly it looks like if you're keeping it over here. See, this is how it looks like. So to avoid that only, I'm just keeping it outside the safe area view. Now it's looking much better. So inside this view, now what we have to do is, if you have a close look over here, we having this title, and we have to bring that we have to bring that add to cart option, or we have to bring that the favorite option. So I'm not supposed to display this stars or how many reviews that I do have that for that project. So I'm just going to keep that heart icon over there. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff right now. All right, so what we need to do is, so over here I'm just going to copy and paste the code which we already did for our that product screen over here, just exactly the same stuff. All right, you can able to see, and it's showing that and design which is not imported. So let's import it. And now, so I just copied this exact same design what we created over here, this one. So now if I open it, if I tap this, and there you can able to see that title and the description along with the icon with the touchable opacity over there. All right, so that's the view. Inside that view we have a few more views over there. One is for the text, and another one is for the short description, and another one is for the touchable opacity. This is the thing that we added over there. All right, so now let's move on to the bottom section. This is the top section, and this top section is now completed. And now let's move on to the bottom section. Bottom section. 1 second. So here, now inside this bottom section, now what I'm trying to do is, I'm just trying to create one more view, basically view, and this view is going to be last name, and of course it's going to be a flex row direction, and width full, item center, and justify it in the between them. And inside here, first I need to bring the text price. So I need to display the text price. So let me bring the text price over here, just like this. And there you can able to see the text price. So right after the text price, I need to display the add to cart option and the cart button and everything. All right, so to display that, so I'm going to create a view, and that is going to be, okay, so which is going to be a very big class over here. So of course it's going to be in a flex row direction, flex row. All right, an item center and justified center, and space x is going to be 4, and rounded corners it's going to be XL, and of course we need to add the border, and border gray color it's going to be 200, and px padding x it's going to be 4, and padding top and bottom it's going to be 1. And inside here I need to bring two touchable opacities, and let me copy it and paste it. And in between this touchable opacity we need to bring a text. So let's bring a text, and for the time being I'm just displaying the number as 1, and later I need to update the quantity and everything, so let's do that later. For the time being, for the UI sake, I'm just bringing a text inside here. So let's keep it as text XL, and font as bold, and text as black color. All right, so inside the touchable opacity, I'm just going to do the exact same thing. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste this over here and over here, but instead of this black color, I'm going to update this black color into #555. Save these changes, but instead of this, I'm going to bring the minus and the plus, so it looks like that. All right, so whenever you're clicking it, it looks like that, a button. So once you're done with this view, then what we need to do is we need to bring a cart. we need to bring a cart. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to bring it over here. Touchable opacity for this text color, text size is going to be a base size, and font is going to be the semi-bold, and text is, of course, it's going to be gray 50. So right now, if you save this, you can't see anything, right? Because it is a white color, so you can't see anything. But for this touchable opacity, I'm going to add a BG black color, BG black, and I'm going to say PX. It's going to be for padding top and bottom, and rounded excels. So that will gives you the rounded corners with the top and bottom, and with the left and right paddings. It just looks like this. All right. So now we successfully completed that UI design. So the next important part that we need to do with this is to finish this particular option, that increment and decrement option. So that's what we are supposed to do next, and that's what we are going to do next. So before jumping into the adding and closing this, adding and incrementing and decrementing the quantity, let's fix this go back option. So let's go to the top, and we need to bring that navigation object. So const navigation equals to use navigation hook. So whenever I'm tapping this particular option, so on press, I'm going to call a callback function. I'm going to say navigation dot go back option. Save these changes. All right, so now if I tap this, that will take me back to the previous screen which I've been loaded. So now it's loading, and it's loading all these things. So let's jump into update this cart item quantity. So for that, what I'm going to do is, this is the place where we are adding that. So here I'm just going to say on press, I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to say handle quantity qty, and I'm going to call a function with -1. I'm setting the value as -1. Whenever I'm clicking the minus option, that needs to call with the value with the -1. And whenever I'm clicking this this touchable opacity, and that should send the positive value. All right, so let's go ahead and create that function right after this use effect. Const handle quantity, I'm going to take the action, whatever the action which is coming along with that increment or decrement, whatever it is. To monitor that, I'm going to bring the state. So let's bring a state over here. Let's give it as use state snippet qty, and set quantity. By default, it's going to be 1. So we need to make sure that the quantity should not be reduced less than 1. Right, so let's go ahead and handle that. So here I'm getting that handle quantity function. Whenever I'm clicking, whether it is a negative or a positive, I will get the quantity count over here. So I need to get the new quantity. So let's say const new quantity, which equals to the quantity plus the action. Then we need to update this new quantity for our state. So state quantity. If the new quantity value, if it is greater than or equals to 1, then we need to set the value to the new quantity. Whatever the new quantity it is, we need to set that value to it, or else we need to set the value to 1. So if it is less than 1 or equals to 1, so of course it will be directly set the new quantity. If it is going less than 1, then it will set the value as 1. It will not allow the user to go beyond the value, not less than the value 1. So let's refresh it so far, and if I click this, the state is getting updated. And if I click this, once it reaches the 1, even if you're clicking it, it will not allow you to set the value to less than 1. All right, so that's looking good, right? Good. So now this is successfully done. So the next part, what we need to do is, when I click this, we need to add this to cart icon, and we need to bring that bottom tab navigations also. So we haven't initiated that bottom tab navigations. That's the options that we need to do now. All right, so let's go ahead and fix the bottom tab navigations. Then we can move on to the cart screen options. All right, then, so let's go ahead and create a new component, which is nothing but our bottom tab. So let me create a new component over here, right click and new tab, and let me say bottom tab.jsx, and RNFE, say the changes, and I need to export this from here, copy it and paste it, and let's change this to bottom tab, copy it, paste it over here, save these changes, close this, we don't need that anymore, and we don't need the feed details, feeds, leave the home screen, let's keep the product screen, and I don't need this index.js, and the app.js is necessary. The reason why we need to add the bottom tab inside the app.js, because that's need to display in every single screen except your onboarding screen. So later I'll show you how to get the active screen so that we can able to change the tab active colors and everything. So first I need to bring the bottom tab over here. So let me add the bottom tab. So now it's imported from the components. All right, so cool. Now we have our bottom tab. Let's save these changes. Now I can able to see the bottom tab at the bottom over here. So let's go to the bottom tab design and let's customize it a bit. So over here, now what I need to do is I need to bring the view. I need to customize this view. So class name, which is going to be, so absolute, it is going to be absolute, and of course it's going to be always in the bottom 6, from the bottom position 6, and width of course it's going to be full, and px it's going to be 8. All right, now you can able to see that bottom tab, it's looking over here. But instead of this text, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring one more view, and this view which is going to have a specific design styles and everything. All right, so here now what I need to do is, so this is going to have a very specific background color. So let me copy that background color and paste it over here like this. Then of course it's going to have the rounded as an Excel, and padding in left and right it's going to be 4, and top and bottom it's going to be 6, and width of course it's going to be full, flex everything inside, and it's going to be row and item center, and justify around. All right, let's save these changes, and now you can able to see that bottom tab over there. Then inside here I need to bring 3 sets of icons, right? So let's bring the one by one icon over here. First icon is going to be the user icon. So let me copy and paste it and import those things. Font awesome. So I'm going to bring the user icons, so you can able to see the user icon over there. Then I'm going to copy this exact same thing, and I'm going to paste it 2 more times, but this time this is going to be material icons. Instead of user, I'm just going to use format list bulleted. Format list bulleted. Okay, this is the icon that we are going to use. So save changes, and now you can able to see this format list icon, bulleted list. Then at last, then what we need to do, we need to bring the home icon, home, save these changes, and now we can able to see the home icon over there. Then we need to bring 2 more thing, which is nothing but copy this, paste it, and this is going to be the material icons, and this is going to be the collections, and this is going to be exactly the same material icons, and this is going to be the shopping cart. So save these changes, and now we can able to see all the icons, but I can't see which icon or which is the active screen. So whenever it is active, for instance, if I tap this, that needs to take me to the home screen, but if it is in the home screen, it needs to be active, right? So we need to get the active screen information. So whenever I'm clicking this home option, so let me add, I need to bring the navigation object. So const navigation equals to use navigation, open it. So whenever I'm clicking this home, let's say on press, that's need to take me to the home screen, navigation.navigate, open it, copy this home and give that name over there, save this, and if I click this, that takes me to the home screen, but the problem is it's not highlighting it as an active screen. To get that active screen, I need to do some stuffs over here. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So to get the active screen, what I need to do is right after here, so I'm going to create one more component. So let's say const my component. So this is just to get the active screen. So equals to open it, and it's having certain properties for it. Open it. All right. So inside this I'm just going to have the navigation object const navigation equals to use navigation hook. All right. So then I'm going to have a use effects hook. Open it. Use effect hook. And inside this use effect hook, like what we are going to do is, so basically now what exactly that we need to do over here is enter here. So I'm just going to say const unsubscribe or something, like any text, specific text that you want. Navigation dot add listener. I'm going to add a listener. So, and I'm going to get the state information of the navigation whenever it is the state is being changed. So that should call this callback function. So from that, I'm just going to get the current screen by using navigation dot get current screen method. Navigation dot get current get current route method dot name. From this I'll get that name. Then inside this component I need to pass the set active screen. So basically that is nothing but the use state which I going to create from here. Active screen, and set active screen, initially it's going to be null or it's going to be an empty string. So I'm passing this active string to this component, and that will set the active screen, which is the current screen. So if you want to make sure, let's console.log, and let's say active screen colon, and let's give it as an active screen, or not active screen, let's give it as a current screen. All right. So at the end we need to call return unsubscribe. All right. So whenever there is changes on the navigation, this needs to be re-rendered, and we need to wrap this entire stuff. We need to bring this component into our app component. So let's bring this my component over here, and for this I'm just passing set active screen prop, and I'm sending that set active screen. So now I will get the active screen details over here. So if you are looking at the top, you can see active screen onboarding and active screen home. So the reason is because it's just displaying it on the onboarding screen, because this is the place where we are displaying. If you go to the onboarding screen, where it is onboarding screen, and this is the place where we are checking. If I'm changing this into the false, and if I am reloading it, you can able to see this bottom navigations on the onboarding screen also. But I don't want to do that. So what I need to do is, all I have to do is to change this stuff. We will get the active screen informations. We are getting that active screens informations, everything over here. All right. So to do that, what I need to do is, I need to check the condition over here. So cut it, open it. If we have the active screen and that is not supposed to be equals to the onboarding screen, then only I need to render this bottom tab navigation. It is not supposed to be equals to onboarding. If it is equals to onboarding, we are not supposed to display that onboarding, that bottom tab navigation. Then I'm supplying this active screen as a property for our bottom tab navigation, bottom tab. Then let's go here, then bring that prop. So inside this prop, now we do have the active screen. So I need to change the color of the home screen whenever that is active. So this is the place where we are displaying that color. So what I'm supposed to say over here is, let me cut this, open it. If it is active screen, then what we need to do, and if the active screen is equals to home, then it's equals to home, then what I need to do is, this color should be white color, or else this should display this specific color. Save these changes, and now you can able to see that is the home screen is the active screen, and you can able to see it is in a different color. Now if I navigate to any other screen, you can't able to see that active screen. That's the reason, is because the product screen is the active right now, see. So that's the reason it's not showing you that as an active screen. So we customizedly created ourselves a bottom tab navigation with the active screen information and everything. All right, so let's jump into the next part of the video, which is nothing but our cart. So all I have to do is to push this item to the cart. So we need to create a redux for our cart screen, and we need to add all the items into the cart one after another, and that's what we are going to do now. Basically, for cart actions, we need 3 different actions: 1 to add the item, and 2 to remove an item, and 3 to make the cart completely empty. And let's create a new file for the reducers also, and let's see, keep it as the cart reducer.js. So let's get into the cart actions. So here I'm just going to copy and paste the complete cart actions over here. So I created a function called add to cart, and I'm supplying the data, and the type of that action is this, and the item which we are supplying it as the data, and we are trying to remove the cart from the item from the cart, and that's the ID, and this is the type that we are sending, and this is the item that we are trying to remove, and this is the way how we clean the complete, keep the complete cart as an empty cart. So save this change. Now the cart action is done. So let's jump into the cart reducer. So let's go to the reducer. So I'm just going to keep the initial state const initial state equals to cart as an empty array. All right, so then const cart reducer equals to arrow function, and here this is going to take two different parameters. One is the initial state and another one is the action. Open it. So here switch, open it, action dot type. If the action dot type which is equals to add to cart, so let's bring the add to cart option, copy and paste it over here. If that is equals to this specific case, I'm going to return it, open it. Then I'm going to destructure the complete state over here, enter, and I'm going to bring the cart colon, open the array. I'm going to destructure basically what we are trying to do. So even though if your cart is empty or not empty, so we need to add that specific product into that particular cart, right? So I need to basically the cart is an array. So first I need to bring the entire cart inside, then I need to add the new item. So destructure the state completely, state dot cart, bring the previous value of your cart items, everything, and then add your new items into the cart, new item. So basically that is the object which is coming from your cart. All right, so now if the case is equals to remove from cart colon, return, open it, we need to destructure the complete state. And then now what I need to do is I need to remove that particular ID from that cart. So basically what we can do is we can simply filter it, except that particular ID. I need to bring every single thing. So let's get the cart colon and state dot cart dot filter, open it. I need to get the item from it, then item dot data dot underscore ID, which is not equals to action dot this item ID. Copy this and paste it over here. All right, so cool. Now what we need to do is, and finally we need to make it as the one more state for this as nothing but that is the empty card. Copy this action, copy this action. If this is equals to, then what we need to do, we need to return the state as it is state. Then we need to make the cart as an empty cart, and at last the default is going to be return the state, save the changes. And finally I need to export this cart reducer, so export default as cart reducer. So then what we need to do is we need to go to the index.js of this reducer, and I need to combine it in the name of cart items. The name of cart items, I just reduce everything, cart items. Then I need to bring the cart reducer, so this will be combined together. Now everything will be reloaded. Fine, it's loaded perfectly, and we don't have to update anything inside the store. So now we have the cart actions and cart reducers and everything. So let's go to our product screen. Let's jump to our product screen where it is. One second. So now what I need to do is at the bottom of your product screen, where it is over here, you can see we have the option called add to cart, this particular option, cart. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to make sure, so if the cart items, so I need to figure it out whether this particular ID, if this particular ID which is already inside the cart item, that means this product is already added into our cart. So we are not supposed to allow the user to add this product again into the cart, right? So that's what we need to do. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the cart state first. So first I need to get the cart items. So let's go ahead and bring the cart items. So just like the same way how we extracted the feeds. So I need to bring the cart items, use state, I'm getting the cart items from there. Then if I need to scroll down completely, so this is the place. So I'm just going to cut it completely. If the cart items dot cart dot filter method, I'm going to extract that particular item. If that item dot data dot underscore ID, which is equals to data dot underscore ID, data is the local object, and we are trying to compare that product ID which is equals to this ID. That means we do have that item into that particular cart. So if that length is greater than 0, that means we do have it inside the cart. We need to display something else. If not, we need to display this option. So instead of this, I'm going to display it, and instead of this, I'm going to display the text as added. All right, so right now it's loading. It's loading and loading and loading. Let's get back to the home screen and let's reload it. It's working perfectly. And let's move into that product. All right, so still it's showing the cart option only. So for this, I'm going to add an on press event, on press handle press cart, something like this. So let me scroll up. So the reason why we are adding this, so if this product ID which is already inside the cart items, we are supposed to display this product as an added. If not, we need to display it as add this option, add this product to the cart, something like this. And that for that particular button, I'm adding this handle press cart. So now I need to create that event. So over here, const handle press cart equals to, all we have to do is to dispatch this item to the cart items. So we need to get the dispatch object. So over here, const dispatch equals to use dispatch hook. So then inside the handle press cart, now what we need to do is, so all I have to do is to dispatch, and I'm going to call that add to cart action method, and I'm going to send two different options. Okay, one, I need to send the quantity which we have over here, because we don't have the quantity field inside the data API, which is added separately. So I need to send the data separately, and I need to send the quantity separately. So data object is going to be the data, and the quantity object is going to be quantity. That's the reason every time whenever I'm adding over here, I'm just adding the option as item data.id. And as the same way also, I did the same thing inside the cart reducer also, the data ID, because inside the item we are getting two different objects. One is data and another one is quantity. So we need to get the data ID. So that's the reason we add it as a data. So now I hope you understand what's the exact reason I added it like that. So now inside the product screen, and now if I press this press cart, if I add this, we are getting the error as ATY does not exist, where we are getting that. Okay, here it is, QTY. Save these changes, and now if I click add to cart, now we can able to see here it's showing as an added. The reason is because that particular product is added successfully to our cart screen. So now all we have to do is to jump to the cart screen and bring all the items from the cart Redux store, and we need to display it inside the cart screen. That's what we are about to do next. All right, then, since we successfully added the products to the cart, so let's jump into the cart screen now. So what we need to do is, let me go back to the screens page, and over here I'm just going to create a new screen called cart screen.jsx and rnfe, and go to the index.js, copy this and paste it, and this is going to be the cart screen. Copy this, paste it over here. Well, now we configured the cart screen, and we need to navigate this button options and everything. Whenever I'm clicking this and this, that needs to be navigated to the cart screen. So first let's configure it in the app.jsx. Let me copy this and paste it over here, change this to cart screen, and change the name of that screen also cart screen. Right, now we have both configured the screens in the app.js. So let's get back to the bottom tab. Where is the bottom tab? All right, so just like the same way, I need to change this color of the cart. This is the place, and this is the color property. Paste it over here, and go to the app.jsx again, copy the name of the screen, and get the bottom tab and change this to cart screen. All right, and then on press, I need to navigate this to the cart screen. So let me copy this guy one from here, copy, paste it, and copy the screen name and replace the screen name. Save these changes. So now whenever if I want to get back to the cart screen, if I tab it, that will take the user to the cart screen, and you can see the cart tab is now active. And if I get back to the home, click this, and you can able to see that product is already added in the cart. So that's the reason it's showing that added option. If I open any other products, for instance, let's say if I'm opening this one, it's loading, and the background image still it's loading because that's a very big image, I think. So yes, that's the reason. And you can see now it's showing here as a cart the cart option, so that I can able to add this to the cart. Right, so let's update the text. This text doesn't make any sense because like it's looking like cart. So what does mean like cart? So we just need to change the text to add to cart, something like that. So now it's showing like add to cart. Fine, that looks cool, right? So let's get back to the cart screen now, and let's go ahead and customize the cart screen. So inside this cart screen, so what we need to do, just like the same way, let's start customizing each and everything one by one. So this thing, it's supposed to be a safe area view. So let's bring the safe area view first. So now I can able to see the cart screen over here. So then inside here, class name equals to, of course this is going to take the flex one completely, and width is going to be full, and item, everything should be in the start, and justify it's also going to be in the start, and bg it's going to be hash EBEAEF, like that, and space y4. All right, so that's looking much better. So then what we need to do is, first, if you have a look at over here, we have this icon, and we have this the profile, the name, and we have this the cart bag. So let's go ahead and bring that options. So over here, so what we are trying to do now, this is the top section, and let's bring that view tag over here, view, and inside this view I'm going to give a class name, and that view basically it's going to be a flex row, an item center, and justify it between, and width of course it's going to be full, padding of course it's going to be 4, and top and bottom it's going to be 2. All right, so inside this first, what is that first we do have, we need to bring the touchable opacity. So bring the touchable opacity, and we need to bring an icon first. So I'm just going to bring icon, and the name of the icon is going to be chevron left, and the size of the icon is going to be 32, and the color of the icon is going to be hash 555. Save the changes. Now we have the icon over there. So for this I need to add that back option. So let's bring the navigation option. So const navigation equals to use navigation, and let me on press. So we need to call this callback function, and we need to navigate this guy to go back to the previous screen. Whatever the screen is, it's need to take that user to the previous screen. So now if I tap this, that will take you to the previous screen. If I click the cart screen, now I'm inside the cart, and if I tap this, that will take me to the previous screen. Let me load different product now. I'll open this one. So now that product is open, and you can see the category, everything is updated. Now if I tap this cart screen from here, and if I tap go back, that will take us to the different screen. So we need to update this one also in the product screen. Let's go to the product screen, and at the top of the product screen we have this icon shopping cart. For that also we need to add that on press event navigation dot navigate the user to the cart screen. So now from here, if I click this, that will take me to the cart screen. All right, so let's go back to the cart screen. So after this, what I need to do, I need to bring a text called a shopping bag. So text, I'm just going to say shopping bag. This text basically it's going to have a class name. As text size is going to be Excel, so it looks much better, and the font size is going to be the semi bold, and the text color it's going to be the exact same color of your icon, so hash FFF. So save the changes. Now it's looking the same way. So don't worry about it, because of the justify between, it's like it's pushed to the end. So after adding one more product over one more icon over here, that will be perfectly fine. So if you have a look at that shopping bag, it's having this white layer. Inside that we having the icon, at the top of it we have the total item inside the cart. So let's go ahead and bring that stuff now. So view, so basically this view is going to be have a class name like a very specific width, like width as 10 and height as 10, and rounded Excel, and BG it's going to be white. So let's save these changes, and now you can see that that view over there, and it's going to be flux item center, justified center. So everything inside this view will be in the exact center location, and we need to bring an absolute
division, one more view over there. So to do that, what we have to do is we need to make this as a relative position. So I can keep anything inside this view as an absolute, and I can move it wherever I want. All right. So first, let me bring that shopping back. So to do that, I'm going to load the font awesome 5 and make sure that is imported over there as font awesome 5 inside the expo vector icons. All right, so it's imported, and the name of the icon which we are going to use is going to be the shopping bag, shopping hyphen bag. Then the size is going to be 16 and the color it's going to be black. Save the changes. Now I can see the icon over there. Look at that. That's looking cool. So then what I need to do is I need to bring one more view. So this view, and basically this view is going to be the absolute positions. It's going to be in the absolute position. All right. So it is going to be in the topmost top right corner, right? So we need to keep this thing in the top right corner. So before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the width and height. Width is going to be 4. Height is also going to be 4, and BG is going to be the black color. So save these changes. Now it is in the exact center location. I need to bring it to the top and right 0, so that will be in the top right corner now. And now what I need to do is I need to make it rounded as an MD direction. So save this. Now it will be a little bit rounded. All right, and then now whatever inside this, I need to keep it in the exact center location. So flex item center, justified center. All right, so let me enable the word wrap so that you can see it clearly. Word wrap. All right, so now inside here, what I need to do, I need to bring the cart length. So for the time being, I'm just going to display a text, and I'm just going to display text with the size like number like 2. Class name, which is going to be text white. So that will be in the exact center location. All right, so we need to change this now. So to change this, what we have to do is we need to fetch the cart items from the state, and we need to display the length and everything. So after this, so far what we have done in the cart screen, we displayed the top section, and we have to fetch the cart from the redirect state, and we need to display it over there, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so let's go ahead and bring the cart. So what we need to do is over here, I'm going to say const cart items. That's the cart items name, because that's the name that we added in our reducer over here. See, that's the name, so we need to use that. So I don't need this, I don't need this. Cart action, we don't need this. And product sync screen, we don't need it. Onboarding screen, we don't need it. Index.js, bottom tab.js, home screen.js. All right, so that's fine. So equals to so now what I need to do is I need to get the state. So use selector hook. I'm going to use the use selector hook from the state. Use selector hook. Let's get the state object completely. From the state, I'm just trying to get the cart items alone. So save these changes. So now you will get the cart items from the state objects. All right, so let's do the console log whether we are getting the state or not. Console.log cart items, cart items. Save the changes, and now we should be able to see the cart items over here. See, inside the cart items we have an object called cart, and inside that cart we have an array, and inside that array we have that particular object. So I need to get this object first. So you can do it in this way. I can get this object like this way. So now you can able to see we have the complete details over here. Okay, inside the cart items we have an object called cart, so we need only that particular cart. So now I have the complete arrays over here. So let's go ahead and start doing that options and everything. All right, either you can directly fetch the complete data object and the quantity from like this, otherwise you can leave it as it is. Fine. So in this case, I'm just going to leave it like this. Now the console log, everything is done. So then what we have to do is, now we have the cart items and everything in our hand. So I need to display the total length of the cart items. So what I need to do is over here, So let's say cart items. If we do have the cart items, if I do have the cart items, then I need to find its length. So that will display the cart length. So let's go ahead and add one more product. So let me increase the quantity of this product and let me add this to the cart. Now it's added successfully. And if I get back to the cart, now you can see it's showing the total number of count as number 2, right? The reason is because we added one more item in the cart, so it's working as it's supposed to be. Cool. So then what we need to do is we finish the top section, and then all right, so let's start. So this is the division which is completed, and right after here what we need to do is we need to display, if the cart items it's empty, I need to display an image. If the cart items is not empty, then I need to display something else, right? So that's what we are about to do now. So let's go ahead and do that. So if you have a look at this design over here, you can see basically it can able to display 3 different products over here. So if you are adding more than that, it will automatically enable the scroll view of it, right? So we need to bring the scroll view also for that. So if none of the products are added to the cart, we need to display it as a different, like an empty screen, right? So let's go ahead and bring that now. So here I need to check if the cart items, dot length, if the dot length is equals to 0, or if not cart items, if there is nothing in the cart items, then what I need to do, I need to display something. If else, I need to do something. So say this changes, so for nothing will happen. So over here, this particular place, so let me keep the cart as empty. So let me reload this app. So we need to keep the cart items empty, right? So let me reload the app. So currently the cart screen is completely empty. You can see the length is 0, right? So none of the products are added in the cart. So let's go ahead and let me change this. I need to bring a view over here, and inside this view we need to add the stuff whatever we wish to add. So let's say the class name is going to be flex1, and everything should be in the item center, and justify center, and then padding it's going to be 4, and let me say bg red for the time being. Let's see how exactly it's looking right now. All right, so it's looking like this. The problem is it's not taking the screen width, because it's, even if you are adding the width as full. All right, it's working fine. So now what I need to do is inside here I need to bring an image. So let's bring an image, and let's say source of the image. So basically it's not imported, so let's import it in the React Native, make sure that is added over there. And source of this, the source property, it's going to be the empty cart which is coming from the assets. Then the class name is going to be width 64 and hatch 64, and resize mode is going to be contained. So let's say this changes. Now I can able to see the cart over there. You can see. All right. So let's remove this background color for the time being. We don't need this background color. So let's delete this. Now I can able to see the cart, empty cart image over there. So now if the cart is empty, this image will be displayed perfectly as it's supposed to be. Oh, that's looking good. So then what we need to do is, so if we do have some data, I need to bring a view over here. Let me bring a view. So now let's add some styles to this. Instead of keeping it as a view, what we can do is let's change this into a scroll view. Scroll view. Save the changes. Fine. So let's add something to the cart. Let's add this one. Get the quantity 2. Add it. Let's get back, and I think I can add this one also. Increase the quantity, add to cart, and let's add this one.
So let's leave it as 1 and add to cart. All right, so that's looking much better, I think. So now we have 3 different products. All right, so now we have something to display in the scroll view. So I'm going to make this scroll view as class name. It's going to be, it should take the width full always, and of course it's going to be the flex one. So we are forcing it to access the complete width. So view, it's going to be class name, and flex space y, it's going to be 4. And then inside this, so now what we need to do is basically we need to render that items which we have in the cart over here. Okay, now let's get that flat list. So to bring this, what we need to do is we need to bring the flat list. So flat list, so I'm just going to use the flat list. So basically flat list just helps you to render an items either in a horizontal way or in the like what to say, in the vertical way. So let me bring the flat list over here. So first you need to supply the data, what exact data that you are going to supply for your flat list. So let's add the data to the flat list. So data, there's a prop called data prop. So to the data prop, you need to supply your data. So basically I'm having the data in my cart items. So that's the data I need to supply to it. Then I need to get the key. So let's get the key extractor. So I'm going to extract the each and every item, and I'm going to get the ID of that particular item, and I'm going to put it into the key extractor. So I'm going to get the data, or let's keep it as an item, so we don't need to get confused. So item. So I need to get every single item inside the cart items. You can able to see that we do have as 2 different objects, data and the quantity, right? So inside the data only we have that ID information. So I need to get the item dot data dot underscore ID. All right. So then after here, once you have the key extractor and everything, so next what I need to do, I need to render the each and every item. So let's get the open a function, and inside the function I'm going to get the item object, and then I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to render a view over here. So instead of rendering as a view, I'm going to get a separate internal component. So let's say export const cart item cart. That's the component that I'm supposed to create right now. Open it, and this is going to have a property of like we can supply the item and as well as the quantity, because we need to calculate the quantity also, right? So we need to supply both of them separately. Then I'm going to return a view, and inside this view I'm going to have a text for the time being, and let's say cart item cart, something like this. So I need to bring that cart item cart over there. So let's get back to the flat list, and over here I need to call that cart item cart, and for that cart item cart I need to supply the item prop. Basically the item prop is nothing but item dot data, and the quantity prop, and quantity prop is nothing but item dot quantity. Save this change, and what happened, let's get back. Currently the cart again, it's been empty, I think so. Let's go here because it's reloaded due to some reason, I don't know. Let's add this product, and let's add a few more. Let's add that one, increase the quantity, add it, and let's get back to the cart screen. Now I don't know why it's not rendering. Right now it's supposed to be rendered. So cart item card, it's returned, and the view, everything, it's been returned, no mistakes over there, and the flat list is also enabled. Flat list is also added. What am I missing over here? So we added the key extractor, we added the cart items, and we got the item over here, cart item. Let me do the console.log item. Let's do the console log. See, due to some reason, it's just reloading it every single time. The cart screen is getting reloaded. Reload it. Let me add this product. Add to cart. Go to the cart screen. Yeah, now it's rendering the cart item cart. See, it's rendering it. I don't know why previously it's not rendered. We are getting a bunch of warning right now. So let's ignore it. Let's finish it and let's see what exact mistake it might be. Let's increase the quantity and add it to the cart, and let's get back to the cart screen. What is this? Should never be nested plain scroll view with some orientation because it can be break. So what it might be, virtualized list should never be nested inside scroll view. Okay, the problem is it's because of this inside the scroll view. Okay, that will be fixed. Fine, we'll fix that later. All right, so now we got that cart item card and everything. It's been displaying over there. So now what we need to do is we just need to arrange all these data exactly how it's looking over here. So that's what we need to do next. All right, then, so now what we need to do, let's go ahead and customize this cart items card. So first what we need to do, we need to bring this nice design over here. So let's go ahead and let's go to the cart item card. So let's customize this cart item card first. So what I need to do is basically this view is going to keep the entire stuff into a flex row. So let's add it as a flex row, and px it's going to be 6 and width is going to be full, and item everything should be in the center, and the margin top and bottom, the MI1, the top and bottom is going to be 1 inch in the both up and down. So now then inside this I'm going to bring a view. Okay, this view it's going to be BG white and rounded. It's going to be as an Excel, and flex everything should be in the center, justified center, and padding it's going to be 2, and width is going to be 16. Height is also going to be 16. Position is going to be a relative position because inside this we need to bring 2 different images, right? So let me enable the word wrap. View word wrap, it's already enabled, I think so. Yes. So now we can see it clearly. So now inside here, now what I need to do is I need to bring that image. So basically how exactly we displayed it in the product screen. So let's go to the product screen and copy it and paste it over here. Go to the product screen and let's copy these 2 different images. Copy this and let's get back to the cart screen, paste it over here. But this time what I need to do is, this time it is not data, this is item.bg image asset URL, and this is going to be full, opacity is going to be 30, but this size is it's going to be 12. So let's say this changes. Now you can able to see that that images and icons and everything, right? But something is messing up because they are not aligned properly. What am I missing over here? Inside this view we have that image, and we have this view one more time, contain, I think because of this guy over here, because of this. And let me delete the width full also, and I'm just going to say inset 0. Basically that will pin on top, left, right, bottom, and everywhere. So now we can see the product is arranged in the exact center location. Okay, so next what we need to do is, so now we have that the view section. Inside the view, now we have that image. So then after that image, so what I need to do, so that's what this is for, image. And where is this view? It's been ending right over here. So right after here, now after that view, what we need to do, we need to bring that which is that this section, this particular section, text section. All right, so over here, so let's go ahead and add the text section now. So view, and basically this view is going to be class name, which is going to be in the column direction, so item center, and space y in the between the objects, and margin left, I'm just going to add the 3 spaces because everything is aligned in the close to the left side of it. So we need some space over there. So inside here, I'm going to create a one more view, and inside this view, now I'm going to use the same styles. Class name equals to flex, and items, it should be in the starting position, and justify everything should be in the center. Then inside here, I need to bring the text property one after another. So first I'm going to bring the item.title, save the changes. Now you can see the item.title. Let's copy and paste it 2 more times. And you need to bring the short description. There somewhere you can find this short description, bring it. And then I need to bring the price field over here. So basically we need to find out the price. So to do that, we have this price field, copy it, and let me add the $sign over here, dollar, and price field should be multiplied along with the quantity. So QTY, save the changes. Now you can get the overall quantity. All right, so you can see the price, what is the price of that product, and how much quantity that you added over there. So, and I need to display the quantity also along with this. So what I need to do is, let me wrap this into a separate view, and let me paste this, and inside here I need to paste one more thing, but this time I'm just going to display the quantity, not the price. So let's keep this flex row, item center, justified center, and space X, it's going to be 3. Save these changes. What's the mistake? What's the mistake over there? Nothing. Let's add the cart. Add it. Cart screen. Yeah, it's displaying. It's showing it. I don't know why it's crashing every time. So let me bring a bracket. So now you can see the quantity over there, and along with that we can able to see that the price of it, space X1. So how much quantity that you purchased. So let me display the text like this, QTY colon quantity. All right, so that's looking much better now. So price, overall calculated price, and the quantity over there. Okay, so or else what we can do is, instead of keeping this stuff over here like that, I can able to display the quantity in a separate way. So this is not looking much better. So what we can do, this is one kind of approach. So I'm just going to comment it, and I'm just going to keep the text alone, this quantity alone. So let me copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here, just the price alone, and I'm going to display the quantity separately. All right, so then the text, we need to customize the styles of the text and everything. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to copy the styles for each text over there. I'm going to paste it over here like this for that. And for the description, this is should be a smaller text, and the quantity, it should be a little bit, the price field, it should be a little bit bigger. like this, right? So then I need to bring the quantity over here. So this is the view of the text. It's where it's completed. The text section is completed over here. So then after that, what I need to do, I need to bring the third section. Let's say quantity section something. Let's keep it in that way. So then over here, I need to bring a view tag, and for this view, I'm going to say class name, and the class name is going to be I think the view is not necessary, because unless if you are going to display this delete button over there, you need to keep the view and you need to add that specific button options and everything. But in this case, what we are going to do, we are going to use the gestures handling, right? When I swipe right, I need to bring the delete button, and if I swipe right completely, I need to delete this item from the cart. So to keep it simple, I'm just going to bring the quantity directly over here. Why I need like this, but the quantity is looking very similar. So what we can do, let's bring a view and wrap it inside a border, and we can display it. So flex row, item center, justify center, and space X is going to be 4 inside, and rounded Excel, and border, we need the border, and the border gray is going to be 300. All right, so px is going to be 3, and py is going to be 1, and margin left is going to be auto. Inside this, I'm going to add the quantity. So now you can see the quantity is pushed completely to the right side corner. So this looks much better in my view. So you can choose whatever the design, that's up to you. All right, so now the cart items card is successfully completed. So the next remaining part is nothing but we need to bring this promo code, and we need to bring this total, subtotals, and this proceed to checkout options and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and apply this promo code. So what we have to do is, so let's scroll up, and we need to figure it out where the view is finishing. Okay, so this is the place where the view is finishing. So I need to add the promo code over here. So this is for promo code section, promo code sections. Well, over here I need to bring the view, and of course first I need to make sure that view is taking the complete width. So width full, and padding, of course it's going to be 8 or something. And well, inside this view I'm going to bring one more view, which is practically going to be this particular section. All right, that white area. So for that, I'm going to bring the, of course it's going to be width full, and padding on all sides, it's going, sorry, in the left and right it's going to be 2, and height, of course it's going to be 16, not 1 by 6, 16, and of course it's going to be rounded Excel, and the background, the BG color is going to be white color. BG, it's going to be white color, and flex, it's going to be row, item center, justify center. And then finally, now what we need to do is inside this inside this I need to bring a text input. So let's bring the text input, make sure that is imported properly. And well, over here I'm going to add a placeholder. So placeholder, and basically that placeholder is going to be promo code, and then class name, it's going to be, let's say, the text base, and px4, and font, it's going to be the semi bold, and text color, it's going to be #555. Then flex 1, it should take the flex complete, the available width, whatever the width is available there, it should take that complete width. So flex 1, and top and bottom, it's going to be 1 inside the space, and save these changes. So now you can able to see that particular option. And right after here, I'm going to bring that the button, which is going to be the touchable opacity, and the class name, it's going to be like px3, py2, rounded Excel,
and PG color, it's going to be the black color. And inside here, I'm going to bring the text box, text, and I'm going to type the text called apply. And the text styles are going to be, text should be in a white color, and the text size should be the large. Save the changes. So now you can able to see that options over there. But the problem is the text is not style, which is not sitting properly. Why? Did I miss anything? I don't think so. I didn't miss anything. Everything is perfectly fine with this full, and I think I missed one second. Minus empty one. Say this changes. So this is for the text style. So what I'm missing over here, px3, py2. Inside this, I think I missed the padding over here. So py1 or something. Yeah, that's the thing, it's missing over there. So let's keep the padding as 2, and that will be perfectly fine. So I'm missing the padding over there. Now you can see that it's looking perfectly good. All right, so this -1, it's because when I'm pushing something, the text box is going beyond this limit, so it's not coming in the straight line. So that's the reason to adjust it. I just increase the margin effect over there. So these are just trial and error, so adjust it until you feel comfortable with it. All right, so now the promo code is, it's done. Then what we need to do, we need to bring this subtotal and all those options and everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. So this is the place where we are finishing that promo section, and now here I'm just going to say total calculation something. All right, so to bring the total calculations, I'm going to create one more view, a view. Okay, so here I'm going to have the class name. It's going to be, the class name is like px8, and width, of course, it's going to be full, and of course it's going to be flex, and space y, it's going to be like 4. All right, inside this, now what I need to do is, first I need to bring this subtotal. So let's go ahead and bring that subtotal. So to do that, we have to create a view, class name, and of course it's going to be flex row direction, and item center, and justify between, not center, justify between. Inside this view, now what we need to do, we need to bring 2 text options. So let me copy and paste that over here. This is the text which is having large font, semi-bold, same colors, which are exactly the same thing what we did for the previous text. Then I'm going to paste it one more time. This time the text size is going to be, the text color is going to be black color. All right, so this is going to be like a text Excel size, font semi-bold, and this is the place where we need to get the total, right? We need to get the total. So to get the total, what I need to do is, I'm going to calculate the total right now. So we need to create a new state first. So for the time being, the text is going, let be empty. So here I'm going to create a new state, use state is equals to total, and that's total is going to be initially as a 0 value, right? So then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get that we need to create a use effect method. Using the use effect hook, I can able to calculate the total. Use effect, open it, an arrow function, and the dependencies. All right, so here, whenever the cart items are changing, this needs to be re-rendered, and the total needs to be calculated perfectly. Think about it, we're having 3 different products, and I need to add all these products total. So what I need to do is, I need to calculate, let's say, let main total as a 0 initially. Then what I'm going to do is, if cart items, if the cart items dot length, len, length is greater than 0, that means we have some data in it. So in that situation, we need to calculate the total, or else we are not supposed to do that. So cart items dot map. So I need to extract every single item from it. Then I need to loop through it. So that's the reason I'm using the map function. Now here, I'm just trying to say console.log. We are trying to find out the total price, right? Inside the item, we do have the data object, and we do have the price field in it. I need to multiply it with item dot quantity. So let's save the changes and let's show it. You can see 19.98, 8.99, 7.99. So we are getting some data over there. So I'm just going to hide it. And then here, what I need to do is, so I need to add those things into a main total. So this is giving the total for single object. So every time it's calculating it for single object and it's displaying. So every time when it's loop throwing, once it's calculated for single object, I need to store it in a temporary variable so that I can able to keep track all the separate products totals, right? So main total plus equals to, that means main total equals to main total plus this function. Let me copy it and paste it over there. So once you calculated, got the main total, I'm just going to say set main total to our total state. All right, this is it. So save these changes. Now I have the total object over there. So what I need to do is, so the place where I'm displaying the subtotal, this is the place I need to bring that total object. So while before displaying it, what I need to do is I need to convert it into a float. So I'm just going to say parse float of total to fix a digit of 2 digits. I need to, after the decimal units, I need only 2 digits. Now we can able to see that. All right. So now we can able to see this. So what I need to do is, so I think I need to wrap this thing into a view. Let me show you why. So just like the same way, I need to create one more text, and for that I'm going to keep the text size as SM and capitalize everything, and text gray 300, which is going to be USD. And this view, it's basically, it's going to be like flex row, item center, justify center, and space X is going to be 1. So save these changes. Now you can able to see that option. So it's not capitalized, it's going to be uppercase. All right. So text color, it's going to be 200 or something. 100. Nothing is get changed. Color, it's not typically working over there. Oh, this is not too gray. This is supposed to be text gray. My bad. Text gray 300. All right, it's to 500. Okay, that's perfect, right? This is how we need to display it over there. That's looking good. Now, just like the same way, after this over here, you can see we have a small line. To do that, what I need to do is, this is the place where our division is getting finished. So right after here, I need to bring one more view, and that view is going to have a class name called width full, and height of that width is going, height of that particular view, it's going to be 2 pixels, and BG, it's going to be white color. So save these changes. Now you can able to see that color. So just like the same way, what I need to do is I need to copy this and I'm going to paste it. That's for subtotal, and this is for shipping. Let's paste it. I think I missed something. This is the place it's finishing. So let me copy it from here and let me paste it. And this is for grand total. Enter and paste it. So if you save these changes, you can able to see it in that way. But the grand total, it's supposed to be displayed in a different perspective. So what I need to do is, I don't need this line after the grand total. So let's delete it. All right. So just like this before, what I need to do is I need to bring that total number of items in the grand total. To do that, what we need to do is I'm just going to copy this exact same text and I'm going to paste it straight away over here. And here I need to display the cart length, right? So I'm going to wrap this thing completely inside this bracket. So I need an outside bracket. So then I need to display the cart items dot length over there. So that will gives you the total items over there. So after this, I need to say items. That's it. That's all I need to do. But here I don't need this to be an uppercase. Delete the changes, and that's looking good. So after that, margin right, it's going to be like 4 something. Let me push. Okay, so now you can able to see that items and the total, grand total and everything. But what we need to do is, so for the shipping purpose, the second one is for shipping, right? This is for shipping cost. All right, shipping cost, but shipping cost is just going to be $5. So I'm just going to say $5 over there. 5.0. Save these changes. We are fixing it. So over here we need to say grand total plus 5. So that will gives you the okay. So what's the problem? Not there. So we need to add the total, right? So here let's add the total 5.0. So that will convert it and you can get the grand total over here. So now we successfully completed the overall designs. All right, so we finished this design. So all I have to do is the remaining part is just to bring this proceed to checkout option. So to do that, let's finish it. And what we need to do is where is this section is getting ended? This section is finishing right after here, over here. So let's create a view, and basically that view is also it's going to be with full EX8 and MY4. So we are moving it a little bit further inside. Then what we need to do is, all right, so now what we need to do is, so here I'm just going to bring the touchable opacity. Let's bring the touchable opacity, and inside here I'm going to bring the text, and let's say proceed to checkout, just like that. Then let's customize this part. So to do this, what you need to do is basically I'm just going to make it as a width full and padding 2 and rounded excel, BG black, flex, item center, justify center. So now it will be in the centered location. Now what we need to do is we just need to change this text to LG, and text color should be in the white color, and the font semi bold. Save the changes, and now you can able to see that proceed to checkout option. All right, that's looking good. I think PY we need to little bit increase it. Let's make it 3. Now it's looking good. So we just finished all the designs. The only part that we need to fix in this, the cart screen, that we need to delete this on whenever I'm swiping it left side. When I'm swipe it from the right side, I need to remove this item from the cart. So that's what we are about to do next. All right, guys. So since we successfully added all the products over here in the cart screen, and the cart screen is successfully completed. So the next important part what we have to do is the gesture. So let's move into and search for React Native gesture handler. If you search for this package, and there if you scroll down, you can able to find this website LogRocket. So open that website, and we can able to find out lots and lots of gesture handlers over here. In this case we are going to use these swipeable gestures. Okay, this is the one. So this website will help you to really understand how exactly you need to implement that swipeable gestures in your project. So please take your time and go through this completely. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to install that specific package first. So let's go ahead and add that package first. So yarn add React Native swipe gesture handler. So that will download that necessary package and install it in our project. So it's successfully added. So then over here we already added the flat list, and we already rendered our list items and everything. So first what I need to do is I need to import this swipeable. So let me copy this, and then I'll import it at the top of the list. All right, so now we added that. So then what else we have to do? So I need to go to our the list, basically the list item over here is nothing but that's the cart item card which we created. So I need to wrap the complete view that cart item card into the swipeable. So let's go ahead, and what I need to do is, where is the cart item card? This is where. So this complete stuff, let me cut it out, cut it, and I'm just going to say swipeable, and let me put it into it completely over here. So now I wrapped it into completely inside there. So then
what I need to do, so if you have a look at over here, we having different kinds of actions: render left actions, render right actions, on swipeable right open, on swipeable left open. So these are different actions that we need to add whenever you're doing some kind of stuff. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the render right actions. So let me copy this and I'm going to add it for our swipeable. And then second one, and on swipeable right open, whenever I'm swiping right side, I need to open something. So basically this is the function, the action function, and this on swipe, whenever you're swiping up, what exactly that you want to do. So let's go ahead and create that functions first. So let's scroll down, and there you can find this function. So I'm just going to copy this swipe from right function. So that function is supposed to be inside here. So I don't need this console log anymore. Let me delete it. And one more thing is missing, which is nothing but whenever we are having this render right actions, we need to render this particular component, right swipe action component. So if you have a look at it, if you search for where it is here, this is nothing but this is a component which is displaying some view stuff and everything. So let me copy this completely from here, and then I'm going to create that component over here. Okay, so currently it's just displaying some styles and everything. So what we have to do is let's customize this complete stuff by ourselves. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete it. Keep it simple. I'm just keeping this the right swipe action as an empty component. So here I'm just going to add the view tag. Inside the view tag, I'm going to bring the class name, and of course it's going to have the height as 100%. So width, of course, it's going to be 24, and then flex item center, justify the everything, the inside every element should be in the center, and the background color, it's going to be white color. Now inside this view, I'm going to bring the touchable opacity, and inside this I'm going to bring the font awesome 5, and I'm going to bring that trash icon. So name is going to be trash, and then size is going to be 24, and then the color, it's going to be the black color. All right, so and after that we have to do one more important step, which is nothing but what we need to do is, so this entire thing should be wrapped inside. That is one important stuff that we need to do. This entire thing should be inside. Oh, where it is, I missed that point. Come on, everything should be swipeable gestures. This is the place. Okay, so we already added, we imported this, and if you, okay, this is a list item, and then here left, right, list items, swipe gestures. I think I missed some. I'm missing something, because this complete swipeable thing should be wrapped into a gesture handler root view. If you're not wrapping it inside the gesture handler root view, it will throw an error. So for instance, let's say if I'm saving this right actions right now, see, I'm getting this error because it's showing that it's not inside the gesture handler root view. Otherwise the swipe gestures will not work. That important point is missing over there in that website. So if you are getting this exact same error, so what you need to do is we need to import one more package, and we need to wrap that complete stuff into it. So import from React gesture handler. From here I need to get that gesture handler root view, this one. So then what I need to do is, so let's get to this the safe area, where the safe area is been ending. So complete this stuff, entire whatever which is inside the safe area, everything should be inside that gesture handler root view. So let me cut it out, and then let me bring that gesture handler root view and put it inside that entire stuff inside that. Save the changes, and now it will be reload, and now the error is resolved. So let me add few products over there. Let me add this one, added, and let me go to that product. Okay, so here now we can able to see the same stuff, and now if I swipe it out, we can able to see this screen. See, and it's giving that alert message also. So whenever you are swiping it, so we need to trigger two important options. What is that? One, we need to display a component, what exactly we need to display it over there, and two, what kind of action that I need to trigger when I'm doing that option. So over here, if you see, if I'm swiping right side, and that is triggering that alert message, see, I can able to see that alert message. Now what I need to do is, whenever I'm swiping right, I need to remove that particular ID from the from where I need to remove that particular ID from the cart items. So let's go ahead and do that now. So what I need to do is, over here I need to get that dispatch option. So const dispatch equals to use dispatch, open it, and inside here all I have to do is to send this ID to the to remove it from a Redux store. So let's say dispatch, open it, and I'm going to use the function called remove from cart, and this function cart, it's needed just an ID. This function is just needed an ID. So I need to call this. Whenever I'm calling this function, I'm going to add the ID, and I'm going to send this ID over here. So we know this function like exactly where it's getting called. All right, so we need to find out the place where we are calling that swipeable action. So this is the place where we are calling that action. So this, whenever I'm opening that swipe action, I need to send the ID from here. So I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to set, and I'm going to set that ID over here. So basically we have the ID from item dot underscore ID. So now we have that ID over here. So this ID will be passed to this function, which is nothing but our action inside your cart reducer that will call this particular, this is reducer, where is the action? Let's bring the action over here. So we are calling this remove cart from the cart, and I'm sending the ID. So this type will be triggered, and we are sending the ID over here, and that will trigger this particular case. And except that ID, we are going to filter it, and we are pushing it again to the same cart. All right, so let's see how exactly it's working right now. So now if I remove this, look at that, that is successfully removed from our cart item. So the cart screen is instantly re-rendered. So let's see, let's remove this one down, remove it, and look at that, the price is also getting updated. Let me remove this, the very biggest one. See, the price is also getting updated. And if I remove this also, and my cart item screen, it's completely empty right now. All right, so let's go ahead and try one more time. Now it is not supposed to show over here as an added, because I removed that product from that there. Now I can increase it and add it again. Let me go there, and you can see that cart items instantly. Let me remove it, it's removed, and let me get back over there, and again you can see it's not showing that option. Let me show you what exactly we're going to build in this project. You can see we have a live website over here where you can able to add the categories and the items and everything, which is currently live. And this is a website which helps us to update the data, and we are sharing the data through the APIs. And this is the mobile application which is accessing all these data through the API, and it will displaying all these categories and items and everything. So let me click get started over here. You can see it's displaying all the categories whatever we having over here. Okay, so right now it's showing all the categories lively from this data API. Okay, so let me add a new category over here. So let me click create, and let's create the title as music, and let me search for some pictures over here. So Pixabay, let's go to the Pixabay. Okay, so here I'll search for music. So let's say I'm choosing this one. So let me download this, free download. I think still my account is logging in. Yeah, now if I click download, the image will be downloaded. And let me go back to my website, and I click and drag this and drop it in this place. That will upload that image.
It's taking some time to upload it, and give some in the description about that category. Listen to the music, something like that. Okay, so all I have to do is to click publish. Yes, that category is being published right now. Currently you can't see that category over here, but once you refresh it, that will pull that updated data directly into your mobile app. Where is that? It is supposed to come right now. Refresh. Look at that. See, over here it's taking some time, but it's getting the data back immediately. Okay, so see here, now we have that the category which we created, which is currently coming from live. Okay, and if you scroll down, you can see it's having this nice amazing masonry layout. Okay, every time whenever you're refreshing, it will be shuffled up and it will be aligned properly. See, now the size of the category is a little bit bigger, and it will be adjusted properly according to the perfectly according to the screen sizes. Okay, so now let's go ahead and click these items, and just like the same way you can add a new item. So over here, these are the items so far we had it. So if we click the new item, and you can add a new item. So let me search for another image. So let me choose this one. That is Shutterstock. So let's choose some other images. Let's get back to music. So let's say if I'm downloading this image, click this download, and let me come over here and let's say music app or something. Let's say description about the music, like free music or something. Free musics. Let's select and drop that image over here. Fine, it's uploading. Now we need to choose a category, on what category this image is being uploaded. So whenever I click this, so it's a music category. We all know that it's a music category. If I click it, I need to list out all the items which comes under this music category. So I need to click add item, and let me choose the list of categories whatever we have in our hand. It's loading. Okay, it's taking some time to load, and I choose the music, and that music item will be added over here. And if I click refresh, all right, so now we have our music item, and I think it's published right now. The content is published. So now if I refresh this, refresh it 3 to 4 times, like click get started, and if I click music, look at that, it's loading that image, and we have that data which we added over there. It's currently over here. And now if I click that image, that will be displayed in a full screen, how it's exactly going to look in the mobile screen. So if the user wish to download this image, you can see that's the name of the music app, that the name of that image and the description of this image. And if I click download option, that will be downloaded in the local space. Okay, so you can see here it's showing us image saved, and let me get back to the gallery, and you can see we have that image saved in our local gallery. Okay, so this is what exactly we're going to build in this project. I hope you guys are so excited. So without wasting your time, let's jump into the video. Okay guys, so now what we need to do, let's create a new project folder. So let's create a new folder over here, and I'm going to say this folder name as image share YouTube. Okay, so let me open it in the terminal. Click new terminal folder. Let me bring the terminal over here, make it bigger, and code space dot. Let's open it in the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you can use your favorite editors, but I'm used to it, this Visual Studio Code. And let me bring the terminal over here. So basically we are using the React Native, and we are going to use the React Native Expo to create our React Native application. So let me bring the browser over here. Okay, so if you search for React Native, not animations, just React Native, and let's go to the React Native documentation, official documentation. If you have, so if you're learning any new technologies for the first time, so take your time and go through the documentation official documentation. It will really helps you to understand their concepts much better. So click get started over here, and you can see we have two different options to create a React Native application. So the reason why we are using the React Native, it's exactly quite same as the React.js. If you are good at React.js, then React Native, it's easy for you to understand and work with that features and everything. And over here we have two different frameworks like Expo and React Native CLI. We have two different CLIs to work with your React Native: Expo, Go, and React Native CLI. If you are a beginner, it's very good to start with the Expo Go. If you are an intermediate or advanced level coder and for mobile application, it's better to start with the React Native CLI. Okay, so we're going to use the Expo CLI. So to start with the Expo CLI, we're going to use the Expo CLI. We need to install this Expo CLI. So Expo CLI. If you search for Expo CLI, this is the one we're going to use it. So we need to install this Expo CLI globally in our machine. Then we can use it for our projects and everything. So if you search for Expo CLI npm over here, Expo CLI npm, so that will download. So in npm install Expo CLI. So we're going to install the Expo CLI globally, and we're going to create our Expo project. So let me get back to the Visual Studio Code over here. So first command, you need to run npm install -g, that's for globally, and you need to say Expo CLI. So this will download and install the latest version in your machine. So if you press enter, so that will download the Expo CLI globally in your machine. So for me, I think I already downloaded the latest version, but still let me download it one more time. It's loading. I think my internet connection is a bit slow, so let it download and then we'll continue from there. All right then, so for me it's finally downloaded. So now what we need to do, we need to make sure whether the Expo CLI is globally accessible or not. So let's say Expo CLI, or just say Expo -version. So that I think it's hyphen, yeah, not hyphen, Expo -version. That will gives you the version number over here. Okay, so it's showing 6.3.2. so we are done. Now we install the Expo CLI. Now we need to log into your Expo. So if you're having any account in the Expo and all those things, just type Expo login. So that will takes you to the login online portal, and you can authenticate your Gmail account so that you can keep track all your Expo projects over there. So if you press Expo login, so that will takes you. So for me, I already logged in with my username over there, so that's the reason it's showing my username. And if you want to log in as a new user, I need to press S. So that will takes me to the browser. It asks me to log in with my account. Okay, so in this case I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to terminate it. So clear it, and now I need to create a new project. So we're going to create the new project in this exact same folder itself. So let's say Expo init. Expo init helps us to initialize a new project. Okay, so and then you need to give your folder name, what exact folder name that you're going to use for your project. In this case, I'm going to use the exact same name, so I'm just going to say /. So if I press enter, so that will trigger this command npx create expo app --template. So template basically it will provide you three different options: blank, tabs, along with the tabs. If you want to create a tabs like the navigation tabs, you can choose this. But in this case, of course, we're going to build everything from the ground. So I'm going to choose the blank, but we're not going to use the TypeScript. We're going to use the JavaScript. So choose the blank, and this will start downloading all the required packages for our Expo application. And of course, it's using Yarn. If you're not using Yarn, you need to install the Yarn. So to install Yarn, just like the same way, you need to run the command npm install -g yarn. Okay, so please go ahead and download and install the Yarn in your machine. Okay, so this will take some time, so let's wait until it gets done. So I'm going to pause it, so please wait until it gets done. All right then, so my project is successfully created. So the next step is we need to run this. So to run this, you need to run yarn start. So basically you can run the React Native application in Android and iOS and including the web. Or if you're having your own, if you're not having that much configured PC or a laptop, you can use your own mobile phone to check the expo project and everything. So let me show you what are the different ways to run the project. Okay, so over here, so let me start yarn, start, enter. So if I trigger this yarn start, so for me, it's showing my, okay, so let me stop it 1 second, because my app is running behind with, my simulator is running behind with the different projects. That's the reason it's showing that issue. So now if I run it now, it will be fine. Okay, still showing the same issue. Social media, I think I closed it, but still it's showing the same. Let's use the same. Okay, so let's use this different port now. Okay, so now the problem is solved. So it's not around now, it's running in a different Metro bundler. So you can see this is the QR code. You can run this app in your mobile phone just by using Expo. Search for Expo Go app. You can download this Expo Go app from your Play Store and your App Store. So go ahead, please download that app, and once you downloaded it, all you have to do is to come back and open that app, scan this QR code. That will run this project lively in your mobile app. So otherwise, if you're using the simulators like Android simulators and iOS simulators, you can directly run them in your Android simulators. If you want to check this Android simulator, you need to download the Android Studio. So you need to download this Android Studio and you need to create your Android simulator. So please take your time and go ahead and download the Android Studio and follow their documentations to how to create simulators and everything. So you can follow through their documentation, so that will really helps you to create that Android simulator. So in this case, I'm going to use this iOS simulator. If you're using Mac or MacBook, you need to download the Xcode. So open your App Store and search for Xcode. Let me bring the App Store and search for Xcode. So you need to download this one to run your iOS simulator. You need to keep this Xcode updated so that it will work perfectly and smoothly. So go ahead and please download this and you can start create your simulators. So over here, so now in this case, I'm going to run this in my iOS simulator. So I'll just need to press I. If you're using Android, press A, and you can run it in your web itself. If you want to run it in your web, you need to press W. So that will gives you the list of let's say if I want to run it in the, it's loading my iOS simulator. So let's wait. Once it is loaded, yeah, it's opened. It's loading. Opening the iOS simulator. This might take a moment. So it's loading. For the first time boot up, initial boot up will take some time. So please wait until it's loaded up properly. It's loading, it's loading. All right, so now it started loading the project and it's downloading the app bundlers and everything. 6.3% loaded. 32, 11, 32. It's loading, loading. And it's going to be done. Come on, why it's taking this much long? Yeah, and look at that. Now we have our app up and running. So in our simulator, and if you wish to run it in your web, like if you need to press W, all you have to do press W. So that will gives you the list of packages to be downloaded, and to run your app in your web, you need to download these packages and you need to reload your server. Okay, in this case, I'm not going to use this. I'm just going to reload this app so that it will reload our iOS simulator. Fine. Okay, so now we have our app up and running in our simulator. So the next task is going to be how to
install the native wind, the Tailwind CSS. We're going to use the native wind to install the Tailwind CSS with our React Native application. So that's what we're going to do next. All right then. So now let us open the browser. Let's open the browser over here, and here let me make it bigger, and let me bring this to a separate tab, okay, so that we can keep track of it. Yeah, fine. So here now what we need to do, let's search for Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS is the modern CSS framework which helps us to build the UI much faster. Okay, we're going to use the Tailwind CSS, but you can't directly use the Tailwind CSS in your React application because we need to search for Expo Native Wind. So this is the package that you need to download to use the Tailwind CSS in your React application. So click the Expo Native Wind. So that will provide you a nice documentation to configure the Tailwind CSS with your React Native. So here you need to download this package. So copy this command and get back to your terminal and create a new terminal. Let's say, and paste it over here, yarn add native wind. So this will download the Tailwind CSS packages, and let's get back over here and copy this developer Tailwind CSS also. So let's paste that one too. So that will download and install that. What's the next step? We need to set up the Tailwind CSS by running this command tailwind css init. So that will create the tailwind config.js. So copy this tailwind init. Since we are using yarn, we need to type yarn tailwind css init. So that will create the tailwind config file over here. Now we have the tailwind config file. Next, what is the step? So here we need to replace this content line. Okay, so copy this content line, copy it, and then replace this content line. So over here it's checking for app.js. If so, it will keep track this app.js if there is any changes made by Tailwind CSS. If you're adding any utility classes in this app or any other files which comes under a custom directory, you need to supply the folder name to keep track whatever the changes that's happening in your app files. It's need to keep track, so the Tailwind CSS will regenerate the custom CSS for you. Okay, so over here, instead of custom directory, I'm going to give it as screens because that is going to be my folder, screens. So over here I'm going to create a new folder called screens. Okay, new folder called screens. So give that exact name over here, screens. Fine. So save the changes. Then what we need to do, let's get back over here and we need to update this Babel plugin. So copy this plugin and go to your Babel config.js, open the Babel config, and right after here paste it. Then what we need to do, all we have to do, that's it, we are done with the configuration. That's next what we need to do, we just need to write the utility classes of the Tailwind CSS. Before jumping into writing the Tailwind CSS utility classes, all you have to do, download an extension which is really helps you to work with Tailwind CSS much faster. So search for Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. You need to download this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which really helps you to work with the Tailwind CSS much faster. And along with this, you need to search for ES7 React snippets. Search for ES7 React snippets. This is the one, ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. So go ahead and please download this extension also, which helps you to really work with the React projects or React Native applications much faster. So it will create the code snippets much faster. Okay, so let me close this and let me close this also, close this and get back to the file explorer over there, and let me open my app.js. So here we have this bunch of code which is currently displaying this information, and since our app is up and running, so we updated our Babel config.js. So you need to restart your server. So let me stop the server for the time being, and over here let me delete the entire stuff. Control A delete or Command A delete it, and we're gonna use this command snippets shortcuts like RNFE, React Native Functional Export Component. So press the tab, that will create some arrow function component to work with your React Native. Okay, so over here class
name. So class name is going to be Flex1. So this is why we install the the Tailwind CSS snippets. So now it's showing the suggestions. That's the reason we install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So Flex1, so which basically should occupy the complete space, and I'm gonna say item center. So you need to understand the flex box over here. When it comes to websites, basically if you're using flex by default, it is in a row direction. But when it comes to mobile app development, if it's a flex, that means it is in a column direction. By default, it's a column direction. In case if you want to arrange anything in a row direction, you need to mention specifically like flex row. It's quite opposite what we used to write it in the web and the React Native. And in the React Native, everything is over here view, but when it comes to website, there it will be assumed as a division. Over there we have h1 tag, paragraph tags and everything, but here we have only a common tag called text. Okay, so don't worry, it's not a drastic change, it's just a small changes here and there, so you will be used to it. Okay, now everything will be arranged, aligned center, item center and justify center. Okay, and let me change the color for this text as well. Class name is equals, let's say text to blue, let's give it as 500, and text Excel, that's a font size I'm going to use, it's a 20 pixel, so let's give it as 24 pixel, and font it's going to be semi bold. All right, so let's save the changes, and now we need to restart our server. So yarn start, so that will trigger this, it will restart it. Okay, I close this, but why it's still showing this port isn't using? Okay, so use the another port number. Then it started our Metro bundler, and let me run our IO simulator one more time, and let me reload it. Now it's reloading the projects. So to reload it, you have to press R, just R in your keyboard. That will reload this project. If it is not reloading, try Control R or Command R. Now we can see our Tailwind CSS, it's configured successfully and it's up and working fine. So to make double verification, let's say background color BG gray, let's say 500, save the changes, and now we can see our background color is also changed. So our Tailwind CSS is successfully configured and it's working perfectly how we expected it. Okay, so the next step is going to be, we need to install our React navigation so that user can navigate back and forth from one screen to another. So that's what we're going to do next. All right, so let's get back to our browser and search for React navigation. So click the React navigation over here and click read docs. So go through their documentation. So we're going to use the documentations to follow through it one by one. Okay, so here it's give us the minimum requirements, what you need to do if you're using Expo and all those things, what is the version number that it's supposed to be. So follow through, you should fulfill this minimum requirements and go through the installations. So we are not using npm, we are using yarn. So let me copy this command, and over here let me stop the server and let me paste it. Yarn add, that is installing that package, and let's go back here, and this is the next we need to download and install it. So for you can see that it's exactly the same command only, React Native screens and React Native safe area context. Click the on and download this, paste it, that will be downloaded. Scroll down. If you are using React Native, you need to link this, you need to run this command, but in this case we are not using React Native, we are using Expo, so we don't need to worry about it. So let's get back to the next article over here. So click this, that will take you to the next article. So we need to install this native stack layer. So click the yarn and copy this command, and you need to paste it over here. So this is for the stack navigation library. You need to create this stack navigator, so it helps us to navigate from one screen to another. So then over here you can see how exactly you need to add the codings and everything in your app.js. So what you need to do is, all I have to do is to copy this line. So these two lines, import statements, copy those import statements, go back to your app.js and paste it over there. Then get back here. We need to create the stack object. So copy this and paste it right after here. That should be global objects. Then inside your app component, you need to create it like this: navigation container, then stack.navigator, then your stack.screen. Okay, so let me copy this content completely and get back to your return statement, paste it over here. Since we don't have this home screen, of course it's going to throw an error. So let's create a new screen inside our screens. So create new file, and that is going to be home screen.jsx and RNFE, React Native Functional Export. Save the changes. So what I'm going to do is, in future we might have a different screens, like multiple screens. So every time whenever I'm importing this, see here, if I'm importing it, it's going to import that home screen as a separate import. Think about it, if you're having 10 to 20 screens, so you will have 10 to 20 different import statements. So we don't want that. So let me delete this. To avoid that, what you can do, let's create a new file over here and name it as index.js. And I'm going to export this screen inside this index.js. So export default as home from /home screen. Okay, let's copy this and let's keep it, it's the same name so we don't get confused. All right, now all we have to do, go back here and press control space or command space. That will shows you .screen, import it, and now it will be imported as an object from these screens. So now if I have any new screens, it will be imported in the same line itself. Okay, so instead of going for multi-line import, we can write it in a single line itself. So save the changes. Now when I run this application, it should by defaultly it should load our home screen. So let's say yarn start and let's press S. Why it's asking every time for me, I'm not sure. So let me open the iOS simulator and let me reload this. Yeah, it's reloading automatically and it's loading. It's loading the packages. Yep, it's loaded successfully, and now we can see we have our home screen. So we successfully configured our React navigations with our application. Now all we have to do is to configure this particular home screen like exactly the same way how we expected it. Okay, so let me open that the screens which we are going to design. So we keep it side by side, so that will really helps us. Let me open that screens. Okay, so here we go. So look at that, this is the screen so that we're gonna build. So basically this is the home screen and this is the category screen. Once you tap this, we're gonna use the exact same kind of view for our items display. Then when you tap any single icon, this is what we need to build. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this one. So let me get back to the home screen. So we're having this home screen in our hand. Okay, so in the home screen you can see it's showing that header options and everything. So we need to, by default, we need to display this header options for every screen. So I can't keep on disable these screens one by one. So let's get back to the stack.navigator. So there you can find the option screen options. So open the object. Here inside you can see the header shown object. Header shown, disable that option, false. Save changes. Keep this as S, spelling mistake, false. Now you can see it's displaying the home screen at the top end. Okay, so let's get back to the our home screen. Let me close this. Let's go to the home screen. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to customize this home screen. So basically, instead of customizing this home screen, I'm going to create it as an, let's keep it as, that's a landing screen, right? So let's create it as a landing screen or onboarding screen, something. Home screen is the place where we can display this categories and everything. So let's create one more screens and let's keep it as onboarding screen .jsx and RNFE save the changes, and let's go to the index.js and let's copy it and paste it one more time, and let's export this onboarding screen. Copy this, paste it over here, and then let's go back to here and let me copy it and paste it. Instead of on home screen at the first one, I'm going to bring the onboarding screen in the top, not this one. Onboarding screen, what is this? Onboarding screen, yeah, here it is. Let me copy this and let me keep it over here, because that's the exact name we are using. Because this is using this name only, we can navigate it from one place to another. So I'm going to use this exact same name. From one screen to another, you can move back and forth by using this name only. So now you can see by default it's loading the onboarding screen. Okay, so let's customize our onboarding screen. Go to your onboarding screen. Okay, so now what we need to do is, so I'm going to change the complete background colors, stuffs and everything. So let's start writing the customizations classes. So class name, it's going to be so flex. Of course, it should take the complete available space. So flex 1, so that will take all the available space in the entire screen. Then everything should be aligned in the center, and justify in the both vertical and the horizontal, it should be in the center. And the BG color, I'm going to give my custom color over here. If you want to give your custom color in the Tailwind CSS, all you have to type the utility class property and open the square bracket, type your custom property inside that space. So here I'm just going to say hash 0402 and 0t, like this. Save the changes, and now we have that background color over there. So then what we need to do, we need to make this view as a relative position. So save the changes. So now instead of this onboarding text, I'm gonna bring an image. So I'm going to bring an image. That image is going to overlap this complete view. So let's bring that image, open the image. So you need to import the image component from the React Native. So choose that and import it. So here we having that so that background. So over here we're having this background BG. So we're having this background BG. So let's go here and let me share that assets with you. So assets, go to the assets. So you can download this background image, this BG image, which I given in the description below. So click that link and download this background image, or you can use your own image as well. So let me copy or bring this into our project folder and put it in the assets folder over there. All right, so now we have our bg.png. So let me load this file, and to bring this, what we can do is to load the image. Of course we need to create, because later in future you might have a multiple images as well. Just like the same way we need to create the index.js inside the assets as well, index.js, and I'm just going to say export by default as bg from bg.png. Okay, so save the changes. Now I can supply that image over here. All I have to do is to give the source for this image. So source is equals supply that bg object from your assets folder. So make sure that is imported. So then I need to give some height and width for this image, otherwise it will not be displayed over there. So basically this image should take the complete height of the parent width. That means for your this parent view, whatever the height it's having, take that complete height and width of that. Width and height should be full, and object should always cover the entire space. Cover. Save the changes. Now it should load that image over here. All right, so now we have that image in over here. So then what we need to do, I need to display the content inside this area. Okay, so you notice that when you are creating a screen, our content is inside the notch display. So we need to bring our content in the safe area. So to do that, we are using the safe area view.
So if you want to learn about this image and the safe area view and all those things, go to your browser and search for React Native. Go to the documentation over here and search for safe area view. Click this and go through this documentation so that you can see how to use the safe area view and what are the props that it supported. If you click this view props, you can see all the props that is supported by this particular component. All right, so please go ahead and go through this documentation completely. All right, so let me get back over here and let's say safe area view. I'm going to import the package from the React Native now. Okay, so click the React Native, choose it, close the bracket, save the changes. Inside this safe area view, now I'm going to bring one more view inside. Let's bring that view, and that view is going to have the class name as width full and flex. That means by default it is in column direction, and padding in the left and right. I'm going to add some padding effect, and inside this view I'm going to bring two different text boxes, one for this mobile, and another one is for this 4K wallpaper. So let's go ahead. It's going to show mobile. Let me copy and paste it, and this is going to display 4K wallpaper. Save changes, and now it should display that, but the problem is it's going right under this image. So what I need to do is I need to make this as an absolute position so that I can see that text over there. So let's keep it as absolute, and it should be always top of everything, so z index 10. Then it should pinned to the left, right and bottom, top everywhere. So I'm just going to say insert 0 instead of writing like top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0. I can simply use insert 0, and then we can save everything inside this. It should be flex, item center and justify center. So let's save the changes, and now we can see our mobile app over there. Okay, so instead of keeping it in the center location, let me keep it at the starting position, justify start, so that will keep your content in the top area. But I don't want it to be over here in this position exactly. I need to bring it over here, just like this place over here. All right, so what we can do is let's customize this, then we can write that. So class name for this is going to be, we can say it as text Excel, and text, I'm going to give a very customized color. So let me bring that color over here. Let me copy it and paste it. So hash, copy it and paste it, and then class name it's going to be, so we need to use a customized size, text 54 pixel, then text white color, and tracking wider. That should be some space in between in it, each and every letter. So tracking wider, and font bold. It should be bold. Save the changes. Now it looks like this. So we need to bring it bottom over there. So for this, after this px4, I'm gonna say padding top 44. Save the changes. So that should come over here. So the next thing is what we need to design is like we need to bring a button. So we're gonna design a button. So what we can do is let's, right after this view, I'm gonna create one more view. Okay, I'm gonna create one more view, and this view is going to take the complete width. Class name, it's going to take the complete width, and padding it's going to be 60. All right, so then inside this view I'm going to create one more view that is going to look, that's for our button. Okay, so class name, and I'm going to change, like I'm going to add this width full property,
and I'm going to add this background color and few more styles as well. So let me copy it and paste it. All right, like this. So save the changes. So now we can see we have that button over there. Then let me enable the word wrap so that you can see everything word wrap. And inside this view, I'm going to bring one more text tab. So text, class name. Okay, so for the text, I have a very specific list of colors. So let me bring that styles over here like this, text and this color patterns and everything. Save the changes, and that should display your text in between. So let's say get started. Save the changes. So that will display the text. But the problem is this button should comes at the bottom. So let's bring this from here to margin top. Let's keep it as 96. Save the changes. Oops. Save the changes. So that will brings the button over here. All right, but still this button doesn't have a nice interactions. It looks like a plain box or like a plain design. It doesn't have any, like whenever you're tapping something, you should have some that some nice animations or tapping opacity layer over there. So for that, we need to use this touchable opacity. Search for touchable opacity is one. So this helps us to give us a nice layer. Whenever you're clicking it, you can see this having this nice that animations, and if you're, and it allow us to write this on press event also whenever you're pressing it what you want to do. So that helps us to write that on press event. You can't write that on press event for a normal view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this from where is this division is view is ending, it's over here. So hold your alt key or option key and then change this to double click it, and then you can enable the multi-cursor editor, sorry, and then you can say touchable touchable opacity. It's not showing the suggestion, so let me import it, then I can create it. So touchable opacity. All right, so let me copy this name and let me create a multi-cursor editor one more time and paste it. So now if you click this button, you can see we have this nice animation over there. Cool, right? So then I need to create an on press event for it. On press, I'm gonna call this callback function, right? So whenever you're calling that function, one second. All right, so I'm gonna call a callback function. So let's click the callback, enable the callback function. Okay, so now what we need to do is whenever the user clicking this, that should take the user to our home screen. So for that, we need to create a navigation, we need to use the use navigation hook, which is provided by your React navigation itself. So here I'm just going to say const navigation equals use navigation React native. So use navigation hook, save the changes, and now whenever I'm clicking this, I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the screen. Type the screen name to which screen you are willing to navigate. So let me close this, let me go to the app, copy this and supply that name over here, save the changes. Now when I click this, that will take the user to the home screen, and if I can use the gestures also to get back to the previous screens. Okay, so now all we need to do is to create our home screen, which is exactly should looks like this. All right, so let's go ahead and design that particular area. Get back to our categories screen. So let's go here. Let me go to the home screen. Okay, so now we need to start design our home screen. Okay, so now let's see. Let me go to the onboarding screen and let's copy this view, which is going to say, let me copy this and let me go to the home screen and let me replace this one. Save the changes. Okay, so then what we need to do, we need to bring this safe area as well. So let me copy this safe area as well.
Otherwise, let's type it. So save area view React Native. Always choose the React Native package. So for the save area view, class name, it's going to be, we're going to say this, it should take the complete length available. So copy these classes. Okay, I'm going to paste it. Flex, width and height and everything is full. Item center, justify start, gap, it's going to be 4. Save the changes, and now it looks like that. So then inside here, I'm going to create a view which is going to display these two options, 4K wallpapers and this icon over there. So let me go back here. Let me bring a view, and this view is going to display two contents in the same row. So of course it's going to be the flex row. So it should take the complete available width, and padding px, the left and right should be around 6, like 24 pixels. Then it should be flex row because it's going to display it in a row, item center and justify between. Okay, so inside this I'm going to bring a text box. So text, it's going to be, which is going to display 4K wallpaper, and the text class name, it's going to be class name, which is going to be like text 2 excels, text gray. Copy it, paste it over here. So save the changes, and now that will display the 4K wallpaper here. So the next thing over here, it's an icon, all right, which is basically a dot icon. So what we can do is, let's go ahead and install the icons for our application. So search for expo icons. If you search for expo icons, so it's better to always use the expo related product, because since we are using the expo project, so try to search for maximum, use the expo related the components and the expo related products and everything. Okay, so click this expo documentation, expo icon documentation, click this. That will gives you the way how to install the expo icons and everything. Okay, so we are going to install this expo icons. Where is that icon name? Yeah, here is, this is the one. This is the one that we need to install. Okay, so copy this expo icons, copy this at expo vector icons. Otherwise search, you can see here the npm itself. You can download this, you can copy the command from this website. Okay, so in this case I'm just going to copy this expo vector icons and go here, open the terminal, create a new tab. Okay, so let me create a new tab, and let's say yarn add save changes at expo vector icons. So that will download it. In the meanwhile, let's get back to here and click this expo vector icons, this very first link, .expo.fyi. So that will gives you the icons, whatever the icons that you wish. So let's say if I search for dot, you can see we have this dot option. So we need to use this dot 3 vertical option. So let me click this and let me copy this, go back here, it's downloaded. Let me import that package over here, paste it. Let me get back here, copy this, and let me paste it over here. Instead of this size, it's going to be 24, and the black color, it's going to be white color. Save the changes. It's refreshing, and now you can see your icon over there. So basically this icon should have some touchable opacity. So I'm going to wrap this icon into touchable opacity. So let me bring the touchable opacity, React Native, close it, paste it, save the changes. Later, if you want to add any on-press event for this, we can do that on-press event for that button. Cool, right? So then what we need to do, we need to bring this specific area, which this nice masonry layout. I don't know how to pronounce it. So masonry layout. All right. So here, after this view is a scrollable container. You can scroll up and down. So we need to bring a scroll view. So to do that, we're going to use the tag called scroll view. All right. So right after here, press enter. and this should take the complete available space. So class name, it's going to be width full, of course it's going to take the complete width, and height is also going to be full, and both left and right it's going to use 4. Okay, so now inside here I need to bring that masonry layout. So to bring this amazing masonry layout, we're going to use this search for masonry layout React Native. This is the one we're going to use, React Native masonry layout. So click it. There are lots of available packages over there. Okay, so masonry layout, we're going to use this one, but instead of going through that, you can click this guy, this particular, which it's having a nice documentation better than this. So click this. Okay, so then scroll down a bit. We're going to use this React Native masonry list, and if you scroll down, you can see what are the different types of, like 2 columns, 3 columns, 4 columns, how it should look in a real-time application. So this depends on your requirements. In this case, we're going to use the 2 columns. So what you need to do, you need to install this command. So click this and get back to your application, open your terminal and add that in your package list. So let's get back here. Then we need to import this one. Copy this command. Okay, so what we need to do is, instead of wrapping it inside this complete content, inside your a single component, inside the single component, we need to create it as a reusable component. First, let's try to create this component and let's see how exactly the designs and everything it's looking. Later, we'll try to convert this into a reusable component. All right. So let me get back here and import that statement at the top, masonry layout, and let's scroll down. You can see how to use all their props and everything, how to customize the loading view, and how to have the on refresh what you want to do, on loading what you want to do. You can customize all these props and everything. Okay, so if you scroll down, you can see this usage tab. Copy this, copy, go back, paste it over here, paste it. Okay, so of course we don't have this like before pasting it, what we can do is let's say basically we're going to display the categories, right? So I'm going to say, I'm going to bring the category use state snippet, so categories, and then initially it's going to be null. It's going to be null. Let me import this use state, otherwise it will throw an error. Import it. So I'm going to check it over here. So category, if we have the categories, I need to display something. If I don't have, I need to display something. So if I don't have, what I need to do, I need to display that loading icon over there. So for that, I'm going to bring the activity indicator. Yes, activity indicator. It's a self-closing tag. And here inside, you need to say color. The color prop is going to be hash ff0000. Then the size, it's going to be large. Save changes. So now it's showing that activity indicator over there. Cool. So then what we can do is we can bring the masonry. If there is a data, of course we're going to bring that masonry layout over here. So let me bring that masonry layout over here. Okay, so then what we need to do is, since we don't have this the items, so we don't have the items and all those things, the filter items and all those things, we need to create everything. So I'm going to remove some informations on refresh and all those things. I don't need this, so let me delete this. And we need to bring the data. So instead of this filter item, I'm going to supply the data over here. Okay, so what we can do is over here, I'm just going to create a dummy informations, const data equals an array. Inside this array, we're going to create an array of objects, basically, which is going to have the id colon 1,
name colon then image URL colon. So let's get back to the Pixabay and download some images. Pixabay nature. So let's click this, click this, click this. Okay, this 3 images, it's enough. So copy the image address. Let me copy this for 3 to 4 times, and let me change these number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So these things is for just for UI build. Just for UI build, we are using this customized data. But later we're going to use the Sanity to build our own website and API endpoints to bring those data from our website. Okay, so don't worry. Just for the time being, we are using the designing purpose. We are using these things. All right. So I'm just going to say nature over here. Let me copy this and create multi-line string so that we can use the same name just for UI purpose only, right? Let me copy this image address and paste it several times in a different places. Copy image address, then copy image address. So make sure they have unique IDs. Okay, so now we need to use this data inside here. So I'm going to supply this data. So it's using type string the TypeScript. So what we can do is, instead of this, I'm just going to delete this type. Okay, because basically the package which we are copying the code from, it's written in TypeScript. We need to change it into JavaScript. Okay, so now we have the ID property through this inside this data. We are using that as a key, and we are supplying the data over here, and we are specifying the number of columns and show the vertical scroll indicator. If you want to show that vertical scroll indicator, enable this to true. I don't want to display it. And render item. So every time whenever you're rendering it, what particular item that you want to render it. So I need to create this card item. Otherwise you can render it this item directly over there, but it's better to keep it as a separate component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an internal component over here. So const card item, it's equals, open it. Okay, so this card item, it's going to like what we can say, it's going to take a 2 different prop. We need to send the item, the complete item inside this card. So this card item is going to take a property which is nothing but your data prop. First you need to send your data inside data. Okay, that data property inside. All right, then what we need to do is, like, let's bring we need to say return the component, and here we're just going to say this, whenever you're clicking, we need to have that a clickable field. So let's bring the touchable opacity, close it, and inside here I'm just going to load that image. So let's bring that image, React Native self-closing tag, and here I'm just going to say class name. Okay, so class name handle class name, it's going to be this styles. Let me copy these styles and let me paste it over here. Save the changes. And for the image, we're going to display this URL over there. So to display that image URL, so source is going to be open another object, because basically that's a URL. So you need to send the URL by using this URI object, URI colon. So previously we never used this URI object because we are loading the image from the local file. In this case right now it's loading the image from a URL, so you need to supply it inside a URI object. Okay, so here I just need to say data dot image URL. All right, so then supply a class style. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here. Save the changes, and this cart items will never load because we need to supply the data for this. So we're having a prop called data. So to the data prop we need to send the item. So we need to send
this specific item, because that is the item which is being rendered every single time, right? So let's send that item inside item, because that is, we are rendering it, we are getting that item, then we need to send that item, because this is the place we are getting the item, render item. So we need to send the item inside over there. All right, so save the changes. Since it's not showing that option, is because still it's looking for the condition for categories. Why is that? It's looking for categories. So let me scroll up over here. Instead of, for the time being, instead of categories, let me change it to data. Oops, let me change this to data, the local object which you have. Later we'll change it to our state. Save the changes. Now if we click get started, we are getting an error like is loading next doesn't exist. Of course, for refreshing we don't have this object, so let me delete this. Save the changes, click get started, and now you can see it's loading that image, but it's not loading it in a proper way. The reason is because we never fixed the height for this particular component. Okay, since it's showing it in a 2 columns, but it's not fixing the height, so we need to give the height by ourselves. So I'm going to calculate the height in a unique way. So let's go to this touchable opacity. So by using this style property, I'm going to fix the height. So equals, open the object. So height, we're going to fix the height by using this math dot round. Then I'm going to use the random function, math dot random, get the random number and multiply it by 100, then add 200 pixels with it. Okay, save the changes. Now you can see we have this nice masonry layout. So every time whenever you are refreshing it, this will be going to shuffle up and the size will going to be changed. So now if I refresh it, oh goodness, not here. If I click refresh, or that will reload the project, click get started, and look at that, the size will look different much before. Now, and if I click it, it's having this nice touchable opacity also. Cool, right? Fine. So then what we need to do is we need to build this screen. So this is the screen that we need to build. So that is nothing but the screen is like item, like it's a single item screen. Okay, so there is one more screen also. Basically this is displaying the categories, so we can reuse this complete masonry layout according to the screens. So if the whenever I'm clicking from here, it should load the categories screen, and once I tap a specific item, it should display that specific categories list of items. Okay, I hope you understand. So you see here, right now this is the group of categories like musics and cats and everything. If I tap this music, I need to bring all the items which is related to that music categories. So that's the screen we need to build one more. That's the reason we need to keep this particular component as a reusable component. So what we need to do is, all we have to do is to create a new file, and let's say masonry masonry layout .jsx, and in the index copy it and paste it, masonry layout, copy it and paste it over here. Save the changes. All right, inside this masonry we don't have anything, so let's say rnfe, save the changes, and from the home screen I'm gonna cut these things, cut it, and I'm going to bring it over here, paste it. Then these things also, completely cut this card item, cut it from here and bring it over here. And what we need to do, and we need to bring the import statements also, right? So this is the thing, cut it and bring it over here. What else? Touchable opacity, let's import it, React Native. Image, let's import it, React Native. and data, everything is coming. Card item is coming from here. So here there is no mistakes. So let's go back here, and in this particular location we need to bring our masonry layout, and now we need to send the data. This data is basically going to come from here only, because we need to write an API endpoint to get that complete category list in future, but right now we are using this data, so we need to send this data from here only. So here I'm going to pass this data through the data prop data. So let me go here and create a data prop data, save these changes and save this changes also. Now still it's working everything exactly in the same way. Now we need to reuse the same component in a different way. Okay, so by default what we are going to do is we're going to send the name of the screen. Okay, so the reason why we are sending the name of the screen is because when I click this, if I click this, basically it's a category. When I click this category, any specific category, it needs to load the same component one more time with a different data which belongs to that particular categories. Okay, so that's why we need to create one more property, but that we will do it by the time when you are creating a server API and all those things, so that you can understand it very clearly. So in this part we are just going to create the UI screens. So since this is a repetitive same code only, so we don't need to worry about that screen. We can discuss about that screen later. Okay, so now what we need to do, all we have to do is to build this screen. So for the time being, if I click tab, I need to load this image completely in this way. So let's see how to do that. Okay, so to do that, now what we need to do is I have to create one more screen. So let me create it like as item.jsx, and I'm just going to say rnfe, no, not this one, rnfe, save the changes. Let's go to the index and copy this and paste it, and I'm going to change this to item, copy this, paste it over here, save the changes, and let's go back to the item screen. All right, so now what we need to do is whenever I'm tapping this masonry layout, that should goes to let's see, one second, when I tap that masonry layout, that should take the user to on tap, we need to take that user user to that specific screen, like what exact screen it's that we are willing to take that. Okay, so what we need to do is when I click this, it's need to take to one more screen which is going to display the list of items which belongs to this screen. Okay, so that's the place it's going to take that user. All right, so now what we need to do is since that I already told you, since that is the repeated, the same reusable component only, so we don't need to worry about that right now. But when I click this, we need to send this ID. Using this ID only, we can fetch that information, or what we can do, we can send that complete data itself. We can send that complete data itself. Otherwise, yeah, because see, the proper planning for your backend also, you need to plan it properly, otherwise it will be very complicated. So right now what we're going to do is, like, we are going to, whenever I'm tapping this, I need to send an ID to our item. So using that item ID, we can fetch it later from our database. Whenever you're loading the server stuffs and everything, we can fetch the data from there. So let's go to the item over here. When I click this masonry, I need to handle that event, right? So this is the card, this is the place where we are clicking that. So let's create an on click event for this. On press, force of habit, on press. It's a callback function. And otherwise we can say it is as handle click. We created this function, copy it inside here. I'm just going to create that function, const handle click equals an arrow function, and inside this function we need to get that navigation. So const navigation equals use navigation hook provided by your React navigation. So I need to navigate the user, navigation dot navigate. I need to navigate the user to that item. So I need to navigate the user to this item screen. Then along with this, I need to send a data object also. So I'm sending a parameter, param, which is nothing but data dot ID. Okay, I'm sending this ID. So now I need to get this ID in the item screen. So let's go to the item. So React navigation by defaultly it's provide you a data prop, which is nothing but your route. Through the stack navigator, you can get this route property at any components. Then you can extract the parameter from that route property. So I'm just going to say const ID equals route question mark dot param question mark dot param. So basically this, it should be params. So this params is the default object, and this param is our object which is coming from this particular location. Okay, so param, we're gonna get that, and I'm just going to console log it, console.log ID, save the changes. Let's bring it, let's refresh it. Let me reload the application, reloading it. Let's click the get started. If I click this, do you have a screen named item? The problem is we haven't added that item screen in our app.js. That's the issue. Copy this. Okay, and I'm just going to bring the item screen inside. That's the problem. Item, and the screen name is also going to be item. Save the changes. Reload it one more time. Click it. Click this, and now you can see we have that ID over here in our console. Let me go back by using gesture, and I can click this. See, it's showing that ID. Okay, so now later when we have our server backend APIs and all those things, we can send this ID and we can fetch the current information and we can display it over there. All right, so cool. So now what we need to do for the time being, just for this UI sake, I need to display some image. I need to bring this icon, and I need to bring this blur view over there to display the name and this download options and everything. All right, so let's go that and build that screen now. So let's go to the item screen. Okay, so now what we need to do is this item screen, of course, it's going to exactly the same as our onboarding screen. Okay, there is no changes in that. So let's copy this, some content from our onboarding screen. Copy this index. Sorry, not index. Where is our item? Let me close this thing. It's confusing a lot. Go to the item and let me bring this and replace it over here. Cool. Then what we need to do, we need to bring that which is that we need to bring that activity indicator, because by the time when you're trying to fetch the data from the server, of course we need to show that activity indicator screen. So I'm going to create a use state prop. So let me delete this. We know that it's working fine. So use state snippets and is loading. I'm just going to keep it
true for the time being, and I'm just going to say that if is loading is true, then I need to display something. If it is not, I need to display something. All right, so in this particular location, I'm going to say that activity indicator React Native. So the color of this is going to be class name. It is going to be hash ff0000, and the size is going to be it's going to be large L small case. Save changes. Color code is not working. ff0000 only. Oh, it's not class name, it is color. Sorry, my bad. Color, save the changes, and now you can see it's having that nice activity indicator. Since now whenever you're fetching the data, you can enable this state so that this will display this loading animation. Once you fetch that data from your server, so we can disable this state one more time, so that will display that image. Just for the time being, we are just going to load the static information, so we don't need to worry about that for the time now. And I'm just going to change the state to false. If this is false, this React fragment is going to be displayed over there. Inside this React fragments, I'm going to bring that image. So we're going to bring that image over here. Okay, so we're going to bring that image. So let's see, which is exactly the same way, same size as your onboarding screen. So let me copy this and let me bring it. But instead of this, I'm going to open this URI object and I'm going to get that image. Okay, but for the time being, that image should be it will come from a server, but right now we don't have the server configurations and everything. We need to use any dummy image so far. So what I can do is I can go to the home screen and I can copy any image from here and I can supply that URL over here. So that should display the image. It's not imported, so let's import that image from React Native, save it, click get started. If I click anything, that will take us to the item screen and it's loading that image over here. So now we have that image in a full screen. Okay, so let me use something different images, so it's not looking that good. Let me bring some other image. Close this, get back. Let's choose the orientations to vertical and let's choose any image from here. Which one is looking good? Anyway, since it's going to be a dummy image only, so let's use something nicer. So I think that's looking not bad. Which one is looking good, guys? Let me know your opinion in the comment box. Okay, I'll go with this. Let me copy this image address, get back to our project, update the URL. So now we have that image over here. Not bad. Look at that. So now what we need to do, we need to bring that safe area view just like the same way. Let me copy this safe area view, copy it, and right after this paste it and close that safe area view also. And we need to import the safe area view also from the React Native. Save the changes. Now we enable the React Native safe area. So then we need to bring that icon. So what we can do is from the onboarding screen, I can bring that icon not from here. Go to the home screen. We have this touchable icon. So let's copy this, that triple dot icon. Instead of triple dot, we're gonna change this
Let's get back to our browser. Go to your Expo icons, click back and search for back icon, back. And we can find this arrow mark, this one. But we're gonna use something, a different, what's the icon name? That is going to be Ionicons. Where it is? Ionicons. Arrow back. Okay, let's use this one itself. Let me copy this and import this package. Let me copy this and bring this in this location. Let me import this touchable opacity from React Native. Change this color to white. Save the changes. So that will look like this. But this icon size is very too small. I'm going to change this to 32, and instead of it is going to be item center, I'm going to change I'm going to change this instead of changing this, if you are changing this item center, then the rest everything will be affected. So what we can do, we can create this width as full, let's keep the width as full, then flex and padding as 4, px4. Save changes. Now it will be in the corner. So instead of changing the item center or justify start, we can just update this view, so that will be perfectly fine. All right, so then right after here, what we need. All right, so now what we can do is, let's create a view. Okay, so this rest of the place, it's everything is going to be a complete space. It should be occupied completely. So we create a view, and let's say class name, and that is going to have the complete width as full, height as full, and it's going to be a relative position. And inside this, I'm going to bring one more view class name. So this place, now we are taking this as a complete view, not this layer. Inside this layer only we have this blur view, because we need to have some padding, right? So for that padding, I'm going to wrap it into as a separate view, and we need to bring that layer at the bottom of that position. So right now, if you are using any background color over here, BG, something like red or something, see here, let me give some color, save the changes. Now you can see it's occupying the complete layer, and let me give some color for this BG red 100. Okay, not 100, or let's give it as 400. And this is going to take it's going to be an absolute position, and it's going to be in the bottommost from 48 pixel above from the bottom, and each and every left and right corner should be pinned in the both sides. Then save the changes, and let me add some padding. Let's P4, so that you can see the color. See this in this particular position, that we're gonna bring this layer. All right, so I'm just going to remove these colors, so I don't want these colors, just to understanding this view. Save the changes. Instead of this padding, I'm going to keep it as px4, because we need padding only in the left and right. And then inside this, I'm going to bring that blur view. So we have a blur view in Expo. So if you want to achieve that glass morphism, you can search for Expo blur view. Search for Expo blur view, click that, and you can see you need to install this package Expo blur. So copy this, go to the terminal and paste, not like this, yarn add blur, run it, then copy this import statement, close this, paste it over here. Then let's create that style. So let me
enable the blur view self-closing tag, and you can see it's having different layers, different layers like intensity. What is the intensity, and what is the theme that you are going to, light or dark theme? Okay, so you can choose that. So here I'm just going to fix the class name first, class name. Okay, so then say the changes. Now you can see we have that blur effect over there, and let's adjust the intensity effect. Intensity, using the intensity prop, let's say the intensity is going to be 60. Now you can see this is the intensity, and I can change this intensity tint to dark. So that looks like this. And inside this blur view, now we need to bring that, instead of keeping it as a self-closing tag, I can make it as a normal tag, and inside here we can bring this text and as well as this icon. So basically that is going to be one more view inside view, and this is going to be flex row, class name flex row. Okay, so flex row, item center, justify between, item center and justify between, and gap between is going to be the each and every object, it's going to be 3. Okay, all right, so then enter. We can say not flex row, this is for text, right? This view is for text, they are in a column direction only, so we can keep it as a column itself. So let's bring one text over here, text, which is going to be let's give some title for the time being. Then let's copy it, and here some description, and then we just need to adjust the styles of these both objects. Later we'll just update these informations according to the data which we are going to fetch it from the database. Okay, so let me paste these two styles, and for the description I'm just going to delete this. So then save the changes, so that will display your title and some description over here. So right after this view, I need to bring that the download icon, touchable download icon. So let's open that touchable opacity, close it, and let me bring this icon, ionic icon, so the cloud download icon over here. Save the changes, and now we can see we have that icon over there. So when I click this, I need to take the user to the back screen. So where is that? Over here, I'm gonna say on press. We need to get that navigation object, right? So we don't have the navigation object, so let's get that object. Const navigation equals use navigation hook. Then I'm gonna call a callback function over here, and you can navigate the user, navigation dot navigate. Let's say that is going to be the screen. So for the time being, that is going to be home screen. Later we need to change this to a category screen. So home screen, save the changes. So now if I click this, it will take back over here, and if I choose this again, it will load the same image. Okay, so everything is working fine so far, the UI part. When the only one thing that we need to update in the UI is because this is the categories, list of categories. When I click this, I need to load the same screen with the list of items which is specified and belong to that specific category. Okay, so that's the only thing we need to update in the this UI part. Apart from that, everything we are done. And the next important thing now we need to implement, that is our server. All right guys, so now go to your browser and search for Sanity version 3. So since we are going to use the Sanity version 3, you can see it's the latest version, and you can find this documentation over here. So click this,
and you can see how to use the Sanity version 3 and what is the difference between Sanity 2 and version 3. So please go through this complete article over here, and this is the command that we need to execute in our terminal. So let me copy it and get back to our Visual Studio Code and go to the new terminal. Okay, so let me clear it, and here I'm just going to say npm create sanity at latest. So enter. So that will load. Yes, it's asking you to install this package, of course. Yes, so it's installing. It will take some time, so please wait until it's successfully processed. So I'm going to pause this video. Once it's done, let's continue. All right, so here we go. Now it's asking to create a project. If you have already created an existing project, please go for choose the existing project. In this case, we're going to build a new project, so click create new project, enter. And what is the project name? It's going to be, in this case, I'm going to keep it as the server. The folder name is going to be server, and enter. It's taking some time. Here we go. So are you going to use the default dataset configuration? Yes. So the default dataset name will be production, of course. Yes. Then it's creating the dataset. So what is the project folder? Project path will be, yes, because we already created the folder name as server. So enter. And then what kind of schema that going to use, since it's a version 3. So of course, let's create a block schema so that we can alter it easily. So let's create a block schema. And do you want to use the TypeScript? No, we need to use the JavaScript. So, and it's installing. Do you want to use npm or yarn? In this case, I'm going to use the yarn, and now it's installing it. Okay, and you can see a new server folder is created. Inside that we have that all these schemas which is related to the blog post and everything. Right, it's loading. This might take some time, so please wait until it's successfully downloaded. In this case, I'm going to pause the video and let's continue after the successful installation. All right, then, so now our Sanity, it's completely downloaded, and you can see it's provided a nice commands which helps us to open the documentation. You need to run Sanity docs. If you want to manage all your project, you need to run Sanity manage, and if you click Sanity help, that will help us to explore the CLI. Okay, so let's type the command Sanity manage. All right, so that will take us to our Sanity dashboard where you can manage all your projects over here. All right, so we having a project over here, and it's showing the project name as server. Okay, that's the project name that we created, and this is the project we're gonna work. So click it. Okay, so here you can see all the members, who's the members. Currently it's using only my email or profile over here. So initially, if you're launching this project for first time, it's asking you to sign in. You can use your Gmail or email or your any other authentication provider what they are providing. You can use your Gmail, and then if you go to the datasets, that's the dataset which we created, the production. And if you go to the settings tab over here, you can see all the API settings. Okay, so click the API, and there you can see it's showing the cross origins. So if you're if you want to allow it to different cross origins, so you need to add the cross origins over here. And if you want to add any API tokens, so what kind of token that you need to create, like editor. So in this case, you need to use the editor. So that's why it will allow us to alter our datasets inside our Sanity, our project server. So choose the editor and click save, and this is going to be admin. So give the name as the admin and click save. All right, so that will give us this API token. In this case, if you want to use this token, you can use and integrate this inside your application. So let me delete it for the time being, so we don't need it right now. All right, so then what we need to do, let's get back to our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so here let's have a look right now in the schemas. So this is our index.js. This is the place where all our schemas it's being mounted. So this is the schema. It's nothing but basically, if I open the post, it has this fields, the title, the slug, the image field, the author field, and the reference of that post. Everything will be it's referenced over here, and they are mounted in this index.js. So now let's run it. So let's say yarn dev. So that will open the sanity. Oh, sorry, we need to move into the server folder, server, and we need to run yarn dev. All right, so now it's starting the sanity developer and it's configuring it, and you can see this is the local host. Let's open this local host, and that will open our specific project in the that specific local host. Okay, so it's opening. So I'm going to use my Gmail, Google, use this. Okay, so now our sanity project is over here. So this is the schemas currently which we are having defaultly in our blog. We choose the blog schema, right? So we have the category, we have the author information, and we have the post. So all you have to do is to, if you click this post, so that will help us to create a new post, give a title, slug, author name, and main image, categories, and blah blah blah, lot of information over here. So what we need to do is we need to alter all these information. So let's get back over here. I'm going to stop the server, close this. Okay, so first what we need the category. So let's get to the category and customize the default category over here. So what is the field we need? We need the category, of course we need it. Then we need the description. Yes, we need the description so that we can keep the description. And the third field is going to be our image field. So let's define a new field over here. So right after that, so we can say define a field, open a bracket, an object. So what is the name of that field? It's going to be name. It's going to be image. Okay, that's the image. That's the that's the field which helps us to access that particular column. Then title will be the column header, so image. Then type, what kind of data type that is going to have, a string or a number, or what is it? In this case it's a blob, so we're going to use it as an image itself. Then option, we're going to use this options. So we need to enable the hotspot. So hotspot, it's an object, hotspot true. So if you're not sure about the hotspot, what exactly the hotspot is, so let's go to the browser and search for sanity image hotspot. Search for sanity image hotspot. So that will gives you the complete descriptions about the hotspot, crop, how to crop. This hotspot will help us to allow us to customize our images, so how to crop and alter and all those things. So just enable this option so that you will able to crop your images by drag and dropping into your sanity server. All right, so let's get back here. So I think we created everything correctly. Image type is going to be image. Otherwise, what you can do, go to your post, there you can find the image field. So just copy this field and get back to the category, and then just update this field over here like this. Instead of this, I'm just going to keep this as an image itself, and instead of main image, that is going to be image, just like that. Okay, if you're not sure about typing it by itself, just copy it and paste it over here. Then what we can do is save the changes, and I don't need the author, so I'm going to delete this, delete it. And I don't need this black block content, so let me delete this. And I'm going to rename this post as items.js. Okay, so the names, so let's get into our items.js because we need to alter a lot. This is going to be items, and the title is going to be items. And since this is a document, so title, we're going to leave it as a title itself, and we don't need this slug, so let's delete this slug. Author informations we don't need, and preview, we don't need this. Let's delete this completely. Okay, so then what we can do is save these changes, and let's keep this image. So let me bring this image at the end because I need to keep the image at the end completely. All right, so title. So then what we can give the description. So let me give some description. This is, let me copy this and paste it one more time. And we don't need these fields, so let me delete all these fields just like this. So second field is going to be description. And the categories, of course, it's going to refer this category. So it's going to be category, and category. It's an array, and you can, because the same image can be referenced to multiple categories, right? So that's the reason it's going to be an array, and that we are going to refer it to our specific categories. It's of the type as a reference to which it is going to be category. That's of exact the file name. Otherwise, it should be the exact same name as your document name. Okay, so please make sure everything is the same. So now let's save the changes and let's get back to your index. So since we already deleted our post, let me delete everything, and let me delete everything from here. So we need to bring our items, then we need to bring our category. So now we have our updated schemas over here. So let's run our server one more time, yarn dev. So that will trigger the sanity developer command. So let's get back to our local host. Since local host is loaded, so let's run this in our browser. So let me close this one and this one. So here we go. So now we have our categories, and now we have our items over here. Okay, so let's see what we can do. So if I click this category over here, okay, so that's asking for the title, and all we have to do is to give the descriptions over here. So let's get back to the PixShare. So first we're gonna bring the nature. So let's choose an image. For that I'm going to use this. So let's click the free download. So that will be downloaded. Then what we need to do, we'll search for forest. So let's bring any, so let me choose this one, free download, and let's bring the babies. Let's choose, okay, let me choose this one, download. Okay, and search for animals, and in this case I'm going to choose this one, free download. And cars, I'll choose this one, free download. If you want a vertical images, so please go ahead and change the orientations. The filter, just change the orientations to the vertical so that you will get the vertical images. Okay, so let's choose. Okay, I'll choose this one. Download it. All right, so let's get back to the how many images we have. 2, 4, okay, 4, 5. Let's download few more. And what are the thing, like animals, we already downloaded it. Nature, landscapes, change the orientations to vertical. So choose the landscape as you wish. In this case I'll download this one, download. So let's search women's, and let's change the orientations to verticals. So in this case I'm going to choose which one. All right, so let's choose this one, download. Okay, so now we have almost 2, 6, 8, 9 images. That's more than enough. So let's get back to the categories. So first one is going to be flowers. Let's give a description like nice flowers. So please take your time and add your descriptions. Okay, and then all you have to do is to click and draw inside this field, so that will start uploading your image inside. By default, Sanity will provide all these nice options as a website. All you have, so this is the purpose of the hotspot. Okay, so you can crop your image all you want. Okay, so you can see we have a lot of options like copy the URL, clear the field, or download this image. All right, so it's providing all these options just because of that option hotspot true. So once you're done with this, all you have to do is to click publish, so that this data will be published in our, so that we can access this through the API. So now we created this flower just like the same way. Please go ahead and add all these fields respective images which we downloaded. So I'm just going to pause the video and take my time to upload all these things. So please go ahead, you also guys upload all the necessary images in your server. All right then, so I finally added few categories over here. So just like the same way, we need to add the items as well. So go to the items tab, click the items tab over here and create a new item. Okay, so for the items in this case, go here and I'm going to click the home page, navigate to the home page. So I'm going to add this animation, this image. So let me download this. For the time being, download and go to our server page and let's say gorilla, let's say pure monkey. Okay, so category so far it's not added, so we need to add the animals category. So click add item and expand your category so you can see the category list of categories you added. I'm going to choose the animals. All right, and I'm going to bring this image and drop it straight away over here like that. Cool. Okay, so now if I click publish, so that will publish the items. So just like the same way, so go ahead and please add the items for the few of the categories. You can use this free website so that you can download the free images as you wish. So please go ahead and download it, and I'm just going to pause the video and I'm going to upload few items over there. Building our sanity and it's deploying it. So this will take some time to deploy it successfully, so please wait until it's successfully deployed in the sanity cloud. So it's deploying. So finally it's done and it's deployed. This is the URL which is deployed lively in the server. So if I open this, open it, and it's opening, it's loading, and look at that. So now we have our items and categories which is lively in our server, right? So now we have our backend database, like a place where we can able to add these images and all those things. So let's get back to our server. So now we need to access all these things in the front end, so basically in our mobile application. So to do that, what we need to do is, so we need to add the sanity client in the front end. So let's go ahead and add the sanity client in the front end. Okay, open up your terminal. So let me go here, and what we can do, let me create a new terminal, that's better. So since the server is running, so we don't need this. So let me delete this one and let me create a new one. So here we're just going to add yarn add sanity at sanity. So we need to install the client, and as well as we need to get the image URL, sanity client space at sanity slash image hyphen URL. So this helps us to integrate the sanity in our project, and this helps us to get the CDN URL from our sanity cloud. So enter. So that's install these two packages in our React Native application. So it's installing and it's fetching. I think I'm having a very bad connection of internet, and yeah, so please wait until it's downloaded. It's downloading, still downloading, almost finished. All right, so here we go. So now we have our sanity client in the front end. So all we have to do is to go to our, let me collapse everything, because let me collapse everything. So in the root folder, I need to create a file called sanity.js, and we're gonna configure our sanity file over here. All right, so let me close all these tabs, close all. Let me close everything. Let me keep it clean, and let me collapse it. So here I'm just going to create a new file over here called sanity.js. So that is in our root folder of our application. So right over here, so what we need to do is to showing metro or client, it's out of sync. So okay, that's a fine. Let's stop our server and let's start it later, no issues. So stop it for the time being. So here in the sanity, what we need to do, we need to import two packages. So import from sanity at sanity client. So we're going to create the client. So create client. Then what we need to do, we need to get the image builder. So import image URL builder. Image URL builder, URL, it should be URL builder from at sanity image URL. All right, so let's create a client. So const client is equals create client, and we need to supply the objects, list of objects. So the object is going to be your project ID, dataset, and the API versions or everything over here. So in this case, first you need to give the project ID. So you can access your project ID from your server over here. If you go to the server and if you go to the sanity CLI, you can see your project ID and the datasets over here. So let me copy this from here and let me directly paste it over here. All right. Then I'm just going to say use CDN. So we're going to get the CDN for our image. So we need to enable it. So let's say true. Or it's not a string, it's a boolean. So true. Then you need to supply the API version. So use the current date of your machine as the API version. So since it's 12th March, I'm just going to say 2023. And it's going to be 03 and the date is going to be 12. Okay, that's the API version. All right, so next what we need to do, we need to get that image builder. So we need to create a builder for our image. So const builder is equals image builder and supply this client inside that image builder function. Then what we need to do, we need to get a function which helps us to get the CDN link for that particular image. So export const URL for. So we're going to create a function called URL for, and that is going to take a parameter and use an arrow 6 function from the builder object builder.image. I'm going to get the image. Using that, we need to supply a parameter over here, and that is going to be the source. So let's get that source. Okay, so save the changes. So this will export the URL for function so that we can get that URL for functions. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to get the we need to fetch the data from the sanity cloud. So to fetch the data from the sanity cloud, all we have to do is to get to our live server and click this button over here. So that takes the place where you can able to write the queries and everything. Okay, so in this place, this is the place where we're gonna write the GraphQL. So if you're not sure about the GraphQL, search for sanity GraphQL. So that helps us go to this, open this documentations. Please take some time and search how to write the queries, how to write the filterings and everything. So that really helps you to understand how exactly you need to work with the GraphQL. All right, so go through the sanity documentation. So just like the same way here, I'm just going to say star, open the square bracket. Okay, so let me make it bigger, star, open the square bracket, and I'm just going to say underscore type. So basically we're gonna access the type. So the type is equals to category, and I'm going to fetch everything from the category. So let's fetch it. Now we can see it's giving us all the results from the category. In this case, if you want to fetch a very specific item, so all you have to do, open this, and you can say if you want to get everything, so that will gives you the everything from here. So if you just, all you have to do say is a triple dot comma, so that's also will gives you the everything from the sanity. In this case, if you want to fetch only a very specific field instead of getting everything, you can supply the field name over here. So let's say I need the title and the description alone. I need this title and the description alone. So let's fetch it. So that will gives you the title and the description alone. In this case, we need to fetch everything. So I'm just going to delete this and I'm going to keep it as it is like this. Then I'm just going to run it. So now we have 8 different items, the details, ID, and when it's created, and every information's over here. So let me copy this query, copy it, and get back to your function. So here we're gonna get export const, we're gonna get the get category. Let's say this is the function which helps us to get the categories equals to a function, an arrow function, and this function is going to be an asynchronous function. All right, so inside this, so now what we need to do, we need to get the we need to fetch the data from that by executing the query. So I'm just going to say await client dot fetch, open it, and we're going to pass the query over here which we copied from there. Then it's going to return a promise dot then data, and then we're going to return that data, all right. So that it's going to be returned, and we need to capture it over here as items equals, and finally from this function I'm just going to return that items outside. All right, so let's see whether this is working perfectly fine or not. So now we need to fetch it somewhere, and we need to call this functions to get the categories, because you know once you click this get started, it's going to display the list of get category, the categories are only. So let's go to our screens, expand the screens tab, and go to your home screen, because that is the place where we are displaying our dummy data information, which is this data information. So we need to update this categories so that we can send the categories over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So what we need to do is, first we need to use the use effect method to get hook, use effect hook to get that get categories, so that this will get fetch the details from our server. So let's go ahead and you can say use effect. So make sure the use effect is imported over there. Then it's going to take 2 parameters over here. One is the function itself, and another one is the dependency injections. So here I'm just going to call the get category. So that is imported from our sanity, and it's a function, and this function is going to return a promise, and we're going to get that data, and that data it's going to be I'm just going to, for the time being, console.log that data. Then in case if there is any error is coming, we need to catch that error, and we need to handle that error as well. So I'm just going to say alert that error, whatever the error it is, please throw an alert so that I can able to see. So let me start the server one more time. Yarn start. So it's starting, and let's open the iOS simulator. It's opening. It's taking more than a while. Yeah, it's loaded, and let me reload this app. Yeah, it's reloading. It's rebuilding the complete application. It's rebuilding 98. All right, so rebuilding is done. So if I click get started, and we are getting this URL search params.set.not implemented. So I've been stuck in this error for more than 2 days after research and get some help from our community. So I able to figure it out what exactly we need to do. So the URL search param.set is an error which is thrown by our framework JS, which is not supported for all the modern browsers. Which is not supported for all the browsers, which it will support only the modern web browsers, not the very old web versions and everything. So we need to rectify these issues. So what we need to do is, so all you have to do is to download a very specific package. So 1 second, just give me a minute. Let me open it. Where it is. Yeah, so we need to download this specific copy, open the browser and search for this one, React Native URL polyfill. This is the one. So it's a lightweight, trustworthy URL polyfill for the React Native. So we need to install this one. So, and why do we need this? So React Native does include the polyfill for the URL, but the polyfill is homemade in order to keep it lightweight. And React Native Pros, why we need it? Should add. So please go through the documentations over here, how to add and how to use, and every information, how to set up and everything. So in this case, I'm just going to copy this yarn add, and I'm just going to create one more terminal, new terminal, and I'm just going to paste it, yarn add React Native URL polyfill. So that will download the URL polyfill in our project. So it's downloading. All right, so now it's downloaded. So let's head back to our home app.js, this place, and right after the screen, I'm just going to say import React Native URL polyfill / auto. So we're going to use the auto to configure everything automatically. So save the changes and let's reload our application. Reload it. It's reloading. Okay, so now it's reloaded. Let's get back to our server where it is. Here it is. So it's reloading, it's completed. So if I click get started, and now you can see it's showing the list of data. It's showing the data which is coming from our Sanity server, right? So now we have our data over here. So all we have to do is to integrate this data in this specific place. All right, so let's go here to our home screen. So instead of this dummy data, I'm just going to delete all these data what we have in our hand. Let me delete this. And instead of console logging it, I'm just going to say set data. We need to update this category. So let me delete. So let me delete this. Set categories is equals data. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to update this data into categories. And instead of sending this data, I'm just going to say categories. So save the changes. So it's loading now. Okay, but it's not displaying the images. The reason is because we need to send your what is that? You can see. So we're having this image field, right? We're having this image field. We need to use the image URL use URL for. We created a function use URL for to fetch the image, right? So we need to get that image and we need to display it over there. So let's get to our masonry and the place where we are displaying the image. This is the place that we are displaying the image. So we need to wrap that thing into our URL for function. So let's get back to that and then wrap that function over there. So now what we need to do, cut it and use that URL for, and then supply that inside here, not image URL. In this case, the field name is going to be image. So I'm just going to say data.image. Then all I have to say is get that URL. We're going to get that CDN and supply this URL. Save the changes, and now that should display the images, the respective images. So it's taking some time to load the image, but now it's successfully loading that image over here. So now all we have to do is so currently it's displaying the categories, right? So once we tap that categories, we need to bring the list of images which comes under that categories, right? So but right now the UI what it's showing, if I tap anything, it's going to this screen. So instead of going to that screen, what we need to do is we need to navigate. We need to go to the screen. Again we're going to load the same screen, but on that screen we're going to load the items which belongs to that specific category. So let's fetch the items which belongs to that specific categories. So we'll go and write the queries for that first. So let's go to our server desk over here, go to the server vision, and for the category, which one we having, items, I think I added the items for landscapes and as well as the animals. So let's go here, let's find out the landscapes. Where is the landscapes? Baby, travel, cars, landscape. Here it is. So this is the ID. So let me copy this ID. All right, so then now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to write the query to get the category based on the category ID. We need to get the items based on the category ID. So instead of this, I'm just going to say, let me get the items. We're going to get the items. So here, instead of category, I'm going to say items, and the field, we're going to supply the ID. This ID, it's going to be inside that. We're going to send an ID over here, which is basically that ID, the landscape ID. All right, so we don't need to supply this. All we have to do is to send this complete ID. Okay, we send that ID. After this double quotes, what we need to do is this ID should be inside in the category, in the category array. Inside the category array, we have a very because this is an ID, you need to search only in the ID field. It should fetch the matching ID field. So category is an array. Go inside that category array and try to find out in this matching field. Okay, so basically we are trying to get everything from the items, and as well as we are trying to find out only for the matching field this particular ID. So this ID should be inside the category array and it should match this ID field. All right, so now let's execute this query. Fetch. So it's showing 0 items. Why? I think we made a mistake. Maybe a mistake in the ID name. Yep. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here one more time. So let's bring the category, delete everything, and let me bring the category. Fetch. Okay, so where is that category? Landscape, this is that category. So I'm just going to copy this, copy, and let me go here. And now instead of this, I'm just going to enter. Let's break it. Okay, so now we have that ID and in operator and everything. So let's fetch it. So now you can see it's showing 4 items which belongs to that specific ID. So the query which we are trying to return, it's working perfectly. Now it's displaying only this specific ID. But the problem over here is we are not going to search only for this specific ID. That ID should be dynamically supplied from whenever I'm tapping this information. So I need to send this value as a dynamic parameter. So let's see how to update this query by using a dynamic parameter. So let me copy this from here, copy, and let's go to the sanity.js. So right after here, we're gonna export one more function, export const get category items by ID equals. So we're going to supply the ID dynamically inside over here, and this function is going to be an async function. And open the tab. So here inside this, what's an issue? Export, why it's showing an issue over here? Async. Yep, async spelling wrong. That's the reason. So now what we need to do is, so just like the same way, I'm just going to say await client dot fetch. I'm going to supply that URL over here, but what we're going to do is, instead of using normal single quotes, I'm going to use the string literals, which is backtick, and paste it over here. So let me bring it in a straight line here, and this is supposed to be here, and this is supposed to be over here, but not this ID. Instead of this ID, I'm going to send a dynamic parameter. So in that case, I'm just going to say $ID. Okay, so this $ID will be replaced by our ID which we are passing over here. So then if the data is fetched properly, we need to return that data. So let's return that data. If there is any error while doing this, so this should be wrapped inside this brackets. So if there is any error while doing this, so we need to handle that error, but we'll handle that error in the front end, so no issues. So this will return the data. So let's get that data over here, items equals, say the changes, and we need to return the items outside. And of course, at last, at the end, what we need to do is we haven't added this dynamic parameter value for this dynamic parameter. So right after this, add a comma and open an object parameters, because you can see it's a query string. We supply the query string, then you need to supply the parameter. So this is the parameter we have, so we need to supply the parameter. In this case, I'm just going to say ID. In case if you are using parameter, different parameter and different value over here, so you need to specify that name just like this ID colon. You can supply that ID name. In this case, both are same, so we can use this. You don't need to supply it in that way. You can directly give the name itself. So this parameter will replace this ID value over here. Okay, so now what we need to do is, whenever I'm tapping this information, that information needs to send an ID to another screen. So we need to build another screen so that we can display all the informations according to that specific category. So let's go ahead and create another screen, and that screen is going to be our items screen, the place where we're going to display all our items. So let's create a new item screen, items screen, JSX, and RNFE, React Native functional export. Go to your app.js. So this is the place. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it right after over here. And this is going to be our item screen. Copy this name and paste it over here. And since this is coming from directly from our component, so we need to add this in our index.js as well. So copy this and paste it and change this to item screen and give a name as item screen by default. Save the changes and go here, and now import it one more time, and that will come in that import statement itself. So save the changes. Now we have our item screen. Okay, so now, but the problem over here is when I click tap, it's directly navigating to our another screen, which is our items, this particular screen. It's taking us to item. But what we need to do is, so when I'm tapping it, instead of taking it to the item, the screen should be updated dynamically, right? So this because since this masonry layout is a reusable component, we're going to use the same layout just for our category and as well as for our item screen. So instead of repeating this entire stuff, we can update the data and we update this screen information. So to achieve that, what we're going to do is, so instead of sending directly to the masonry layout along with the category, I'm sending one more parameter called screen. Which screen I need to load? So I need to load this item screen. Whenever I'm fetching the data for categories, so it's going to display the categories and it's going to show the item screen. But inside the item screen, I will call the masonry layout and I'll use the different screen. So because right now we are inside the item screen, so when from the item screen, if I call the masonry layout, so it should tap and it should navigate the user to the different screen. Okay, so you will understand once we're done with the complete example. So screen over here, right now we are using the item screen. So save this property. So copy this, save it, and let's get back to the masonry layout. And here, expand it and send. We need to use the screen layout. Okay. So now what we need to do is, we need to update the screen whenever we are tapping this information. So instead of hard coding the item screen over here, I'm going to supply the screen information. And through the parameter, instead of supplying this ID, I'm going to send the underscore ID, because that is the place where we are having our ID, right? So now whenever I tap this, that will send the ID and it will take the user to this item screen. So now inside the item screen, I need to fetch the information which I need to display. So I need to get that ID first. So let's get that ID and let's see whether we are getting that ID or not. So let's go to the item screen over here and we need to get the navigation. And by default, whenever the navigation router will provide you this route property, let's extract that route property and we're just going to say const ID is equals, we'll get that ID, const ID is equals route question mark dot params dot param, because that is the object that we are sending from there. Okay, so if you go to your masonry layout, you can see that's the object name that we are sending. So route dot params is the default, and this is the parameter which we are sending. That's our custom name. So save the changes and let's get that console.log ID. So throw for, it's not showing any issue. Let's open the terminal and let's get back here, and we can see it's showing something that, okay, it's showing the ID, oh sorry, the data. Now if I click tap, if I tap this, we are getting an error, property screen does not exist. So why it's showing the screen is it does not exist. So where it's showing screen, okay, this is the screen, and we are using the screen inside the card item, so that screen needs to be passed inside the card item as well. So screen equals to screen, right? Because see, we are inside the masonry layout. Inside the masonry layout we have one more component, that is our card component. You need to send the card component to the screen to your card component, so there only we are handling that information. So that's the reason it's showing an error. So save the changes, and now if I tap this, and it's showing still the screen is doesn't exist. Why? We updated this information. Okay, so I haven't fetched the property, my bad. So here I need to fetch the property, screen properties. We send this property but we haven't received it. It's very bad. So if I tap this now, and now we can see we are inside the item screen and we have our ID over here. So now using this ID, I need to fetch the information from the sanity. So I need to send this ID to this method so I can fetch that all the details which matching for this particular ID. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so now we are successfully over here. So let me get back to the previous screen. Since we are using only the landscapes, so let me choose the landscapes. So if I click the landscapes, it's going there, and we have the updated landscape ID over here. So let me close this instead of console log. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fetch it. So use effect, and it's have two parameters. One is function and another one is the dependencies. Okay, so here we're gonna fetch this get category by items by ID. So I don't need this because I'm not using this method. Let me delete it. And here I need to supply that ID, and then this is going to get the data dot then data. If that is data, so what we need to do, we need to update it to our items. So I'm just going to create a new state. So use state snippets, and that is going to be items, set items. Initially it's going to be null, and here I'm just going to say set items of items. All right, since we know already the query, everything is working perfectly, so we can directly set it. In case if it is not showing, let's do something. Let's console log it, then we can go for it. So console log dot data, in case if there is any error is happening, so we need to catch that error and we need to throw an alert. So alert with that error object, what exact error object that you are getting. So save these changes. All right, so it's showing use state is not defined, so it's okay. Now the use state is defined. Save these changes, click it, and it's loading the images and everything. So if I tap this now, let's console log it. Okay, look at that. So we having that in items, you can see we having the item type items because it's loading the document items. So it's fetching the data according to that specific items. So now what we need to do is we need to update the designs. So just like the same way how we design the home screen, I'm just going to copy this view completely from here, copy, and then the item screen. So I'm just going to update this item screen, and let's go ahead and do the same stuff. So let me copy exactly the same thing, copy it, and replace this. Okay, so but now what we are going to do is, instead of this displaying the safe area instantly, okay, I'm just going to bring a loader. Okay, so use state snippets is loading, and we're going to say it as false. So if this is loading, of course we're gonna bring that activity indicator. Otherwise we're gonna bring that this command let's bring that snippet. Inside here, I'm just going to say activity indicator. So let's bring it from React Native, self-closing tag, and this is going to have the color property, and basically it's going to have ff hash ff 0000 hash ff 0000. Then the size of that indicator is going to be large. So by default we set this for the time being true, and let's see how it's looking. So now you can see we have that activity indicator which is working perfectly. And over here, if we have, so next what we need to do, we need to check the items. If I do have the items, then I need to display this. I need to display this block of codes. Otherwise, I need to display this particular block of codes. So what is that? It's going to be, basically that is going to be a text, and we are just going to say no items found. And for this, I'm just going to say class name, and this is going to be text 3XL or 2XL, and font bold and text white. If there is no items, then it's going to display that items. So let's change this to false. So currently it will display the blank screen because why? Because yes, of course, the items, it's completely empty because we haven't set the data to our states. That's the reason it's showing no items. So instead of console.logit, so we need to set this items, set the data to our items. Okay, so now we're having the blank screen. So now what we need to do, instead of this particular place, we need to bring that safe area, which will be copied from the home screen, save these details, and instead of this categories, I need to send that items, and instead of this item screen, now it's going to our item screen, item screen. Save the changes. Now, okay, we need to import this safe area view, import it from React Native, and import the touchable opacity also React Native. And we need to bring this icon, right? Since we need to bring this icon, so let's go to our home screen and let's copy this icons, copy, and let's paste it right after here. Save the changes, get started. Let's choose the landscape, and it's showing scroll view does not exist. Okay, I forgot to add the scroll view. React Native, save the changes, tap this. God, masonry layout. Import it. What else we missing? I think I installed everything. Sorry, I imported everything. Tap it. Unable to resolve image URL. Unable to resolve image URL. What is that image URL? Where it is coming from? Image URL. I think it's coming from items. ID image URL. URL for image. Everything is fine. What is the issue then? Data.image. What is the thing we are? Let's go to the bottom and let's see what is the error we are getting. Unable to resolve image URL, source undefined. Okay, I think we are not getting the data. Let's scroll down over here. Title, we have it. Okay, it's using the name as main image. Problem is in our schemas. Items. Yeah, here we go. I totally forgot about it. So where is the category? So here we are having it image. So this will become a problem for us because this name over here we are using it as image. Okay, because the category it's using the name as image, but for items it's using the name as main image. So what we need to do is either we need to change it over here to keep it the same name, so this will work fine, or we need to check the screen, because if the screen is coming from as an item screen, then I need to load it as image because it's loading the category. If it is loading for a specific item, then we need to load it as main image. Okay, so what we can do, so what will be the best approach? If you ask me, it's better to change the schema itself. So let's change the schema and update it, and let's redeploy it in the server. So let's change this to image, and let me give this as image. Save these changes and Control J, and all we have to do is to go to the server one more time, cd server, and let's say sanity deploy. Enter. So that will deploy the sanity, and it will update our data. It's loading. It's loading. I hope our items, everything will be fine in the server. Let's see. It's uploading. So let's wait until it's successfully deployed. So now it's deployed. Let me go here and let's open it one more time and see whether we're having our item in our yes, we do have all our items, but it's having an issue. So I think it's lost all the images. It's lost all the images. All we have to do is to upload the images one more time. But the travel, yeah, it's having the image. So we need to upload the images for this. Oh God. So let me open my downloads folder. Okay, so where is that? So fisherman and tree. So where is that image? So here it is. So let me click and drag it over here, publish it, and let's see. Yeah, fine. So let's go here and update it. So just like the same way, update the image alone, so that it will work perfectly fine. What we have to do is we need to repeat the same step, that's the headache. So let me bring this image. I didn't check that, so just because of the small mistake, we are reworking the same thing again. So please pause this video and go ahead and add all the remaining images. So I'm just going to pause this video and I'm going to add all the remaining images. All right then, so I re-uploaded all the images, and let's go ahead and restart our server, and let's see, and let's reload our app. Okay, so there is some issue and it's now reloading. Okay, let's get this. Let's get the dashboard, and still we are getting that issue. Why? Let me console log it. I think I do console log it. Let's go ahead and please do the console log, whether we are fetching the updated information or what. Let's see. Just like here, before setting it, let's console log it. Console.log, and let's that data. So let's console log it. Now let me reload it one more time. Stop the server and let's run it one more time. On start, open the iOS simulator. So it's loaded, and let's refresh this app. It's refreshing. I hope it will work. So otherwise it will be a very big problem for us. Click get started. Okay, so we are getting the items now, and it's fixed. Look at that, it's fixed. So you should be very careful, guys, because it's my bad because I failed to check, because you know it's supposed to be same name, because if it is same name it is a very easy lesser work for us. Otherwise what we need to do, we need to check the screen name, then we need to update the screen detail according to it. So it's a very big problem. Think about it, if you're having more than 2 screens, 3 screens, it will be a very big problem for us. So that's the reason I altered the schema once again and updated the images and everything. So now it's working perfectly fine. Okay, so now what we need to do is, if I tap this, now we need to navigate to that specific item screen. You can see if I tap this, it's loading that landscapes and everything. And now if I tap this, that needs to navigate to the specific item screen, so that it should display the specific item. Okay, so let's go ahead and display that items. Type image. Okay, so let's go to the item screen. So now when we are tapping this, it should print it is passing the item. So in the item, we need to fetch that specific item, just like the same way what we used to do. So here we are having that item. So let's console.log that ID, so that let's see what ID we are getting. So now if I tap this, we are getting that ID. So using this ID, we need to fetch that specific data so that we can display it in the item screen. So let's go there and fetch that specific ID by sending this. We need to fetch that ID information, right? So let me copy this ID from here. Copy this ID. This is the ID we get from the. Let's go to the vision. Let me, yeah, here and here. Okay, so let me delete this. So we need to get the items and we need to fetch the ID, right? So instead of this, I'm going to delete this and I'm just going to say, and we are going to filter just ID. We need to get the ID. So underscore ID should be equals to that specific ID. Paste it. Okay, so now let's fetch this. All right, so that is giving the one item. It's an array, so I need to get the first array only, because that image is going to be only one ID. So supply the 0th index. So 0th index, you can see it's showing the 0th index over here. It's an array, so you need to get the 0th index from there. So if I fetch it, not there, outside. So that is returning an array, not inside after the double quotes, because previously I returned over here, not inside that. Paste it outside. So from that array we are accessing the 0th index. Look at that. So now we have that specific data. What is the category, and what is that image, and what is that okay, we having the previous property also, main image. We having the to image field. Okay, so we need to remove that field. So if you go here, if you go to the items, if I tap any items, and you can see so not this one, sorry, that is the previous URL, right? We haven't updated that. So if we just need to refresh this, refresh it. So items, and tab the item. So here you can see still you have that unknown field found. All you have to you need to remove that field from here. Okay, so that's the reason when you're executing that query, it's showing that two options. So I need to run it one more time. So over here, what we need to do, we need to supply that ID. Basically we are hard coding this ID for the time being right now, but what we need to do is later we need to change this. So this ID field is going to be changed dynamically. Instead of hard coding this ID, we're going to change it later. And here this array, it's going to return array, and I'm going to access the first index of it. So let me expand this so that you can see it very clearly. So we're having that array, and now if you fetch it, and we're having the details over here. All right, so we're going to access this image field for our database. All right, so that's fine. So let's get back to our field over here. So this is the query, so we need it. So let me copy this query, and let's get back to our sanity, and here we need to get that specific item. So we're going to call a method. So let me paste it over here for the time being, and let me copy it and paste it over here, and let me change this get item by id, get item by id, and we are supplying the id. And now let me cut this field, cut it, and I'm going to replace this over here, replace it, and instead of this double quotes id field, I'm just going to use our $id. So this will be replaced over here. That is going to return the data, and the items will be returned, and this is going to be a single item. So item and item. Save the changes. So now let's get back to our item over here, and we need to use the use effect method. So right after here, I'm just going to say use effect, get the data, sorry, use effect and arrow function, and the dependency injection. So let's open it. So just like the same way, we having this is loading property, so we need to say set loading and everything. And I forgot to update the set loading property over here also. So here I'm just going to say set loading true. Once it's started to fetching the data, we are going to change it. Once we have the data in our hand, right after here, I'm just going to say set time interval, not timeout, set time interval, that is set interval 2000, that means 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, I'm just going to say set is loading as false. So now if you get back to here, if I click the landscape, it's loading, and now you can see we have that image. All right, just like the same way, we need to do it in the item screen as well. So here I'm just going to say set is loading as true initially, and then we're gonna get the item by id, supply that id, and that is going to return the detail which we need from our database. So we need to get that item by id, then it's going to return the data. So promise, get that promise and get that data and supply it to our set item. We need to update the state. So here use state snippet, get that date. So let's get the item, set item, initially it's going to be null, and here let's set that item with our item which we are getting from the data. Then it's going to catch that error. In case if there is any error, we need to throw that alert, that error object. Okay, once these things done, we need to change set is loading, set interval 2000, and change this set is loading to false, so that state will get updated. And now if I click this, it will be loading, and it's showing still this image. So instead of this image, what we need to do, instead of here, I'm just going to say URL for, I'm going to supply this item dot image dot URL. Save the changes. It's loading. Now it's loading that image over here. All right, so just like the same way, we need to update the title and the description. Instead of showing this some title and some description, I'm just going to say item question mark dot title. Let's use the conditional rendering. That's better to avoid unwanted mistakes. So items dot description. Save the changes. Now you can see it showing that information over here. And since inside this view it's showing justify between, and where this is the place, right? So flex by default it is column item center. Instead of item center, we can keep it as item start, so that will be over here. Cool, right? So then what we need to do, so when I click this, it is taking us to home screen. It should take us to the items screen. Item screen. So now if I click here, params.param, item screens need an ID, right? So we need to update this back navigation route. Okay, so what we need to do is, whenever you're tapping that back navigation screen, that needs to send that category ID back. So that's the place where we are tapping that information. So what we need to do, we need to send that category ID. So somehow we need to, when we are fetching this, we having the category information inside the category, the 0th index, and we having that reference over here. So we need to send this reference, that is our ID. So we need to send that reference. So let's go here. Sorry, over here, how we are sending the ID. So let's copy this, go to the item. Right after here, I'm just going to pass the param, but instead of data.id, in this case we're going to get, let's console log this so that we can see the data, like category. In the category we have the 0th index, inside the 0th index we have the reference. Okay, so where is that? Item dot, from the item we're going to access this category, and that is 0th index. From that index I'm going to get that underscore reference. Save the changes, go here, landscape, get it. It's showing unsolved to resolved image URL. Why? Right now it was working perfectly. Let me get this on press, cut it, save this, landscape, image URL. Where is the image URL? This is the place, right? Why it's showing an issue? Unsolved image URL from source, undefined. Right now it was working. Reload the app. Let's tab this. Let's get the console. Okay. Reload it. Refreshing. And here, okay, tap it, landscape. Okay, we are getting the data, we're having the image property as well. If I tap this, now it's showing that error. Why? We are sending that ID, so ID is came inside. We need to make sure whether we are getting the data or not. So console dot, come on, console dot log data semicolon, save the changes, reload the app, get started. Here we are getting the data, and if I tap this, we are getting the ID, but we are not getting that data. That is a problem over here. The problem is inside our sanity, this place. The score ID should be equals to this ID. There is no mistakes in the queries, but we are not getting the data in our sanity. That's the reason. Right now, previously it was working, but now what's the issue? What was an issue? So let me comment this. So let's keep this state as true. Get started, tap it, tap this. When we are tapping it from item screen, it is taking to item, just coming over here. What might be an issue? Not sure. Unable to resolve image URL. ASCII. Still it's showing the image, unable to resolve that image URL. But previously it was working. Why? What will be an issue? Okay, so after a very long search, I finally figured out what exact mistake we are making over here, because this is an asynchronous function. So it's loading this int immediately without verifying. We are not verifying whether we're having the data in our item or not. That's the reason it's not working properly. So since it is a conditional rendering over here, so it's looking, it's checking over here. If I click this landscape, it's loading. If I tap this, it's showing the image URL is not defined because it's not, the data at the back end, it's not fetched properly, and it's immediately trying to mount this UI component. So what we need to do is from here to here, the place, this is the safe area view, right? Yes. Cut it completely, and I need to check whether I do have an item or not. Only if I have an item, I need to render this. All right, so let's open a React fragment, and inside that fragment, let's paste it, save the changes. So now if I tap this, if I go here, it's loading the screen, and if I tap this, it's loading, and now we have that image over there. So that's the issue. So it's like, I thought that again it's showing an issue with our image from our backend, but we are getting our data in the console log. When we do the console log, it's not printing the console log also. Then I came to know that it's trying to mount the UI first, then it's trying to do the console log and everything. So we need to render it properly every time, and we need to check the data whether we have the data, then only we need to render it. So now the issue is solved, and it's not going back because we are not supplying the proper ID. Since we are already having the ID, the data ID, which we are fetching it from here. So let's see, let's navigate the user back to the previous screen itself. So what we need to do is, let's go here. Where is this? Okay, so the place where we are having that icons arrow back here. So for this, we need to run the onPress event. We get the callback, and we'll just set navigation dot navigate the user to the home screen. That's the place where we are displaying all the categories. Save the changes. Now if you tap this, that will take the user to the categories screen, and now user can switch between the categories over there, and you can choose the different images and everything. All right, So now all we have to do is to download this option. We need to enable this download option. All right, so let's go ahead and do that now. All right guys, so now we need to download this image to, when I tap this, we need to download this image to our image gallery. So after a long research, I found this Stack Overflow. Real thanks to the Stack Overflow, so I able to find out this code which helps us to download the image URL to our media library directly. So what we need to do, this is the code which this answer is working perfectly for us. All we have to do, handle this on press, so that helps us to call this method, and it's using the moment.js. So we need to install that, we need to add that moment, and it's using this file permissions, media library, and all those things. We need to add all those media libraries and moments and everything. So let's go ahead and copy this code completely from here. Copy this code. We don't need this image URL because we're going to replace this image URL with our specific object. So let's get back to our code, and right after this use effect method, I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to call this method on press whenever we are saving. On press, handle this event, so that will call this event. So now inside here we need to use this file system, since we don't have this file system. So this should, we need to import the file system, and here this image URL. So this is going to be our item image URL. So we need to supply our item URL. So we need to use the URL for image, and so let's copy this and let's go here, update this URL, save changes. So our URL will be passed over here, so that will try to save, and it looks for whether it's allowing the permissions. Do you have the permissions for your media library or not? If the status is granted, then it will download the URL directly to your media libraries and everything. Okay, if you save this file right now, it will throw a bunch of errors. If you tap this, it's showing possible handle rejections, showing that possible handle rejections. It's showing that property moment doesn't exist. So you need to import a certain packages first. So let's go here, let's add that certain packages. Let's go here, and we need to add the packages like yarn add. First you need to add the moment. Okay, since we are using the file system, so you need to get the expo file system, expo underscore file hyphen system. System. So let's go here, let's look at whether he's provided the package or not. No, he haven't provided the package, but you need to use the file system, right? So we need to get the expo file system. So yarn add moment expo hyphen file system. Then we need to get the permission. So expo hyphen permissions. Then we are using the expo media library. So expo hyphen media library. So these are the packages that we need to add. So press enter. So make sure that everything is downloaded without showing any issues or anything. Let's wait until it gets downloaded. So now it's downloaded. Of course we need to import everything. So let's go ahead and import these the required packages. So these are the import statements that you need to add for your media library. So star as file system, we get everything from there, and we keep in the name as file system, just like for the permissions also, and for media libraries also. And moment is, so let's save these changes. So now every issue is resolved. So it's loaded. Now if I click this, it's taking some time. It's asking us for the permissions. If you click allow, and I think it is saved. Let's go here. Let me close this. Let me open the photo gallery, and look at that. We have our image in our that, but we don't have any alert message. Once the image is saved, we need to throw an alert message. What we can do, once this image is saved, this is the place, right? This is the place, download. We just save this, we just throw that alert message. So if the album is created, so we just need to show this is the place where the album is getting created. So that also we need to throw that message for the initial, when you're, if for the first time in the initial download, we need to show that message, right? So image saved. Let's copy this and let's paste it right over here as well. Save the changes. So let's download some other image now. Get back here. Let me go back here and let me load the animals, and let me load this white line. Okay, white line is here. So we don't have this image in our gallery. You can see that we don't have that image in our gallery. So let's go here, and if I click this download, it's showing alert image saved, but we are getting this warning. That's fine. Let's go here and let's see whether that image is there or not. Look at that, we have our image over there. So we successfully finished the project which we planned to do, but in between we faced a lot of issues and we solved the issues directly in the video itself. I hope you guys are enjoyed this session, but if you're having any issues and if you faced any issues during this video or practicing it, so just let me know in the comment section, so I will help you out. And I hope we completed this project. Since this project is having a lot of features needs to be added. Maybe in future we'll try to integrate all the features and let's really make this app as a complete app. Okay, so for that I'm leaving right now, and until then I'll see you in the next session.